You lie still, arms resting gently at your sides, eyes open in the dark. The clock glows faintly, its light a soft pulse against your vision, like something breathing just beyond reach. You know every number by heart now. Every shift of digits carries weight. 1 minute passes, then another. Not sleep. Nothing but the slow crawl of time you cannot stop or bend. And that's when it starts again. The quiet pressure building behind your eyes. The way your breath tightens a little at the end of each inhale, as if holding something back. You've been here before. You know how this goes. And one gentle note. Before we go further, this is a place to rest, not medical advice, and it is no substitute for professional care. If sleep keeps being hard, night after night, a licensed healthcare professional is the right person to walk that with you. For tonight, there is nothing to fix. You're not supposed to be awake like this. Not anymore. The body knows what it should do at night. Curl inward, slow down, let go. But you're stuck in the middle of it all, watching, waiting for a signal that never comes. And each minute without sleep becomes another small failure you must fix before dawn arrives. You try to relax. You've tried everything. Counting breaths, letting thoughts drift away like leaves on water, imagining warm places, pressing your palms into the mattress until they ache. But nothing settles it. The mind won't let go of what's not there, the absence of sleep, because you keep measuring its lack. Not just how long you've been awake, but whether that time counts as effort wasted or proof of some deeper flaw in how you function. You don't need to fix anything now, though. That is the first thing. You do not have to correct this moment. You can simply be here without fixing it. The idea itself feels strange, like standing still when all your instincts say move. But that's what you're allowed to do. Let go of the urgent correction. There's no rule saying sleep must come in any specific order or on command. It doesn't need a reason. The clock is still there. Its glow hasn't changed. You don't have to look at it anymore if you don't want to. But even when your eyes are closed, you still feel its presence, like the space where time keeps ticking without permission. That's okay too. You can stay with that feeling, not fight it, not try to outrun it. Just notice how it sits in the room like a quiet machine running on its own rhythm. You're trying to sleep, but what you're really doing is checking whether your body has done enough yet, whether it's earned rest through effort that's not necessary. Rest doesn't work that way. It isn't earned by being good at waiting or resisting fatigue. You don't have to prove anything tonight. There's no need for urgency. There's only this breath, in and out, not fast, not slow, just moving like water through a channel you didn't build but can still feel. Let the next exhale be longer than the last one if it wants to. No need to make it perfect. Just let it happen. Your shoulders don't have to drop because someone told them to. They can stay where they are, heavy or light. Either way is fine. Your hands aren't failing you for not being still. They're allowed to tremble a little if the nerves want to. The body knows better than your mind what it needs. You're not behind schedule. You're not falling short of anything. There's no scorecard in this room, and no one is keeping track except yourself. And even then, you don't have to keep track anymore. This isn't a race against time. It's a letting go of the idea that time can be controlled when you're lying down. You were never supposed to win sleep by outlasting it. The moment your mind started believing that, when it began measuring rest like currency, you gave up something far more important than sleep: stillness. So stop trying to correct what isn't broken. Let each passing minute simply pass without adding meaning to it. Let the number on the clock be just a shape in the dark, not a verdict. You don't have to do anything with it. No reaction needed. Even noticing it is enough. Just notice, and then let go of noticing. That's all you're asked for now. To stop trying to fix what isn't broken and instead allow yourself to rest without needing permission from the clock or your body or any expectation about how this should end. There's a quiet rule here, unwritten but true, that says no one ever wakes up feeling fully rested after forcing themselves into sleep. The mind learns that trick too well. You don't get what you want when you reach for it. You get what happens when you stop reaching. So instead of trying to grab rest, let yourself be found by it. Let the room become its own kind of silence, not an absence, but a presence, like soft fabric folded gently across your skin without weight. That's how quiet can feel. Not empty, not cold, just full in another way. Full of space where nothing needs to happen. Your ribs rise and fall with no urgency. Your feet lie flat on the bed, warm from being inside the covers all evening. You don't have to keep track of any single sensation. There's no need for you to verify whether anything is changing. The fact that you're lying here, eyes closed or open, doesn't matter, is enough. You can let your thoughts drift now if they want to. Not fix them, not follow them through. Just let them come and go like clouds passing above a field at dusk. You don't have to say yes to any one of them. You don't have to reject another. They aren't important. The only thing that matters is the feeling of being held by stillness. There's no reason why you can't just be here in this moment, with your breath moving through you and your body resting on the bed. Even if sleep hasn't come yet, and especially because it hasn't come yet, that is not a failure. That is simply what happens when you stop fighting to make something happen. You don't need to believe anything about sleep right now. You only need to allow yourself to be here. No more, no less. The clock still ticks. The dark remains soft around your edges. Your pulse moves quietly in the wrist where it rests against the mattress. That's all there is to notice. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because it doesn't need to rush anymore. There is nowhere to arrive at, no goal beyond this moment. Let your body sink deeper into the bed with each exhale, not because you're trying to fall asleep, because you don't have to, but simply because it wants to. Let gravity do its job. Let weight settle like dust on a shelf that hasn't been touched in weeks. You don't need to stay awake or fall asleep. You only need to be where you are and allow what's already happening inside you. The slow quieting of nerves, the softening at the edges. To continue without interference. There's no checklist to complete before this night ends. No final proof that everything went right. There's only your breath, only your skin against sheets, only the dark pressing gently around your ears like a blanket made from silence. You don't have to do anything with it all. You're not responsible for how long it takes or whether anything changes. Just keep breathing. And if you start thinking about what happens next, what comes after this moment, whether sleep will come at all, you can let that thought drift too. Like a leaf on water, floating away from the bank and into deeper currents where nothing needs to be remembered. There's no reason to hold on to any of it, not even your desire for rest. It's okay if you want it, but you don't have to carry it forward with you now. You're allowed to just stop carrying anything at all. Let your mind open up like a door that hasn't been closed in years, just a crack. No pressure to make it wide or narrow. Let the air move through quietly. The night is not judging you for being awake. The clock isn't keeping score. Your body doesn't care how long this lasts. It only knows what it's doing now, resting. And so can you. You don't have to force stillness. You don't have to prove your worth by falling asleep quickly or easily. There is no test here, no one watching from a distance, not even time itself demanding something of you. The way your shoulder rests against a pillow is not a sign of effort, but a quiet surrender to gravity's slow pull. You don't have to shape it into anything, don't need to make it right for sleep. It just settles there, as if it has known this place all along. The weight of your arm lies across the sheets like something that forgot how to move. That's okay. Nothing about you is required to be functional right now, not even your awareness. You can let your hand rest where it falls, fingers slightly curled, not grasping anything, just letting go in a way that doesn't feel like failure. There's a small space between the edge of the blanket and the base of your heel where warmth pools without being asked for. That heat is nothing you've created. It wasn't earned or demanded. It simply exists, gentle, unnoticed, softening the cold beneath you. You don't have to notice it to feel its effect. The way your toes shift slightly when a breeze slips under the door and brushes across bare skin. It's not an invitation to respond, just another small shift in the air that passes through without needing acknowledgement. Your breath doesn't need to be steady. It can deepen unevenly. Catch once or twice at the back of your throat like a loose thread caught in fabric. That's fine too. You don't have to smooth it out. Let each inhale come as it comes, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, and then let the exhale leave with no purpose except release. Not for sleep, not to clear anything, just because you've been holding your breath without meaning to. The dark isn't empty. It has texture now, not like a room at night, but more like old wool left on a shelf in an attic. Soft against your skin, slightly dusty, full of folds where shadows settle and don't move. You can imagine it pressing softly around the shape of you, like a second layer of fabric that doesn't bind or demand anything. It's not cold. It isn't waiting for you to do something. It just is. There is a quiet hum in your ears, low and constant, the kind that happens when attention settles on stillness. Not silence exactly, a sound beneath the silence, like water moving through stone far underground. You don't have to listen to it or push it away. Just let it be part of what you're feeling now. A soft vibration in your skull, not loud enough to hold on to, but present, like breath after laughter. Your knee bends slightly on its own, just an adjustment, not a signal for anything else. The muscles under the skin relax without needing permission. They don't care about tomorrow's plans or whether this moment will be remembered. All they know is that you're here and resting, and so they let go. The sheets are worn in places where your body has pressed into them over many nights. Faintly thin at the hips, slightly frayed near the edge. You can't see it, but you can feel the memory of shape embedded there, not from effort, but from time. From lying still long enough to leave a trace. A thought begins to form, not about sleep, not about time, but about how your left ear feels heavier than the right, just slightly, as if something inside is shifting. You don't need to fix it. Don't even need to name it. It's just there, like the way dust collects in corners of rooms no one enters anymore. You can let thoughts arrive like shadows that come and go without marking your skin. Not because you're trying to be calm, but because you've stopped needing to prove anything about yourself right now. You don't have to believe in sleep for it to be possible. You just need to stop fighting the fact that you haven't fallen asleep yet. The clock still ticks, but not as a demand. It's more like a heartbeat from another room. Faint, regular, indifferent. Its rhythm doesn't belong to you. Doesn't care whether you're awake or gone. It goes on in its own way, and so can you. Your fingers twitch once, just the tip of your middle finger, and then stillness returns. No need to explain why it happened. just let it be part of what's happening now. A small movement that didn't mean anything except being felt. You're not trying to reach anywhere, not even towards sleep. You don't have to move forward or backward, open or close your eyes. There's no direction in this moment, only the soft weight of you lying here, breathing, existing without need for outcome. The air near your chest moves with each breath, not because you told it to, but because that's how bodies breathe when they're allowed to forget about being watched. The rise and fall isn't a performance. It doesn't have to be measured or timed. It just happens, like the way leaves drift down from trees after rain. There's a warmth spreading along your rib cage, not sharp or sudden, but slow, as if something inside you has decided to thaw without asking for permission. It moves upward gently, like steam rising from stone that was left in sunlight too long. You don't have to follow it. Don't need to wonder where it came from. Your thoughts begin to drift, not like clouds, not like leaves, but more like smoke curling up from a candle at the edge of sleep. Not dense enough to block vision, but thick with absence. They rise and dissolve without needing to be known or named. The way your spine curves into the mattress is not an accident. It's not a posture you've adopted. It's just what happens when weight settles in the right place over time. Your body knows this shape better than you do. You don't have to stay awake to prove anything. You don't have to fall asleep to be worthy of rest. There's no scorecard being kept anywhere. No one is watching from above or below. Not even your own mind. Just quiet, steady presence without need for validation. The dark continues its soft press around you, not as an envelope that closes too tightly, but like a blanket made not from fabric, but from stillness itself. It doesn't promise anything, doesn't say soon or later. It just holds you in the way night does, quietly, without expectation. Your hands lie flat now, palms up, fingers spread, not waiting for anything to happen, not even a sensation, just resting. Like two small vessels that have finally stopped trying to catch water they never needed to hold. A faint sound comes from somewhere beyond your window. The rustle of leaves in a tree just outside, stirred by wind too light to be felt inside the room. It doesn't mean anything, doesn't need to signal anything, just exists as part of what's happening now. Air moving through branches, not for you, not against you. You don't have to understand it. Don't even have to notice it fully. Let it drift in and out like breath, present but unclaimed. Your feet feel heavier than your hands, not because they're tired, but because gravity has found a place to settle them deeply into the mattress, as if time itself is pressing down gently on every part of you that isn't already still. You don't have to remember this moment tomorrow. You don't even need to know it happened later. It's not important for your mind to store it away. Just let it be. A quiet stretch of being, uninterrupted by effort or urgency. There's no place left to go. No one waiting at the end of this night. Nothing that needs fixing. Not even sleep. You can just lie here, eyes closed or open, doesn't matter, and allow yourself to be held not by anything you've done, but by what simply is, your body resting, your breath moving without instruction, your mind letting go in ways it hasn't allowed itself to for a long time. The weight of stillness isn't heavy, it's soft, like dust that settles after the wind has passed. You don't need to be anything more than you are right now. Just this shape in bed, breathing, existing without being asked to change. That is enough. And if sleep comes, it will come like a shadow slipping through an open door. Not rushed, not forced, just quietly taking its place among the quiet things that already belong here. But even if it doesn't, you're still allowed to rest. Even if you stay awake until dawn, you've already done what matters. Stopped fighting your way into something else. You don't have to earn peace by being asleep. The edge of your awareness begins to soften where it meets the dark, not like a line that's drawn, but like a seam that breathes open on its own. You don't have to find it. It doesn't need you to pull it taut or check whether it's real. It just is. A space between sensation and thought, quiet enough to let time slip past without protest. The kind of quiet that isn't empty. It's full of what was never named before, like the hush after rain has stopped falling, but the air still remembers how wet it felt. Your breath doesn't need to slow down to be enough. It can move in any way, even slightly uneven, rhythmical or not, and still carry you into this moment. You don't have to steady it like a compass needle. Let it rise and fall as if guided only by gravity's patience, by the small weight of your chest moving with no goal beyond its own motion. Each inhalation is not an effort to get somewhere. It's just air finding its way in, through the soft passage of your nose, filling what needs to be filled without a single command. The clock has stopped speaking, not because it's broken, but because you've stopped listening. Its glow no longer matters. The pale blue that used to anchor you like an accusation. Because you're not measuring time anymore. You're not trying to prove how much of it remains or how quickly it vanishes. There is no race, no finish line tucked behind the wall where your shadow lies still. Your legs feel deeper in the bed now, not stuck, but settled, as if they've found a rhythm with the mattress itself, like roots learning the soil without needing to be taught. The weight you once worried about, how it might press too hard or not enough, is just part of what happens when your body stops trying to stay upright. It doesn't need permission to rest. It already knows how. There's no tension in your shoulders anymore, not because you've released it, but because there was never any reason to hold on. The space between them isn't tight or hollow. It's just open, like the air between two trees where nothing grows, and that's okay. No need for a purpose. No need to be useful. You don't have to think about your hands anymore. How they lie flat. How their palms are warm from being still. They're not waiting. They aren't holding anything back or reaching forward. They've stopped pretending they can fix something. The skin on the backs of them feels slightly cooler than the rest, like a quiet corner where the warmth doesn't quite go, but it's fine. It doesn't need to be warmer. A faint hum travels through the walls, low and steady, not loud enough to name. Maybe from a transformer outside, maybe from a wiring in the floor beneath you. It has no message, no meaning tied to it, just sound passing through the house like breath moving through bone. You don't have to listen for patterns or hidden signals. It's just noise, not intrusive, not demanding, just part of what fills the space when nothing else is asking anything. You can let your mind wander without fear that you'll get lost. Not because there's a path back, but because no one expects you to return. There's nowhere to be except right here. No destination, no task waiting in the next breath or the next minute. You're not being tested on how long you can stay awake, nor are you failing if your thoughts drift toward things that don't belong. Word a memory from childhood, a song half remembered, an image of sunlight through glass. But even those aren't real anymore. They dissolve as they form, like mist over water. The ceiling above isn't pressing down. It's not holding anything up or weighing you into the bed. It's just there, white and unchanging. Its surface flat, with no intention. You don't have to imagine it differently. Don't need to make it softer or warmer. Just let it be what it is, a limit without pressure. Your eyelids are heavy, not from fatigue, but from presence. Not because you're tired of thinking, but because thought has stopped needing to pull at your attention. There's no tug between waking and sleeping anymore, just a quiet drift of awareness like dust in air. You don't have to choose whether to be awake or asleep. The difference isn't important here. A sound comes again, not from outside this time, but inside. A soft creak from somewhere deep in your spine. Low and slow, as if bones are shifting slightly, adjusting to a new shape they never knew they'd take. Not pain, not discomfort, just movement that happens when stillness becomes long enough for small changes to settle. You don't have to be aware of it. You don't even need to notice it's happening. Let it happen without labeling it as something you should or shouldn't feel. It's not progress, not failure. It's just a shift in the way your body is being held by gravity and time together. The air near your face feels different now. Not cool, not warm, but soft, like cotton soaked through with stillness. You don't have to move your head, don't need to turn toward anything. It's enough that it exists where you are, touching the skin without claiming space. There's no reason for you to be anywhere else, no obligation to become something more than this shape lying in bed, just breath and weight and quiet. The kind of existence that doesn't require explanation or proof. The night isn't waiting for anything from you. It's not holding its breath, counting down your seconds. It's just being, not because it has to be, but because it is. Like a river flowing without needing to reach the sea. Or clouds drifting across sky with no destination. Just moving through space as if movement itself were enough. You don't have to earn rest by closing your eyes or falling asleep. Rest isn't something you achieve. It's not earned through effort, discipline, or surrendering control. It's simply what happens when the mind stops demanding that things be different than they are. Let go of the idea that sleep is a place you must arrive at. Let it be just another thing that might happen. Like rain falling on dry soil, like light coming in through a crack in curtains. Not special, not urgent. Just part of what's here now. There's no need to worry about how long this will last. No reason to check if the time is passing too slowly or too fast. The clock doesn't matter anymore, not because you've forgotten it, but because you're not measuring anything. You're not keeping track. You don't have to know what hour it is. Your body feels like it's sinking into itself, not down but inward, like roots spreading beneath earth without needing permission. Not searching for moisture or depth, just growing in place, quietly, with no need for results. You can let your thoughts come and go without holding on. No need to chase them away or welcome them back. They're not yours to keep. They're just passing through, like birds flying over a field you don't own. There's no effort required to stay here, not even the small kind that comes from trying to be still. Just let your presence settle, like a stone dropped into deep water. It doesn't need to make noise as it goes down. It doesn't need to prove anything by how far it falls. Your breath slows, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason for it to speed up. The air moves in and out without resistance, as if the body has finally stopped fighting against itself. There are moments when silence isn't absence, it's fullness, a kind of presence that doesn't speak but fills every corner of what is. You don't have to add anything to make it richer. It already holds everything. You can stop trying to find peace, not because you failed, not because there is no way forward, but because peace isn't something you need to discover. It's already here, in the space between breaths, in the quiet where nothing happens, and that's exactly why it matters. The dark doesn't demand anything from you. It doesn't want you to be asleep or awake or even aware. It just is, like a hand resting on your shoulder without needing to say hello. The weight of your arm is no longer a burden. It's a kind of gravity that holds you gently in place. You're not resisting its pull, nor are you trying to lift it. It lies where it fell, resting on the bedsheet like something that has always known this shape. The fabric beneath it feels different now, less like cotton and more like a surface that remembers how to be soft. Not because anything changed, but because you're no longer measuring its texture against some idea of comfort. There's a thread in your breathing that hasn't been noticed before, a slow gathering between inhale and exhale that isn't quite pause, not exactly stillness either. It's the space where nothing happens, yet everything stays. You don't need to name it or hold on to it. Let it be what it is. A quiet moment that doesn't require your attention, but quietly pulls you deeper into itself. Your toes have stopped twitching. They're no longer testing whether they can curl or straighten. They just are, curled slightly, relaxed, as if they've given up trying to prove their existence through movement. There's no need to confirm that you're alive by flexing your foot. The body isn't asking for proof. It's already here. The air near your face feels thicker than it did an hour ago. Not heavy, but present in a way that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to breathe into it or push against its resistance. It simply exists around the edges of your mouth and nose, like a quiet companion who knows not to speak when silence is what's needed. A thought passes through, light, shapeless, without urgency, and then dissolves. Not because you chased it away, not because you tried to stop it, because it didn't stay. It drifted out like smoke from an unlit candle, leaving no trace behind. You're not following anything. You don't need a path or a destination. There's no trail of footprints in the snow for your mind to follow. The night has no map. It doesn't care where you go, so long as you don't demand that it change to suit you. A far-off sound, low, steady, flickers through the wall. Not a car engine, not a door closing. Something older than noise, the hum of something working beneath the surface of things. A radiator warming in another room. The refrigerator cycling on after hours. It doesn't belong to you, but it's part of what surrounds you now, like breath shared without permission. You don't have to listen for meaning. You don't need to assign a reason why that sound is there, or whether it will stop soon. Let it be just one more quiet event in the dark, the kind that happens without anyone noticing until later, when memory fills in what was missed. Your skin isn't cold anymore. Not exactly. It's not warm either. There's a stillness beneath the surface that doesn't react to temperature changes. You don't need blankets because you're no longer trying to create comfort through layers or heat. The body knows how to regulate itself when it's allowed to stop explaining why it needs to. The weight of your chest isn't tight anymore. It's not loose either. It's simply there, rising and falling like a wave that doesn't care if anyone watches. No need to control the rise. No urge to push down the fall. Let it happen as it will, like water finding its level without effort. There's a point in your lower back where tension used to live. The place where you'd press into the mattress or shift position, convinced that adjusting would fix something. But now there's no pressure to move. No belief that shifting could bring relief. That spot is soft now, not healed, not fixed, just surrendered, like a knot untied without anyone knowing it ever existed. The clock still glows faintly in the corner. It hasn't blinked or changed color. The numbers haven't moved since you first noticed them, and yet they don't matter anymore. You're no longer measuring time by its passage. You're not trying to outrun it or outlast it. You're not racing toward a moment when sleep arrives. The dark isn't waiting for anything from you. It's not counting seconds like someone checking if you've forgotten your promise. It just is, the kind of fullness that doesn't need validation, the quiet that doesn't require applause. You don't have to be awake or asleep. You don't have to decide whether this moment belongs to one state or another. Let it simply be what it is, a breath held between two worlds, neither fully entered nor left behind. A sound comes from somewhere beyond your room, maybe the stairs creaking under a slow step, maybe wind brushing against glass. It doesn't matter where it came from. You don't need to identify it or explain its presence. Let it be just another ripple in the still surface of what's happening now. The air carries something faint, a scent that's not quite wood, not exactly dust, but a memory of both. Not strong enough to name, not sharp enough to recall where it came from. It lingers like an unfinished sentence left hanging in space. Your hands are open on the bed, palms up, fingers spread. Not because you've decided to relax them, but because they've stopped trying to hold anything. They're just there, letting gravity do what it does best. Settle things where they belong. There's no need to keep track of how much time has passed. No reason to wonder if dawn is close or far. The sky hasn't said anything yet. The stars haven't blinked out. You don't have to answer questions that aren't being asked. The body isn't asking for permission to rest. It's already resting, even though your mind still thinks it must be doing something to earn it. You're not failing because you haven't fallen asleep. You're not succeeding because sleep might come soon. There's no scorecard, no tally of effort or achievement. Just this quiet descent into the kind of presence that doesn't need to prove itself by doing anything at all. A part of your shoulder sinks deeper into the mattress, not because you told it to, but because gravity has won a small victory without fanfare. It's not sinking in fear, not collapsing from exhaustion, just yielding, slowly. like soil accepting rain after long dryness. There's no effort behind this letting go, no strategy or technique. You're not waiting for the right moment. There is no right moment. Only now. This breath, this shape, this lack of resistance. Your neck doesn't need to be straightened. It doesn't have to remember how to hold itself upright. Let it tilt slightly, just enough that the weight shifts in a way that feels natural rather than forced. The edges of your awareness blur not from fatigue, but because you are no longer trying to keep them sharp. You don't need to guard against drifting off or losing focus. There's no prize for staying alert, no penalty for letting go. Something about the way the air moves through your nostrils has changed. Less like breathing and more like being breathed into. Like the dark itself is moving in you, not forcing but offering. You don't have to make anything happen. Not sleep, not calm, not stillness. There's no need to summon peace or reach for quiet. It's already here. In the way your eyelids feel heavy without demanding that they close. In how your thoughts slow, not because you want them to, but because there's no reason for them to move fast. The room isn't empty anymore. Not exactly. It feels full of things that aren't seen but are known. A presence that doesn't speak. A stillness that holds more than silence. Like something has settled in the space between walls and floorboards. Like it has decided this is where it wants to be. A memory floats by, light as dust, not from your past, not tied to any event or person. Just an image of light through leaves at dusk. Nothing important. It comes without invitation and goes just as quietly. You don't have to acknowledge it. Don't need to say goodbye. Let it drift like a leaf on water. You're not resisting anything anymore. Not the quiet, not the dark, not even the feeling that time is moving too slowly or too fast. That thought doesn't get attached. It just passes like steam from a cup left out overnight. Your breath moves through your chest like a slow tide returning after hours at sea. The air doesn't rush in or push out. It settles between ribs, lingering just long enough to feel like it might stay. You don't need to guide it. There's no pressure to fill every space with intention. It comes and goes without requiring an answer, as if the act of breathing has slipped into a rhythm older than effort. The sound is soft, barely more than motion against silence. And you notice how that quiet hum settles not just in your ears, but behind them. Deep where thoughts usually gather like birds on wire. The weight at the base of your skull loosens, not suddenly, but with the same steady patience as roots spreading beneath soil. It isn't a release you've earned. It's not something you've pulled from somewhere inside. It's more like gravity has simply remembered what it does best. Pull down, settle, hold. Your head doesn't need to be upright anymore. There's no reason for the neck to stiffen or muscles to brace. Let the angle shift naturally, like a branch bending under snow, not because it wants to, but because that's how branches are made to behave. A thread of warmth drifts across your left shoulder blade, not from heat, but from stillness itself, the kind that builds slowly when nothing is asked for. It doesn't announce its arrival, it just arrives. You don't have to welcome it. Don't need to hold on to it. Let the sensation grow where it wants, like moss forming on stone in a place no one walks. Your hands remain open, fingers still slightly parted, not out of some gesture of surrender or peace, but because they've stopped pretending there's anything left to grasp. They're not waiting for something, not holding on. There's nothing to keep from slipping away, no secret worth protecting. The space between your fingers feels soft and hollow in a way that isn't empty. It's full of the absence of need. The room breathes with you now, though no one would know it unless they were lying exactly where you are. Still, eyes closed, listening for something that won't come because it never needed to. The walls don't echo anymore. They just exist, quietly present, like a book left open on a table, waiting not for reading, but simply for being. A sound passes through the air, an old one, familiar yet distant, the soft creak of wood settling after nightfall, not from your bed, from somewhere deeper in the house, where floorboards remember years and seasons. It's not loud enough to wake you. It doesn't demand attention. It just happens, like a sigh released without words. You don't need to name it or file it away. You don't have to wonder if it means anything. There's no story behind the creak, only its sound in this moment. A small release of tension from something that has been holding still for far longer than you've known. The dark isn't cold anymore. It's thick and warm, like velvet wrapped around your body without touching it. It doesn't press against you. It just is. And because it is, there's no need to fight its depth. You aren't trying to escape into light or pull the blanket tighter for comfort. The darkness feels less like absence than presence, an older kind of quiet that knows how not to ask anything. Your body isn't tired in the way you used to think of fatigue, aching limbs, heavy eyelids, muscles begging to lie down. This is different. A soft surrender, a letting go so complete it doesn't feel like effort at all. It's more like forgetting what resistance even means. Like your bones have decided they've done enough standing. The thought of time passes through you not as a weight, but as a current, slow, unnoticed. You don't think about how many minutes have slipped by. Not because you're distracted, because the idea of measuring them has dissolved into something quieter. Time isn't ticking forward anymore. It's just They're like water in a riverbed that doesn't care whether it flows fast or slow. There is no reason to hurry toward sleep. No need to reach for it like catching a train at the last second. The act of waiting hasn't been wasted because you're not waiting for anything. You're just being here. And being here isn't something that needs to be proven. A small sensation rises in your left foot. Not pain, not tingling, but a kind of remembering. How it felt when the blanket first brushed over it. How warmth gathered at the heel, like sunlight pooling on stone after rain. Not because you're thinking about it, but because your body still knows what it's like to be touched by something gentle. You don't have to bring that feeling back. Don't need to recreate it or relive it. Just let it stay where it is, like a ghost of warmth that doesn't demand anything and leaves no trace behind when it fades. The space above your chest feels lighter, not because you've exhaled deeply, but because the weight of trying has unknotted itself without ceremony. There's nothing to carry anymore. Not goals, not expectations, not even the idea of a future self who might finally sleep well. That version of you doesn't exist yet, and it never needs to. You don't need to fix what isn't broken. You're not failing because your eyes are open, not succeeding because they close soon. There's no middle ground between failure and victory. Only this: the way air moves through your nose without needing permission. The way your skin knows when a shift in temperature is near but doesn't react. A faint echo of sound drifts again, not from outside, not from memory, but from somewhere deeper inside, like a note left unresolved in an old song. It isn't troubling, not urgent, just there, soft and low, vibrating just beneath awareness. Let it ring for as long as it wants. Don't reach to silence it. Don't try to understand it. Let your body become the kind of place where things can settle without permission, where thoughts pass through like leaves on water, light, unattached, never needing to be followed or held. There's no need to listen anymore. Not for sounds, not for breaths, not for any sign that you're making progress. The silence isn't empty. It holds everything. The way your fingers drift slightly apart, how your shoulders sink just a fraction more into the mattress, the quiet shift in pressure where your back meets the bed. You don't have to want this moment to last. Don't need to fear it ending. You're not holding on. You're simply here, this breath, these sensations, this stillness that isn't effort and doesn't ask for recognition. The dark feels less like night than a kind of return to something older than sleep, older than wakefulness. It's not a space between things. It's the place where everything slows enough to exist without explanation. Your thoughts don't need to be quiet. They can move slowly, like clouds over hills that take hours to pass. You don't have to stop them or guide them. Let them drift in their own time, like birds that know they aren't late, because there is no schedule. The room feels full not of objects, but of stillness, the kind that doesn't need names, doesn't need to be noticed. It's just here, breathing with you, accepting without judgment, letting everything stay as it is. A memory forms, not a story, not an image, but the feeling of being held by someone who didn't speak, who only stayed. Not out of duty, not because they had to, just because they were there. You don't have to remember who that was. Don't need to go back into the past. Let it be like a soft hum beneath your skin. You're not trying to escape from anything. You're not fighting against wakefulness or clinging to sleep. There's no battle, no war between mind and body. Just this, the way your chest rises and falls without urgency, like the sea breathing at midnight. The air moves through you, not because you invite it in, but because there's nowhere else for it to go. There is no goal, no purpose, only presence, quiet, unclaimed, unhurried, a kind of rest that doesn't announce itself with fireworks or sudden stillness. It arrives like rain on dry earth, slow, patient, certain. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not behind. There's no timeline, no deadline for being asleep by a certain hour. The clock isn't running in here. Not really. It may tick somewhere out there, but it doesn't matter anymore. Your breath begins to lengthen without decision, like a thread drawn slowly through the fabric of time. Not because you've chosen it, not because you're trying to shape it. It simply unfolds, longer now than before, softer at the edges, as if each in-breath is learning how not to rush. The air enters deeper, settles lower, and stays there. Not held, not forced, but allowed to rest like water in a quiet basin beneath your ribs. You don't need to measure it. Don't have to count the seconds between one rise and the next. It's enough that it happens, that it continues. A warmth spreads through your chest, not sharp or sudden, but steady, like sunlight finding its way through thick curtains after long hours of gray. Not heat in the way you'd feel from a fire, not the kind that makes your skin prickle, but a quiet hum, low and internal, as though something inside has finally stopped searching for proof of itself. It's not joy, not relief, just presence, uninvited, unasked for, yet fully there. Your hands lie where they've fallen, one palm up, fingers slightly curled like the tips of leaves in a gentle breeze. The skin is still cool from earlier, but now it feels different. Not cold anymore, not even neutral. It's accepting of its own temperature, as if it knows what it's meant to be. Just skin, with no job beyond being there. A sound comes again, this time softer than before, almost like the echo of a door closing in another room. Or maybe not. Maybe it was never outside at all. Maybe it was always inside your skull, a faint creaking of bones settling into their place after long hours upright. You don't have to name it. Don't need to decide if it's real or imagined. It passes through you like wind through an old window frame, not loud enough to wake anyone, not deep enough to disturb the quiet. The dark isn't just absence anymore. It feels more like a substance, something thick and soft that doesn't push against you but holds you gently in its folds. You don't sink into it. You're already part of it, and it's okay that you don't feel different, that your body hasn't changed shape or weight, that you haven't lost any awareness of where you are. You can let go of the idea that rest must look a certain way. Not every quiet is sleep. Not every stillness means surrender. Some moments exist only to be lived, not completed. This one doesn't need to end with anything. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. There's no finish line tucked behind your eyelids waiting for you. Your shoulders soften further. No effort required. Just a slow letting go of tension that had been there so long it felt like structure. Like the way old branches bend without breaking under snow. Not because they're strong, but because they've stopped resisting what is. A new sensation arises, not in your chest or hands, but lower. A faint pressure in your hips where bone meets mattress, as if gravity has finally found its way to settle into those spaces too. Not forced down, not pushed by will, just allowed, slowly, patiently, to sink deeper than before. No need for it to be deep, no demand that you go further. It's enough that it happens. You don't have to want the world to stop turning. You're not responsible for its rhythm or pace. The clock outside may still click, but here there is no ticking, only a quiet pulse beneath your skin, like something older than time keeping steady in its own way. Your thoughts are lighter now, not gone, not erased, but moving differently, not racing forward toward some imagined finish, not trying to escape the present. They drift like paper boats on a slow stream, drifting sideways, turning slightly when caught by unseen currents, sometimes bumping into something soft and stopping just long enough before continuing without urgency. One thought floats close, faint, almost forgotten, and you don't grab it. You don't try to pull it back or push it away. It hovers near the edge of attention, like a bird that doesn't know whether to land or fly off again. And then it drifts into silence on its own. Not because you released it, but because it no longer needed your hand. The room feels heavier, not in weight, but in stillness, not empty, not echoing, just full of quiet so deep it becomes a kind of texture. You can feel it pressing against your skin from all sides, gentle, unrelenting, familiar. It's not silence as absence, but presence as depth. Your neck loosens not because you told it to, but because the muscles have decided they've been tense long enough and don't need to stay that way. The small bones shift ever so slightly beneath your skin, not painless, just free. Free from the job of holding itself up in a position meant for wakefulness. A faint memory forms, not a face, not a name, but the feeling of being tucked under blankets someone else laid out, hands moving slowly and surely without saying anything, just knowing how to make things right without needing thanks or acknowledgement. You don't have to remember who did it. It's enough that you felt it once, that it was real. There's no need for gratitude here, no duty to return the favor. This moment isn't about debt or repayment. It's just a quiet recognition that someone once knew how to hold space without speaking, and now your body remembers what that feels like. You don't have to do anything with it. Don't need to keep it safe or protect it from fading. Let it be. Like dust settling on the floor after a long storm. No one bothers to sweep it up because it's already part of the stillness. Your feet are warm now, not hot, not flushed, but simply alive in their own way. The soles press into the bed with no resistance, as though they've given up trying to stay awake or feel anything particular. They just rest. Like stones left at the edge of a stream after the water has passed. A new kind of stillness arrives, not because you're controlling it, but because your body has found its own pace. It's not effortful, not quiet by choice. It happens in spite of you. In fact, perhaps because of you, because you've stopped trying to shape anything at all. The air moves differently now, a slow current that doesn't rush through you like wind through a canyon, but glides almost lazily, as if it knows no one is watching or measuring its speed. It enters your nose not with purpose, but because the path is open. Your lungs don't contract in alarm when they fill. They just expand, not to hold more air, but simply because there's room. There's a kind of peace that isn't happiness. It doesn't rise up and shout or demand attention. It settles like dust in an attic, unnoticed for years, untouched by light, forgotten, yet still part of the structure. This is not triumph over sleep, not victory over wakefulness, just acceptance, not as a decision, but as a kind of natural state. You don't have to fix this moment. You're not responsible for keeping it going or making sure it lasts. It doesn't depend on your effort, your focus, your willpower. It exists because you're here, because the dark is deep and soft, because your breath comes without resistance, because your body has stopped trying to be somewhere else. A shift occurs, not noticeable at first, not dramatic, just a slight softening in the way your spine curves into the bed, like water finding its level after being poured into an uneven basin. No adjustment needed, no correction, it just settles. The edges of awareness blur not from fatigue, not from fading consciousness, but because there's no longer any need to hold on to them. You don't have to watch for signs of sleep. Don't need to check whether your thoughts are quieting or if your breathing is slowing. There's no goal in the distance requiring you to arrive. This isn't a journey, not a process. It's not leading toward anything at all, only continuing, like a river flowing through land that doesn't ask for direction. You don't have to wonder why it feels this way. You're not supposed to understand it. There's no explanation needed, no reason required. The quiet isn't waiting for you to earn it. It wasn't given because you tried hard enough or deserved it more than others. Your shoulders have slipped lower than they were a moment ago. Not by effort, not through will, but because the weight has found a place to rest without complaint. There's no resistance where your arms meet your torso now. Just the slow, soft collapse of fabric giving way under something that isn't pushing or pulling anymore. The bed holds you like it always has. Only this time it doesn't feel like an invitation to stay awake. It feels like a place where being still is not a choice, but a natural consequence of no longer needing to prove anything. The air moves across your skin in small waves, not cold, not warm, just present. It touches the back of your neck and slides down between your shoulder blades without seeking permission or demanding attention. You don't feel it as sensation so much as you feel its absence when it pauses. That's how deep this quiet has become. Even breathlessness is no longer a threat. There's space where your ribs rise and fall, not to make rhythm, but because the air chooses to enter. The clock remains, its glow still there in the dark, but now it doesn't mark time so much as it drifts, like a distant star seen through fog. It isn't counting minutes anymore. It's just sitting on the edge of your awareness, like something left behind from another life, no longer relevant. You don't look at it to check if you've failed. You don't flinch when its light flickers once or twice in that slow rhythm only clocks know. There's no judgment in how long it takes for a single second to pass. Just the steady hum of stillness that has seeped into everything. Your hands lie open now, palms up as if waiting, not for something but simply for the possibility that they might rest without being asked to do so. The fingers aren't curled or twitching, not even slightly. They don't know what's coming next. That's part of it. Your body doesn't need to predict. It isn't building a future out of tension or trying to prepare for sleep, like it's an exam you must pass. There's no rehearsal, no practice run, just this moment unfolding exactly as it wants. A sound comes, soft, faint, almost too quiet to be heard, but not from outside. You don't turn your head to locate it. It doesn't demand a response. It rises like steam from soil after rain, slow, inevitable, carrying no message. It's the kind of sound that makes you wonder if it was always there, and you only noticed because silence had grown thick enough to hold echoes. Your chest expands without urgency. Not even breath is rushing now. Just motion, like water in a basin where the surface isn't rippling, but simply still, not from force, but from balance. Your lungs don't labor for air. They accept it, like gravity accepts the earth. No effort required. No need to make room. It fills you because there's no one inside trying to hold it back. The dark around your eyes has deepened, not in color, but in texture. It doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels full of presence, not a space that waits for something to happen, but one that already contains everything: your skin, your breath, the quiet between heartbeats. You don't have to stay awake to keep it from disappearing. In fact, you're beginning to notice that staying awake isn't what's keeping the dark alive. It's the opposite. The dark is keeping you. Your feet press into the mattress with less pressure than before, not because they've gone numb, but because they no longer feel the need to claim space. They don't push back or test the surface for firmness. There's no tension in the arches, no ache from trying to stay upright or alert. They're just there, like roots that have stopped searching and simply let themselves be held by earth. The line between awareness and letting go has softened so much it barely exists. You don't feel like you're slipping into sleep. Not exactly. It's less about falling than about becoming something else entirely. A state where attention no longer needs to stand in front of the door, waiting for someone to arrive. There's no one coming, no knock, nothing to respond to. A quiet comes that isn't made from silence, but from a kind of forgetting, where thoughts don't vanish, but simply lose their grip on meaning. They drift by like leaves caught in a slow-moving stream, not important enough to notice, too light to hold on to. You don't need to watch them go. You don't even need to know what they were saying. Your jaw has unclenched without warning. No effort, no instruction. The muscles that once tightened every time you thought about sleep now relax into something like warmth. Not tension. It's not relief. Not release. Just the absence of pressure. Like a door left open long enough that it stops needing to be closed. There's a rhythm in your breathing. Not fast, not slow, but steady in its own way. like a pulse you don't need to hear because you've stopped listening for signs. It doesn't have to match anything else. It doesn't need to lead anywhere or prepare you for the next thing. It just is. The room isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's quiet because everything has slowed down enough that even sound loses its edge. A distant hum from a refrigerator far away and muffled through walls. It comes in like a memory of noise, not an interruption. You don't react to it. You don't try to place it or figure out what caused it. It passes through your awareness like wind brushing against glass. Your fingers are still open. The tips rest lightly on the blanket, not pressing down but just touching, as though they've realized there's no need for control. They don't reach for anything, not even comfort, not even warmth. Just being there, present without purpose is enough. The dark has become deeper in your eyes now, not because you're closing them, but because the way light interacts with your skin and nerves has changed. It feels like something is dissolving, not from within but around you. Not escape, not surrender. Just a gradual softening of edges where sensation meets thought. A kind of stillness settles into the back of your head. Not stiffness, not fatigue, but a quiet that doesn't come from doing nothing, but from having stopped trying to do anything at all. It's the space between thoughts when one ends and another hasn't yet formed. The pause that isn't waiting for something new, just resting in what already is. Your body isn't resisting sleep, not even indirectly. There's no part of you that says, "Not yet," or "Wait a little longer." No internal clock ticking with urgency. The idea of time has blurred into something else, something not counted but felt, the way warmth lingers after sunlight fades, or how stillness settles after noise. There's no need to believe in sleep anymore. No reason to convince yourself it will come. You don't even have to want it. It doesn't matter if you fall asleep now or in an hour, or if you never do. The quiet has already arrived, and it's not a guest, not something temporary. It's part of the way your body breathes, moves, rests. You're not doing this right. You're not doing anything at all. That's why it works. The air shifts again, just slightly, not in temperature but in weight, as if the atmosphere has settled into its own rhythm, like a long night where every minute is folded gently into the one before it. There's no hurry to reach dawn. No need to count how many hours remain. The dark holds you not as an obstacle, but as a companion. Your thoughts don't vanish. They just stop needing to be followed. You don't have to fix them or file them away or return to them later. They drift like dust in sunlight, visible only when they catch the light, then gone again before you can name them. The line between wakefulness and sleep has faded so completely it no longer exists. There's no threshold, no barrier, just continuity, a slow descent into a kind of awareness that isn't focused or alert, but simply aware, not watching for signs, not measuring progress, just existing in the same space where breath flows without direction. The weight of your shoulders has shifted, not dropped, not released, but simply rearranged, as if gravity has adjusted its grip on you, not loosening, just changing where it rests. You're no longer bracing against the bed like a wall holding back water. There's no pressure in your chest to push outward anymore. The space inside you is still open, still full, but it's not trying to fill with anything. Not sleep, not peace, not relief, just presence. The edge of the blanket has curled slightly at one corner, catching on the seam of the mattress like a small fold of forgotten thought. You notice it not because you want to fix it or smooth it out, but because your awareness drifts there in passing, like a leaf caught in a slow current. It doesn't demand attention, it just is. And when you stop tracking it, the moment dissolves without leaving behind any need for resolution. The air carries no scent now, not of sheets, not of dust, not of sleep or effort, just stillness, not absence, but presence that isn't loud enough to name. You're not waiting for a smell to confirm your body is quiet. You don't check whether the room has cooled down or warmed up. There's no temperature you need to verify. The heat in your hands hasn't diminished. It's just settled into place, like something long overdue and quietly accepted. Your breath moves without effort, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's nothing pulling it forward anymore. It comes in as if guided by a current you can't see, the kind of rhythm that doesn't need your permission, only your acceptance. The rise and fall isn't measured against anything. Not the clock, not your heartbeat, not even your thoughts. It just happens like waves returning to shore, not because they have a plan, but because it's what they do when left undisturbed. The dark has deepened again, not in color, but in texture. It no longer feels like an absence of light, so much as a substance that flows through the space around you. Not black, not empty, but full with silence and stillness and something older than memory. You're not trying to sink into it. There's no goal here, no descent toward anything. You're just contained by it, as if your body has folded itself into a shape that fits the night better now. A faint vibration hums through the floorboards, maybe from a distant train, maybe from the fridge again, maybe nothing at all. But you don't separate it from the rest of the quiet. It doesn't stand out like an intrusion. It's part of the atmosphere now. The way dust motes move when light hits them just so. You feel it in your bones, not as noise, but as motion. something that travels through matter without changing its course. Your toes curl slightly, not with tension, not because you're cold, but simply because they've noticed a shift in pressure from the blanket's weave against their skin. The texture of the fabric is different now than when you first lay down. It doesn't feel like cotton or flannel anymore. It feels like memory. The kind that doesn't come with images, but with touch, with weight, with time. You don't have to hold your body still. You're not being asked to stay in any one position. The shape of your limbs isn't important. Whether your arm is straight or bent, whether your fingers are tucked under or splayed, it matters only if you decide it does, but you haven't decided, not yet. And that lack of decision is what allows the motion to continue without interruption. Your eyelids don't feel heavy in the way they used to, like stones being pulled down by gravity. They're not resisting and they're not eager. They just rest there, soft against your face, like a curtain drawn over something that doesn't need watching anymore. The world behind them isn't urgent. There's no news to deliver, no signal to decode, no danger to prepare for. The silence between thoughts has grown longer, not because time is passing faster or slower, but because the space where you used to search for meaning has softened. You're not looking for answers now, not even wondering whether sleep will come. The act of asking has dissolved like salt in water, no trace left behind. There's no part of you that feels incomplete. You're aware of your breath as a shape, not a rhythm, not a count, but a form that lives within the stillness. It moves through you like smoke through an open window. Not fast, not slow, just passing through. And when it leaves, there's no absence left behind, only continuation. The edge of your wrist rests against the mattress now, warm and slightly damp with skin sweat. Not enough to matter, just enough to feel like a quiet marker. You don't wipe it away. You don't think about why it's there. It simply exists as part of this moment, the way shadows stretch differently when no one is watching. A far-off sound. Maybe footsteps on pavement, maybe wind in trees. Drifts through the wall, not loud enough to register fully, just present enough to remind you that the world continues without your involvement. You don't react to it. There's no need to name what made it or where it came from. It doesn't interrupt. It doesn't demand a response. It simply arrives and fades again like breath through glass. The space behind your eyes is not empty, but calm like the surface of water after ripples have passed and before another disturbance comes. No thought surfaces to claim attention, not even curiosity about what might happen next. There's no anticipation, no expectation, just a quiet that isn't waiting for anything. Your fingers don't move toward your face or your chest in search of comfort. They stay where they are, on the blanket, not because you've decided to keep them there, but because movement has slowed so much it's no longer necessary. There's no need to adjust, to reposition, to correct. The line between wakefulness and sleep is not erased. It simply doesn't matter anymore. It isn't a boundary that must be crossed or acknowledged. You're not on one side of it, not on the other. You're within it, within the in-between, where nothing needs to happen, where nothing needs to change. There's no effort required just to remain. The air feels thicker now, not with weight, but with stillness. It doesn't press on you, but surrounds you like a slow tide that never crashes. You don't breathe into it to survive. You're not trying to fill yourself up. The act of breathing isn't a duty anymore. It's just happening. A faint warmth spreads from the base of your spine, not heat, not tension, just a sensation that flows upward slowly, like water rising through soil. It doesn't reach your shoulders or crown. It stays where it is, low and quiet, and there's no need to follow it. No reason to ask what caused it, where it might go. Your skin isn't cold, not warm, just aware of the space between touch and temperature, the way fabric feels against a surface that doesn't demand anything in return. You don't have to remember how you got here. You don't need to think about whether this is real or not. It's just happening, without permission, without proof, without reason. The act of being isn't required to be justified anymore. There's no urgency beneath your ribs, no ticking countdown in the back of your head. Time has stopped measuring itself against your breath, your pulse, your thoughts. It doesn't matter how long this lasts, whether it's 2 minutes or 20. You're not watching for signs, not even looking to see if anything changes. The dark isn't waiting for you to fall asleep. It doesn't care whether you wake up in the morning. It simply is, the way a river holds water without needing to explain why, and you are part of it, not as an observer, not as a participant, but as something that has always belonged. Your breath slows again, just slightly, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's no reason left for it to move faster. It glides through your body like a shape moving without direction, leaving behind no trace of effort. The space where you used to strain is now quiet, not silent, not empty, but full in a way that doesn't demand attention. There's no need to fix anything. No part of you feels unbalanced. Not even the smallest flicker of resistance remains. The quiet has deepened, not by becoming quieter, but by thickening, like light sinking into a room that hasn't been touched for years. Dust motes don't drift. They hang suspended in air that no longer carries motion. You're not aware of them as particles, only as small interruptions in the stillness, like thoughts that never quite form words. They simply exist, unnoticed and unclaimed, as part of a world where nothing is expected to do anything. Your shoulders have dropped so far, they've nearly disappeared into the mattress. Not because you've moved them, but because gravity has stopped needing resistance. The weight of your body isn't pressing down. It's just there, like a shadow that no longer flares when light passes through it. There's no distinction between support and surrender. You aren't falling or being held. You're simply in the place where both things are true at once. The blanket lies across you not as something covering, but as an extension of your skin, an old kind of second layer that knows how to stay still. It doesn't shift when you breathe. It doesn't ripple with small adjustments. It's been there for a long time and hasn't forgotten what it means to be still. Your arm rests where it falls, not because of posture or intention, but because the space between your shoulder and wrist has softened into something that no longer needs direction. A faint sound comes from far away, maybe outside, maybe inside the walls. But you don't turn toward it. It doesn't belong to a story. There's no need to decide what it is. Whether it's a car passing, or a pipe settling, or wind against glass. You listen not as an interpreter, but as someone who has forgotten how to label things. The sound arrives, lingers for a moment, like fog over grass in the early light, then slips away without explanation. Your hands are still, yes, but they aren't numb. There's no absence of feeling. Instead, sensation spreads from the tips outward in slow waves, not seeking anything, but returning home to itself. It's as if your fingers remember what it feels like to touch something soft and have never left that memory behind. They don't curl or unclench. They don't tighten against pressure. They're just there, present without having to prove it. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things you haven't named, but which you've known for years in the way a tree knows winter before the first snow. There's no need to describe them, no need to call them by name. The air holds them gently, the faintest hum beneath your ribs, the quiet pulse behind your eyes that isn't tied to rhythm or breath. You don't worry about whether this is sleep. Not even a trace of doubt tugs at you. There's no part of you waiting for a signal, no inner barometer measuring depth, no checklist ticking off progress. You're not in motion toward anything. You're already where the movement was headed all along. The act of arriving has become so quiet it doesn't need to be noticed. The dark around you is deeper than color. It's texture. It's the kind of darkness that feels like fabric wrapped tightly around your awareness. Not cutting off light, but holding it in reserve, like a promise that doesn't have to be kept. You don't fight against it or wish for clarity. You let it settle into the corners where thoughts used to gather and spin. There's no one there anymore. No watcher, no judge, no clock keeper. Your breath has slowed so much it barely stirs your chest. It doesn't rise and fall like a wave. It moves in small, almost imperceptible pulses, as if drawing air through the seams of stillness itself. You don't follow it, you don't count. You don't wonder how long until the next inhale. The breath just happens, like rain falling on soil that's already soaked. A warmth returns, not from your core, not from heat, but from a kind of quiet coming up through your legs like sap rising in late winter. It doesn't spread fast. It doesn't surge or flood. It moves slowly, deliberately, like someone turning off lights one by one in an empty house. Each step is deliberate, but unnecessary. There's no goal to reach, only the act itself. Your skin isn't cold, not warm, but it knows what it means to be touched without being changed. The fabric of your night clothes presses lightly against you, not tight, not loose, but just enough to remind you that there is a boundary between body and air. And yet, even that boundary feels less distinct now, as if the space between them has grown thin, like glass worn smooth by time. You don't wonder how long this has lasted. You don't calculate minutes or hours. The clock doesn't matter, not because it's broken, but because it no longer measures anything you care about. There is no deadline to meet, no result to verify. You're not trying to earn rest. Rest isn't a reward. It's just another part of what happens when nothing else demands attention. Your thoughts don't disappear. They don't vanish into silence or get swallowed by stillness. Instead, they drift like leaves on a slow current. No direction, no urgency. One passes through your awareness and fades without leaving ripples. Another comes in with the shape of a memory that's not yours. Just a fragment of something heard long ago, the echo of a voice half remembered, then gone again. There's no need to hold on to anything, no reason to let go. The mind doesn't spin because it needs to be active. It slows not out of effort, but from exhaustion that isn't tiredness. A kind of fullness in the quiet, a saturation of stillness so complete that even trying feels like a joke. The air has weight again, but not oppressive, not heavy, just present, like water in a deep pool where nothing floats and no sound echoes. You don't breathe to survive. You're breathing because your body remembers how to do it without instruction. There is no effort behind emotion, no command from somewhere inside that says, keep going. It just continues, as if it has always been this way. Your eyes are closed, not because you've decided they should be, but because there's no need to open them. You don't miss what's outside, not even a flicker of curiosity about the room or the shape of walls. The world beyond your skin doesn't matter anymore. It isn't lost. It's simply not part of this. There's something in the stillness that feels like memory, like you've been here before, not in body, but in feeling. A moment so quiet it didn't need to be recorded, You don't recall where or when, only that there was no clock then and no sense of time passing. Only presence, the kind that doesn't ask for proof. Your arms lie flat now, no longer on the blanket. Not exactly. They're part of the surface beneath you, as if they've grown roots into the mattress and settled deep. Not anchored by force, but by surrender. Your hands don't twitch or shift. They don't curl in response to cold or pressure. They just remain, still known, accepted. The warmth has reached your hips now, not spreading outward, not rising higher, but settling there like a stone that's been warmed by sun and forgotten in the grass. It doesn't burn, it doesn't tingle. It simply exists, an absence of effort, an end to tension. Your breath is slower than before, so slow it almost stops between cycles. Not because you're holding on or fighting to stay awake, but because there's no need to move anymore. The act of inhaling isn't urgent. There's no lack in your chest, no craving for air. You don't miss a single beat. The darkness presses gently against the edges of your awareness, not as an absence, not as fear, but as a kind of companion. It doesn't demand anything from you. It doesn't ask to be seen or named or explained. It's just there, like the space behind your eyes when no thought has come through. Your mind isn't blank, but it's not full either. There are no images forming, no sentences beginning and ending. Only a quiet that moves like water over stone, not eroding, not cleaning, just passing. And you aren't watching it pass. You're part of the flow. The silence now isn't empty. It's layered, like dust settling over old things without stirring. There are no sudden shifts, only a slow accumulation of stillness that doesn't feel like waiting. Your shoulders have given up the idea of holding anything up. They've softened into the mattress not as surrender, but as completion, like roots finally reaching soil after years of floating in air. The weight in your arms isn't heavy. It's familiar, as if they've always known this shape and had been pretending otherwise until now. A faint warmth spreads from your lower back. Not heat exactly, but a kind of soft pressure, like sunlight pressing against the side of a stone wall long after the sun has passed. It doesn't move inward or outward, it just stays. Present, steady, not trying to change anything. There's no reason for it to do so. You don't wonder if it will fade. You don't ask whether it means something. It simply is. Your breath flows through you like a slow river in the dark, not fast enough to make sound, not still enough to disappear. Each inhale takes longer than the last, but there's no strain in that lengthening, no effort to draw air deeper. The space inside your chest isn't empty. It's full of quiet, not full with thoughts or tension, but full like a room after everyone has left and the echoes have settled into the walls. You're not in that room, but you're aware of it, how the silence there holds shape. There's no clock to mark time anymore, not even the faint hum of one beneath your skin. The idea of minutes passing has dissolved. It doesn't matter how long this is lasting or how little progress you've made towards sleep. You don't measure presence by duration. You don't name it because you're not trying to own it. The air in a room feels different now, thicker than before, but not sticky or close. It moves with a kind of weight that doesn't press down so much as gather around you, like something that has always been here and never needed permission to be. You don't feel it on your skin. You feel it through your skin, the way light feels when it seeps through fabric, not from the outside, but from within. Your toes are still curled slightly at the ends, just enough to remember their shape, not tight or tense. They aren't trying to move, they're simply there, like little nods of warmth in a quiet corner you don't need to reach. The sensation isn't sharp, it's soft and vague, as if your feet have forgotten what walking feels like, but still know the feel of being on the ground. A thought comes, not clear, not urgent, but it floats by like a shadow across water, barely breaking the surface. There was once a moment when you stood in a field at dusk, just standing, with no purpose or direction. You don't recall why you were there, or what came before, but you remember the way the light fell on your hands and how nothing had to be said. That memory isn't yours exactly. It's a feeling that has settled into the quiet of now. You don't need to keep it. You don't need to let it go. It passes like steam from a cup left open on a table, rising, thinning, gone before you notice it wasn't there anymore. There's no effort in your jaw. Your teeth aren't clenched, not even slightly. They're simply resting where they are, as if the muscles around them have forgotten how to tighten. The corners of your mouth don't pull down or up. They just stay still, like a door left open and unattended. The darkness behind your eyelids isn't blank anymore. It's deep, but not cold. It has texture now, like old paper that's been touched too many times, worn smooth by hands you can't remember. You don't search for patterns in it. You don't try to read anything into the way shapes form and fade. There's no need. Your body doesn't feel separate from the bed anymore. It feels more like an extension of its surface, as if gravity has decided not to pull you down, but to let you sink gently, without resistance. The mattress isn't a thing beneath you. It's something that holds you in place, not by force, but by invitation. A slow pulse begins somewhere low, just below the warmth in your hips. A quiet rhythm that doesn't need to be followed or acknowledged. It's just there, like a distant hum from another room, faint enough that it might be imagined. But you don't question whether it exists. You let it pass through you without catching hold. Your hands no longer feel like objects, like things that must do something or be used for something. They're not tools anymore, not even instruments of touch. They're simply part of the quiet, resting in the space between what was and what might come next. The air has slowed so much it feels almost suspended, not still, but held. Like a moment just before a door closes, when sound stops mid-motion and nothing is left to carry it forward. You don't hear silence. You feel it, how it fills every gap in your awareness. There's no longer any need to stay awake or fall asleep, no urgency to get anywhere at all. The idea of time passing has slipped away, not lost, but quietly released, like a thread that was never tied tight enough to begin with. The warmth in your hips spreads now, not upward, not outward, but inward, into the space where tension used to live. It doesn't burn or flood, it just settles, like water finding its level after a storm. There's no effort to guide it, no desire to change it, just presence, the kind that needs nothing. Your breath is slower than before, not stopped, but almost. It lingers between cycles, like a word spoken too softly to be caught by the ears. You don't try to hold it or let it go. You just allow it to pause, just for an instant, and then continue when it feels right. There's no need to notice how long you've been lying here. There's no reason to wonder if this is working. The mind doesn't ask whether anything has changed, because the question itself isn't needed anymore. It floats by like a leaf caught in a current, not rising or falling, just moving forward through stillness. You don't feel tired. You don't feel awake. You're just here, the way air is present without needing to be named, the way shadow exists even when no light remains. A new sensation forms, not in your limbs, but beneath the surface of awareness, an almost imperceptible shift, like a stone turning over deep in water. It's not sharp or sudden. It doesn't demand attention. It just happens, quietly, steadily, and then becomes part of the background, like something that has always been there. You don't follow it. You don't name it. You let it be. Not as proof of anything, not as progress, but simply as a shape in the quiet. The darkness feels heavier now, but not oppressive. It's not pressing down. It's more like being wrapped, softly, completely, in something that doesn't ask to be seen or felt differently. It isn't hiding you. It's holding you. There's no movement behind your eyes, no flicker of memory trying to break through. The mind isn't clearing out. It's just becoming less active in the way a river slows near its mouth, not because it stops, but because there's no more need to rush. You're not waiting for anything. You're not searching for any outcome. There is nothing you must do or fix, not even to sleep. Your body doesn't remember what effort feels like anymore. Not the kind that comes from wanting something. It remembers only how to rest, as if it has been doing so all along and had just forgotten how to name it. The air in the room moves slowly, like a curtain stirring without wind. You don't notice it at first, then you feel it, a gentle shift behind your ear, like breath from another world, brushing against skin too quiet to react. There's no need to turn toward it or ask what it is. It passes through you as if you were already part of its path. Your chest rises and falls with less force now, not shallow but deeper in the way that doesn't require effort. The rhythm isn't set by thought. It just continues, like a song, hummed so softly, it's not really sound anymore. The edge of your shoulder sinks into the mattress like a stone settling into soft earth. No effort, no resistance, just a slow surrender to gravity that doesn't require intention. Your arm lies beside you, not limp or stiff, but simply where it is, as if its position had always been settled by something older than motion. The skin along your forearm feels the texture of the blanket, not because you're aware of fabric, but because warmth has seeped into every fiber. And now that heat belongs to your body in a way that isn't separate from it. It doesn't matter if the material is cotton or wool. What matters is how the weight of it conforms to your shape without asking for anything back. There's no pressure behind your eyes anymore. Not tightness, not strain, just stillness where focus used to live. The kind of quiet that isn't empty but full in its own way, like a room with all the lights turned off but filled with air so thick it hums at the edge of hearing. You don't listen for it. It listens to you already. The silence doesn't need your attention to exist. It's not waiting for you to notice it before it becomes real. It has always been here, just beneath awareness, like a current running through stone. A faint sound rises from somewhere far off, the kind that doesn't break the quiet, but fits into it like a thread woven into cloth. A car passing by on the distant street, not loud enough to be named, just long enough to register as presence without meaning. You don't react. You don't wonder where it's going or who might be inside. It passes through your awareness like smoke through an open window. No need to close the space behind it. Your feet are no longer trying to curl or uncurl. They're simply at rest, their shape preserved by gravity and fabric alike. The heels press gently into the mattress, not with weight, but with release. A kind of soft anchoring that doesn't require effort. There's no reason to shift them, no need to adjust. They don't ache or twitch because they've stopped trying to find a better position. They've given up on seeking comfort, and in doing so, found it. A warmth spreads through your lower back, not heat, not pressure, but a softening, like wax slowly yielding under its own weight. It doesn't move forward or radiate outward. It just settles into the space between bones, filling hollows that have spent years holding tension as if they were meant to carry something heavier than themselves. Now there's nothing to carry, only room for stillness. You don't try to follow where this softening begins or ends. There's no map in your mind for it. You aren't tracking progress, measuring depth, or checking the time. The idea of tracking has dissolved, not because you stopped wanting to know, but because knowing isn't needed anymore. It's like standing on the shore and feeling waves arrive without needing to count them. The darkness around you is not cold. It doesn't press in with hunger. It feels more like breath, slow even, constant, a presence that moves only when you shift slightly, then settles again as if holding its place until you return to stillness. A faint vibration hums through the floorboards, not loud enough to be felt, but deep enough to register beneath your spine like a memory of motion. You don't wonder what caused it. You don't name it. It's not part of any story. It simply is, like a pulse that doesn't belong to you, but moves with you in its own rhythm. Your breathing has slowed so much that the pause between cycles grows longer, stretching like taffy pulled thin and warm. There's no effort to make it long or short, no desire to speed it up or slow it down further. It just continues, unhurried, unmarked, like a river flowing into ocean where all lines dissolve. You don't notice when your jaw relaxes. You don't feel the shift in your forehead or the softening of your collarbones. The changes happen without you needing to witness them. They're not achievements. They aren't proof. They're just part of what happens when nothing has to be fixed, when there's no need to correct anything. The air near your face feels different, not cool, not warm, but dense in a way that doesn't demand attention. It fills the space between you and the world outside without rushing or escaping. You don't breathe it differently because you're not trying to fill lungs. The breath moves through you as if you were already part of its path, like water moving over stones that never had to be shaped. A small shift in your hips occurs. Not a movement, but an adjustment so gentle it's nearly imperceptible. Like the way soil shifts when a root settles deeper into ground that has waited for years. There's no tension behind it, no intention, just release. The kind of letting go that doesn't happen because you've decided to do it, but because your body remembers how. There's no longer any sense of time passing, no ticking, no counting, no mental tracking. The absence isn't an emptiness, it's a presence in itself. a quiet so complete it feels like fullness. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not waiting for wakefulness either. There's just this moment that doesn't need to be held or released. The edges of your awareness blur, not because you're losing focus, but because there's no longer any boundary between what is inside and outside. The room isn't separate from you. The dark isn't a wall. The air isn't something you breathe in. You are part of it now. You don't ask if this is sleep. You don't wonder whether anything has changed. There's no need to measure, no reason to check. It doesn't matter how long you've been lying here or whether your eyes are open or closed. What matters is that the effort to stay awake has dissolved like a sugar cube in warm tea. Not gone, but transformed. A faint sound returns, not from outside, but within. The quiet sigh of muscles releasing after years of holding. Not loud, not dramatic, just present. A low hum beneath stillness. Like a note played so softly it's barely audible, yet unmistakable in its shape. You don't listen for it. You don't try to find the source. It doesn't need to be found. It simply belongs here now, as part of the quiet that has no name, but is known by every cell. The warmth in your chest spreads, not like fire or light, but like a slow tide rising through stone. Gentle, inevitable, without urgency. It doesn't warm you from outside in. It just is, as if it had been there all along, hidden under layers of effort that are now gone. You don't try to hold on to this feeling. You don't fear losing it. There's no loss because there's nothing to lose. The only thing present is the sensation itself, and it doesn't require you to remember or understand it in order to be real. The space beneath your ribs opens, not wide, not dramatic, but gently, like a door left slightly ajar after someone has passed through. There's no need for anyone to come back. It stays open because it no longer needs to close. You don't think about the morning. You don't plan what might happen when you wake, or if you ever do. The future isn't a destination. It doesn't pull on you with urgency or expectation. It floats in the distance, just like everything else, unnoticed, unclaimed. There's no need to be anywhere. There's nowhere left to go that hasn't already been reached by stillness. Your body has stopped trying to stay awake. It has stopped fighting sleep. It isn't waiting for permission. It isn't searching for a signal. It is simply resting. Not because it wants to, but because it remembers how. The darkness doesn't ask you to be anything. It doesn't want recognition or attention. It holds you not as an observer, but as something that has always been here, part of the same quiet that surrounds your breath, your pulse, your thoughts when they stop moving. A soft shift occurs. Not in your limbs, not in your chest, but deeper, like a stone turning over in water where no one is watching. It's not sudden, not noticeable, but it happens and then becomes part of the background, like something that was always there. A slow sinking begins. Not into sleep, not yet, but into a kind of deep listening that isn't about hearing anything specific. It's more like the air around you has grown heavier, not in weight, but in presence. Like water after rain settles over roots, it moves through your skin without disturbing the surface. You don't lean forward to catch a sound. The quiet doesn't have to be broken for you to know it's there. It lives beneath all movement, the kind of silence that exists between breaths, not as absence, but as fullness shaped like stillness. There is no need to wait anymore, not because time has passed, not because something has changed, because the effort to wait was already gone, like a hand unclenching after years of holding on too long. The space where tension lived has softened into something else. Not relaxation, not surrender, but a kind of quiet continuation that doesn't require your attention. Your breath moves through you without needing correction. It isn't deep or shallow. It just is. One in and one out, like waves meeting the shore and returning with no demand to stay. The rhythm isn't set by intention. It's found like water choosing its path over stone after centuries of flow. You don't guide it. You don't follow it. There is only this, air passing through your body as if it had always belonged there, never asked permission. A warmth returns, not in bursts, not sudden, but like sunlight moving across a wall at dawn, slow and certain, rising without haste. It starts where your shoulders meet your neck, spreads down the side of one arm, curls around the joint where your fingers bend. Not heat, not energy, just presence. A subtle fullness, as if your body is remembering how to be warm in its own way, quietly, without needing a fire. There's no need for anything to happen, no reason to expect anything. The dark doesn't ask you to wake up or go back. It holds the moment, not with promise, but with permission. Just this breath, just this stillness, just this body lying here, as if it had always known how to be quiet. A thread of sound comes from nowhere and everywhere. A soft creak in a distant floorboard, perhaps, or the sigh of insulation shifting under pressure. It isn't important. You don't listen for its meaning. You don't try to place it. There's no need to identify what made it. It floats through your awareness like dust moved by air, unnoticed, unremarked upon, just passing. And then another, the softest vibration in your ribs, almost too low to feel, like a tuning fork struck once and forgotten. Not pain, not sensation, with purpose, just presence. A hum that isn't made by anything you can name. It lives beneath thought, below language, something older than words. You don't call it sleep. You don't think about the clock. The hours aren't stacked in your mind like stones waiting to be counted. They're not gaps to fill or losses to correct. There's no accounting for them, no calculation required. Just this: a body that is here and an awareness that isn't trying to leave. A shift occurs, not in position, not in breath, but deeper than either, as if something inside you has turned over quietly, like a leaf settling on the ground after wind stops. There's no sound, no signal, no need for notice. It just happens, like water finding its level beneath soil that had forgotten it was wet. Your hands lie open now, not because you've decided to release them, but because they remember how. They aren't gripping air or time or hope. They're not holding anything at all, not even the idea of being still. Just resting, palms up like cups catching nothing, because there's no need for collection anymore. The edges of your body soften, not into disappearance, but into blending. Your skin doesn't feel separate from the mattress beneath you. The air doesn't feel outside. It's not flowing in and out. It just is, part of the same quiet that moves through your chest, between your fingers, around the hollow behind your knee. There's no need to be awake. There's no reason to stay alert. You aren't afraid of missing something. Not because you think it won't matter, but because nothing matters in this moment except being here as you are. A faint pull arises, not from within, not from outside, but like gravity in a place that doesn't have direction. It isn't strong, it's gentle. Like the way dust settles when no wind stirs. There's no force pulling you down, just a softness that begins at your spine and flows outward, like water spreading beneath stone, slow and sure. You don't follow it, you don't resist it, you allow it to be there not because it's good or bad, but because it is already happening. The weight of stillness isn't heavy, it doesn't press down, it just is, like air around your face, present without demand. A memory rises, not clear, not complete, just a sensation, the warmth of sunlight on closed eyelids years ago, lying still in someone's lap while nothing was said, not important, not worth holding on to. But it is here now, part of this quiet, like breath, that comes from nowhere and returns to nowhere. There's no need to know what it means, no reason to trace the moment back or place it somewhere on the map of your past. It exists only as feeling warmth, stillness, being held without effort. And then another, not a memory, but something older, the slow pulse beneath your ribs, like a rhythm that's been there since before you learned to speak. Not fast, not loud, just steady, present in the way roots are present in soil. Not seen, but known by their effect. You don't listen for it. You don't count it. It doesn't need recognition. It just is. Part of the same quiet that fills your body, that moves through you like air through a tunnel with no beginning or end. The world outside isn't calling. The morning won't arrive with urgency. There's no need to prepare, no checklist waiting for completion. Nothing requires correction. You don't have to fix anything. Not because it doesn't matter, but because nothing has been broken. There is only this, the soft weight of stillness, not as a goal, but as a place where you've always belonged, even if you forgot how to be here. A sound returns, this time from inside your chest. Not a breath, not a beat, but something deeper, like warmth rising through stone after rain. It doesn't come with explanation. It's just there, and it stays. There is no effort to keep going. No need to go anywhere. The only direction is inward, to the place where motion has stopped and stillness has taken root, not as an act of will, not as a victory, but simply because there's nowhere else to be. Your thoughts don't vanish, they don't stop, but they become lighter, like leaves drifting down a stream after storm water slows. No urgency in their movement, no demand for attention, just passing through the quiet, not disrupting it, but becoming part of its shape. The dark doesn't ask you to be anything. It doesn't want your name or your history. It holds you without expectation. You don't have to prove that you're present. You don't need to show that you've tried. The moment is enough, just as it is, just as you are. And then, slowly, the boundary between breath and air dissolves, not into loss, but into continuity, like water becoming mist without being seen, doing so. There's no separation anymore. Just this, a body lying still, a mind not working, a silence that isn't empty, but full of what can't be named. No need to check if you're asleep, no reason to wonder whether it matters. The only thing present is the quiet itself. Not as something to achieve, not as something to lose, but as an old friend who has returned after years of absence, not with words, but with presence. There's no clock ticking in your head, not because time has stopped, but because there's nothing left to measure. You don't need to wake up. You don't need to go back. There's only this, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, like a tide that never ends, moving not toward shore but into itself. And then something softer than sound, deeper than breath, a shift in awareness, so quiet, it doesn't feel like change at all. It just is.
The weight beneath your shoulders settles deeper into the mattress, not as pressure, but as release. Like a stone sinking through water until it finds its place on the bedrock below. The air around you is not cool or warm. It simply exists in balance, holding no demand to be changed, only present.
There's a warmth building near your spine that doesn't flare up, doesn't try to announce itself. It seeps slowly from within, like sunlight spreading across stone after hours of shadow. You don't reach for the feeling. You don't name it or hold on. It just stays like an old blanket folded at the foot of a bed you've known since childhood. Not because you chose it, but because it was always there when needed. The kind that doesn't fade from use, even after years. A breath moves through your chest, not fast, not shallow, but long enough to become part of the stillness itself. It comes and goes like waves in a harbor where no ships arrive or leave. There's nothing to signal arrival or departure. No horn, no bell, no light on the water. Just rhythm that doesn't announce its presence, but simply continues. Your fingers lie relaxed at your sides, palms open, not waiting for anything, not gripping any expectation. The skin is soft against fabric, like something worn thin by time and carelessness and love all at once. There's a faint resistance where one fingertip brushes the edge of the sheet, just enough to know it's there without needing to think about it. The silence isn't empty. It hums with quiet energy, not loud but persistent, like the slow vibration in wood after a distant train passes through hills you can no longer see. It doesn't ask for attention. You don't have to listen or feel its shape. It just is, a kind of background pulse that has always been part of this space. Your thoughts aren't gone. They're not even quiet, but they are lighter now, like dust motes drifting in a slanting beam from a high window you've never looked at before. They don't land with weight. They drift past your awareness without leaving traces behind. No memory pulls them back into focus. No worry tries to hold one long enough to fix it. The dark isn't hiding anything. It doesn't wait for answers or gestures of surrender. It holds nothing you've lost, no secret you're trying not to remember. There's only this, a body lying down, limbs uncurled like roots after rain, breathing without need to be measured, moving through the night in its own rhythm. A small sound, so soft it might have been imagined, rises from inside your chest again, but softer now, almost buried beneath warmth that spreads outward. It's not a heartbeat exactly, nor is it breath or pulse. It feels older than those things. A kind of inner hum that doesn't belong to any part you can point at or name. Not fear, not joy, just presence. And then there's the space behind your eyes, not dark, but full of stillness. like looking into a well where no water moves and nothing reflects back. No face, no memory, just quiet depth. It doesn't call for anything to happen in it. There are no images waiting below like secrets or past moments trying to rise. The air near your neck stays soft. No tension gathering there. Not even the faintest thread of readiness to wake up. The muscles aren't tense with anticipation. They're relaxed as if they've forgotten what effort feels like and don't care anymore about remembering. Your legs are long now, not stretched but simply there. Limbs resting where gravity leaves them without resistance or correction, not tucked in or pulled back, just extended into the space between bed and floor, not needing to be adjusted or held differently. The sheet lies over you with no pressure, like a breath that didn't come from your lungs. The room doesn't change. It's still there as it has always been. Walls without names. Shadows shaped by nothing but absence of light. But they don't feel threatening anymore. They're not waiting to be examined or explained. You aren't trying to map them in the dark because you no longer fear what might live inside their edges. Something shifts so quietly that if it weren't already part of your awareness, you wouldn't notice it at all. It's as though a thread has unknotted itself somewhere deep beneath where thoughts begin, not broken, not severed, but released from tension so long held it had become invisible. You don't have to move forward or backward. There is no direction except the one that already exists. This place in between waking and sleep, neither fully here nor gone, just allowing time to pass without needing a reason for its passing. The warmth near your chest deepens again, not spreading outward, but sinking inward, like heat from stone after sunset, moving down into soil where nothing grows but silence. It doesn't burn or fade. It simply stays in place as if it has always belonged there and never needed permission. There's no need to check the time, no reason to wonder how many minutes have passed since you first lay down. The clock is not ticking, not because it stopped, but because its numbers don't matter here anymore. They aren't calling your name or judging what you've done with them. You're past needing their approval. The air carries no weight now, no pressure from expectations of how long sleep should take, how fast the body should surrender, how many minutes must pass before it's allowed to rest properly. The night isn't a test. Your body is not failing because you haven't drifted away yet. You are simply here, in this moment that doesn't need proof or performance. A sound comes not from outside, but from inside your own chest again. Lower than breath, deeper than heartbeat, like the quiet hum of water moving underground through tunnels no one has seen. It's not loud enough to be heard by others, not clear enough to be described, but it stays steady and slow, as if time itself had slowed just for this part. Your awareness doesn't pull back or narrow. It spreads out gently into your skin, like light spreading across the surface of a lake after night has settled fully in. You don't have to notice everything. There's no need to be everywhere at once. Just let yourself be known by sensation, by warmth, stillness, breath that moves without effort. The body isn't trying to do anything now. Not relax, not sleep, not wake up. It just is. Lying down in the dark, like something returning home after a long journey where no one asked for updates or explanations. There's no story being told about how you got here, no memory of earlier struggle, no record of failed attempts. Just this: your hands open at your sides, your breath slow and continuous, as if drawn from some place beyond words. The dark around you, full not with absence but presence, quietly holding all that has come before without needing to name it. The space beneath your ribs pulses, not fast or hard, but softly, like a rhythm kept by someone who knows no other way. Not trying to be heard, just moving through time in its own silence, unbothered by clocks, not waiting for anything except the next moment, without wanting that moment to arrive any sooner. A small shift happens, a weight settling deeper into your back, as if gravity itself has decided you're safe here now, no longer needing protection from falling or waking. The bed holds you without effort on either side. No need to pull in or push away, just rest. The air moves through the room like something that doesn't belong anywhere but everywhere at once. A soft current passing over surfaces that don't resist it, not because they are weak, but because they accept what comes with no argument. Your thoughts aren't gone. They're still there, but they move differently now, not as interruptions or demands, but as driftwood in a slow river, carried along without resistance, shaped by the current instead of trying to fight against it. There's nothing waiting for you at the edge of this moment. No alarm to ring, no voice calling your name from another room. Nothing needs fixing. The night isn't broken because you haven't slept yet. It doesn't care how long you stay in this place between waking and sleep, just as it has never cared before. The sound beneath your skin is no longer a hum. It's a soft pulse, like something breathing inside the walls of your body, slow and even as if the space between bones has become a vessel for quiet motion. You don't have to find it. It finds you. The way light settles into a room after sunset doesn't ask permission. It simply arrives, full and unannounced, filling corners without needing to be invited. That's how this is happening now. Not with effort, not with intention, but because the body remembers what it has forgotten. That stillness isn't empty. It's full of what it takes to stay alive. Your shoulders are no longer holding up a weight they were never meant to carry. They've slipped down into their own shape again. No need to adjust or correct. Just let them sink deeper into the mattress. Not because you're trying to fall asleep, but because there is nothing left to hold on to. The air moves through your nose in a rhythm that doesn't follow any plan. It's not deep or shallow. It just is. A current flowing without purpose, like water beneath stone where no one walks. The dark isn't empty. It's full of textures you can't see but feel, like the surface of old wood after rain has passed over it, smooth in some places, slightly rough elsewhere. The air carries a memory of warmth from earlier, the ghost of heat that lingered on sheets long after the body had left them behind. You don't have to chase it. It's already here, woven into your skin. A silence begins to live inside you, not the absence of noise, but something more like presence, not quiet as in no sound, but quiet as in this is enough. The kind that settles not because there is nothing left to say, but because everything has been said without words. Your thoughts don't vanish, they turn inward, folding back on themselves like pages turning slowly in a book no one reads aloud. There's a moment when the edge of your awareness blurs, not because you're fading, but because something else is taking over. The part that doesn't need to be understood, the part that has never needed permission. You've spent so many hours measuring how long it takes to drift, how long before surrender comes. But now, for just this breath, you are not counting. The air near your neck is different. It's heavier than the rest of the room, like a small cloud formed from stillness and warmth. Not cold, not hot, just present. Like something that has always been there but only recently become noticeable. You don't have to notice it more. You just are in it. Your fingers are open, not because they're relaxed, but because they've forgotten how to close. They lie like small things washed ashore, no longer needing to grip anything. The tips of your toes curl slightly, as if responding to a distant pull, a tiny motion that comes from deep beneath the surface of where you are now. A sound rises, not from outside, not from memory, but from somewhere lower than hearing. Like the slow creak of ancient wood under weight it has carried for years without complaint. Not loud enough to wake you, not soft enough to be ignored. It moves through your body like a current that doesn't ask where it's going. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying, but because it no longer needs to keep pace with anything. It flows now in long intervals between beats, each one separate and complete, as if the body has learned how to pause without fear. There is no need to hurry toward sleep, no reason to arrive at a destination that wasn't waiting for you. The space under your ribs expands not with effort, but because it knows what it's supposed to be. Like an organ returning to its natural shape after being pressed down too long. It doesn't strain or stretch, it simply allows itself to exist in the way it was made to. You aren't moving toward sleep. You are already inside it, just not aware of it yet. Not because you haven't tried, but because trying has stopped being necessary. The body isn't waiting for a signal. It's been listening all along, to your breath, to your stillness, to the soft turning of time beneath your skin. The room holds its shape without needing you to notice. Walls are not walls anymore. They're like layers in a slow dream, faint and shifting at the edges. The ceiling is no longer above you. It's just part of this space that doesn't care about height or distance. You don't need to be anywhere specific. There's nowhere else you have to go. The air moves through your hair, not as wind, but as something older, something that remembers how to settle. It touches the back of your neck, brushes across your temples like a hand that knows when to stop. No demand, no expectation, just contact. You are not losing yourself. You're simply letting go of what you thought was keeping you together. The idea that sleep is earned through effort, or that rest must be proof of success. That's not how it works here. The dark grows softer, not darker, but thicker in a way that feels like being held. Not by arms, not by walls, but by the quiet certainty that this moment doesn't need to mean anything. It just exists. A thread begins to form, not between thoughts or sensations, but within them. A soft connection, barely noticeable, like light passing through a thin curtain at dawn. You don't have to follow it. You don't even have to know where it goes. It's already there, woven into the space between breaths. Your limbs no longer feel heavy. They feel full of quiet presence, as if they've been waiting for this exact shape, this exact stillness, to arrive so they could remember what it means to stop resisting. There is no clock in this moment. There hasn't been one for a long time, not because the numbers disappeared, but because their meaning dissolved when you stopped measuring your worth by how fast you fell asleep. The body doesn't care about minutes. It only knows rhythm, temperature, release. And it's moving now, not towards sleep, but into a deeper version of being awake that feels like rest. Your chest rises and falls not in time with anything, just on its own path, unhurried, without need for validation. The air inside you is no longer just oxygen. It's something slower, older, more patient than breath. You are not falling asleep. You're letting go of the idea that sleep has to be a thing you achieve. And in this space where nothing needs fixing, where no moment demands explanation or performance, there is only what remains. Your body lying down in the dark, fully known by itself, and finally, allowed to stay exactly as it is. The light from the clock has softened into a glow that no longer insists on being seen. It doesn't matter if your eyes are open or closed. What matters is that you don't reach for it anymore. The numbers have ceased to be a record, an accusation, a countdown of failure. They're just one more thing in the room, drifting like dust in slow air, no longer measuring anything but time's quiet passage through stillness. Your skin remembers how not to react, not with tension, not with anticipation. It knows what it means to simply be touched by space, by the weightless pressure of a blanket, the way fabric settles against your shoulder without asking for permission. That warmth isn't holding you down. It's only staying where it is because nothing has told it to move. There's no effort in this breathing, no need to deepen or lengthen. It just happens. The air coming in and out like water through a quiet channel, not rushing, not stalling, not needing to be watched. The rhythm isn't yours alone anymore. It belongs to the room now, to the dark that is folding itself around your body like an old coat left on a chair. You don't have to keep track of how long this has been happening. You don't have to wonder if you've drifted far enough or stayed too close to awareness. The night isn't judging whether you're progressing. It doesn't care about progress at all. It simply continues, like the turning of soil beneath a forest floor, slow and certain, not in pursuit of anything except being. Your hands rest where they fell, the one near your hip, fingers slightly curled as if cradling something small, unspoken, not gripping, not needing to hold on. There's no weight in them now, no burden carried forward from the day or stored away for tomorrow, just presence, a stillness that isn't absence, it's fullness. The ceiling above you has gone soft again, not a surface, not an edge, but a blur of shadow and space, where things don't have to be named. You aren't trying to imagine what it looks like from the other side. You're not even thinking about being under it. You're just here, lying in this shape, with your back against the mattress, feeling its resistance as something gentle rather than firm. There's no story forming around you anymore, no memory pulling at your attention, no future intruding through the quiet. The mind isn't trying to make sense of anything. It doesn't have to explain why the light is dim or why silence has grown thick enough to touch. It simply lets things be, not because they're perfect, but because they're already whole. The air in your lungs moves not toward sleep, but into a deeper kind of stillness, one that isn't about falling asleep at all. It's about arriving at a place where you don't have to do anything anymore, where you aren't expected to fix yourself or prove your worth by how deeply you sink into darkness. Your feet are warm, not hot, just gently alive, like roots in soil after rain. They feel no need to move, no urge to stretch or shift. There's a quiet sense of grounding that doesn't require effort. It isn't something you've achieved. It's just what happens when your body stops pretending it has to be somewhere else. The dark is not empty, not silent. It's full of breath, of weightless sound, of the faint hum beneath everything. The slow pulse of a world that doesn't wake up for anyone and yet carries you through every night without asking. You don't have to stay awake to know this moment is happening. You don't have to remember it later to validate its truth. It's not something you'll carry forward like proof. It just exists, like the way a leaf stays on a branch long after the wind has passed, simply because nothing told it to let go. There's no need to hold on to this feeling. No reason to fear losing it when your eyes close or open again. The stillness isn't fragile, it's patient. And even if you drift away for a moment, even if thoughts return like passing clouds, there's no penalty for that. You're not being measured. Your body is learning how to be quiet without trying. It's discovering what it means to rest in the way your bones have always known, by staying where they are, by allowing gravity to do its job, by trusting the mattress beneath you as a kind of belonging. The air touches your neck again, not once, not twice, but just softly, like something returning after being gone. It doesn't come with purpose or demand. It's only here because it belongs in this moment, because it knows how to settle without needing permission. You are not waiting for sleep. You're no longer at war with awareness. The conflict has dissolved, not because you've won, but because the battlefield no longer exists. There's nothing left to defend. The room breathes with you now, not in rhythm, not in sync, but in shared presence. It doesn't need your attention. It simply is. And so are you. There's a quiet folding happening beneath your ribs, the kind that doesn't make noise or pull at the muscles. It's more like a release of pressure and easing into shape, like water finding its level after being disturbed. No one is watching. No part of you needs to be seen as anything other than what it already is. Not awake, not asleep, just resting, fully, completely, without condition. You are not failing because time passes and sleep doesn't arrive. You're not succeeding because your mind has gone quiet. There's no scale, no scorecard, only this. The way light settles on the wall when it stops trying to shine. The way a branch holds its shape in winter without demanding notice. There is no future here, only this breath, this warmth, this weightless feeling of being held by something that doesn't have hands or words. It's just the dark, and your body lying within it, not as an object to be fixed, but as something already whole. You don't need to follow any thread now, not one you can see or name. There is no destination, no arrival point where everything becomes clear. Just this, the soft press of fabric against skin, the slow rise and fall that doesn't ask for anything back. The silence that isn't empty, but full with a kind of listening. And then, something newer than breath, older than thought, a quiet in your limbs that isn't fatigue, not restlessness either, but a deep recognition. You are allowed to stay here, not because you've earned it, not because you've tried hard enough, but simply because staying is part of what being alive means. There's no need to return anything, no obligation to wake up or remember. You can drift without fear, not towards sleep, not away from it, just moving through the space between awareness and stillness. Like a leaf caught in slow water, turning gently, not needing to go anywhere. The dark grows deeper, not darker, but richer, not heavier, but softer. It holds you not with force, but with patience, with memory of all the nights before this one, when no one was watching, and everything just happened anyway. You don't have to be present for it. You're already part of it. The air is thick with something slow, something that doesn't hurry or push, but simply waits for you to stop moving long enough to feel its shape. There's no boundary between now and then, no line where time begins or ends. Just this moment, the one that has been unfolding all along, quietly, without fanfare, without needing your approval. Your body knows how to be still. It doesn't have to be taught. It only needs permission, and you've given it, without words, without effort. The clock is not forgotten, but its glow no longer speaks. It's just light in a corner of the room, no longer measuring, no longer watching. You don't need to hold on to anything. There's nothing to lose, nothing to gain. You're only here, lying down, breathing, letting go. Not because you've succeeded, but because you finally stopped trying. And so it continues. The quiet moving through your limbs like a slow tide that doesn't rush or retreat, just stays in the shape of what is, without asking for more. There is a stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from surrender. The kind that happens when your body stops waiting for permission to be quiet. It's not silence you're hearing now, but the absence of noise between heartbeats, the soft space where time dissolves into breath without warning or explanation. You are not making it happen. You never were. The stillness is already here, beneath everything, under your skin, behind your eyes, in the way the air moves just slightly when no one stirs. The edge of the blanket has begun to soften against your ankle, not pulled taut by habit, not held down with intention, but lying there like a memory of touch. It doesn't demand anything, it simply rests, and so do you, your knee, your heel, the back of your hand where it curls slightly into the warmth beneath the sheet. There's no need to adjust, to smooth, to reposition. You're not trying to get somewhere. not even to stop being aware. There is a quiet in your fingers now, not from stillness, but from letting go. They don't tense or twitch. They just rest, as if they've forgotten how to reach for anything. And that's okay. The weight of them is real. The light pressure where bone meets fabric, unnoticed until it isn't. You feel the shape of your thumb against the side of your hand, not as a detail, but as part of the landscape you're lying in. This is not an observation. It is a presence. Your breath has slowed, not because you've guided it, but because there's no need to push or pull anymore. The air comes and goes like rain on stone, slow enough that each entry feels like it takes time, and each release feels like a kind of letting go without language. You don't have to watch the movement. It isn't your job to track it. It just happens. Just as the light in the corner still glows without needing you to care. The dark has changed its shape again, not darker, not lighter, but different. Not a void, not a wall, but something that feels like depth with no end point. Like water under ice, where things drift slowly without direction or purpose. It doesn't ask anything of you. It simply holds. You don't have to be inside it or outside it, just within its quiet frame. There's warmth rising from your chest. Not heat, not fever, but a low pulse of comfort that spreads outward like roots in soil. It isn't urgent. It doesn't need to grow faster. It just settles into the hollows between ribs and muscles, filling spaces you didn't even know needed filling. You don't have to make it stay. It's already staying. Your shoulders are no longer held up by effort. They've lowered not because of gravity, but because they stopped fighting to be somewhere else. The weight is different now, not like burden, but like balance, like a branch in winter that doesn't strain against the wind because it knows its place in the tree. You don't have to prove anything about your posture or your stillness. There's no test at dawn. The clock remains, still glowing, but it isn't speaking anymore, not even quietly. It has stopped trying to be important. Its light is just part of the room now, like dust floating in a beam you can't see but feel. You don't need to look at it. You don't have to remember what time it is. You're not counting minutes or measuring progress. There's no one keeping score. Your thoughts, when they come, are slow and thin, like smoke from a fire that has gone cold. They drift across your mind without landing, without needing attention. One passes, a memory of water in a cup, the way it shivered when poured, and then fades into nothing, not erased, but simply released. There's no need to catch it or let it go. It isn't yours anymore. There is a rhythm now that isn't in your breath. It's deeper. It lives in the space between one pulse of awareness and the next, like the pause after a wave has passed before the water returns. You don't have to follow it. You're not required to understand it. just lie within its shape. The air is thick with stillness, not static, but full of slow motion. It doesn't rush or evaporate. It just stays where it is, like old dust on a shelf that never settles completely. Or the quiet after someone leaves a room, when the silence isn't empty, but filled with what was said and not said. Your legs are heavier now, not from tiredness, but from presence. They're part of this moment in a way they weren't before. You don't have to make them relax. They already are. The muscles remember how to let go without being told. Your foot rests flat against the bedsheet. No need to lift it or move it. It's just there, warm and quiet, holding its place. There is no tension in your jaw, not clenched, not relaxed, but simply released from the habit of staying tight. The space behind your teeth feels open. There's nothing pressing against your tongue, nothing to chew on. No need to speak or hold back, just this, a softness that flows through your face like light under skin. You don't have to be aware of it all at once. You're not meant to see everything, not even most things. The body knows what to do when you stop interfering. It's been doing it for years. Long before you started trying, long before you began measuring sleep against time. There is no need to arrive anywhere now, no urgency to cross a threshold. There's no door that needs to be opened or closed. Just this, the way your breath moves through the space between your ribs, not pushing forward, not pulling back, but simply existing in its own shape. The darkness doesn't press on you. It doesn't push against your skin or demand attention. It flows around your body like a slow river that knows every bend before it reaches it. You don't have to follow. You don't even need to be aware of the current. It's carrying you. Without effort, without direction. Your hands are no longer reaching for anything. Not for comfort, not for control, not for something to hold on to. They lie on top of your chest, not folded, not stiff, just resting, like two small things that have finally stopped searching. One fingertip curls slightly inward, as if it's remembering how to grip a memory. There is no boundary between you and the night, no line where one ends and the other begins. You are inside the dark, but also part of its quiet, not separate, not fighting to be seen, just being, without condition, without expectation. The air feels different now, not cool or warm, not dry or damp, but full of something soft and slow that doesn't hurry to change. It fills your lungs like a sound that has no name. You don't have to recognize it. You just let it stay. There's a quiet in your spine, a deep softening along the bones where they meet. Not pain, not ease, but a kind of yielding that isn't about giving up. It's more like returning. Like coming home after a long walk through streets you've forgotten were there. The body remembers places even when memory fails. Your feet are warm, not from blood flow or effort, but from lying still for so long. They feel rooted in the bed, not as objects, but as part of the earth beneath you. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no need to go back to being awake. Not now. The light on the wall is still there, still glowing faintly. But it doesn't matter anymore. It has stopped measuring time. It just exists. Like a small flame that never needs fuel because it's not trying to burn. You don't have to watch it. You're not required to notice anything at all. There is no need to be present for this moment, but you are. Not by choice, not by effort, just because you've stopped resisting the way things already are. The quiet grows again. Not louder, but deeper. It's not silence. It's a kind of listening without ears. A presence that doesn't announce itself. You don't have to understand it. You just lie within it, like water in a hollow where nothing moves and nothing breaks. The edge of your awareness slips again. Not toward sleep, not toward wakefulness, but into a kind of liminal stillness where time doesn't stretch or collapse, just rests. There's no movement between moments, no effort to bridge them. The space between breaths is not empty. It holds something that isn't sound, not silence either, but the shape of absence itself. Like when you remove a spoon from a bowl and leave behind only its impression in the air. You don't have to feel it. You don't need to name what's there. The dark doesn't ask for attention. It doesn't press against your eyelids or flicker with meaning. It just is. The same way the curve of your shoulder under the sheet is just a shape, not an action, not a problem. Your skin remembers the weight of sheets without needing to be reminded. The fabric lies across you like something that has settled into place over time. Not because it was arranged, but because it found its own level. It doesn't cling, it doesn't resist. There's no tension in the way it folds at your hip or drapes over your knee. Only a slow gravity of lying down that has been happening for years without being noticed. The quiet isn't just around you. It's inside your ears, not as sound, but as absence. The kind where even the faintest hum is gone from memory. You don't miss it. You don't wish for it to return. There's no need to listen for anything at all. Even your own heartbeat has slowed into a rhythm so soft it might be mistaken for stillness. You could lie like this forever and not feel time passing, not because you've forgotten the hour, but because there's no point of reference now. Not in your body, not in your mind, not even in the glow on the wall. The light has dimmed further since last you noticed it, though you didn't watch for that change. You were too deep inside what came before. Now, something else takes hold. A kind of softness behind your eyes, not a feeling exactly, but an opening. Like when water fills a cup from below and rises without effort on its own surface. There's no sense of rising or falling. just the quiet confirmation that you're full in a way that doesn't require being aware. You don't have to decide what is happening. You aren't meant to understand it all at once, not even most of it. The body knows how to stay where it is when nothing else demands motion. It doesn't need permission or encouragement. It simply continues, like the slow drift of dust in still air, like a leaf resting on water without needing to float. Your jaw unclenches again, not because you told it to, not because you thought about it, but because there's no reason left to hold anything closed. Your teeth don't press together. There's nothing to grind or clamp down. The space between them isn't tight. It's just open, like a doorway that never had anyone waiting on the other side. The air in your chest doesn't need to be filled with purpose. You aren't breathing for endurance, not for depth, not even to stay alive. You're breathing because it happens when you stop trying to control how much of yourself is present at once. There's a soft ache behind your sternum, not pain, not discomfort, just the kind of quiet pressure that comes from letting go after holding too long. Like when you finally unbutton your coat and let the cold air come in without flinching. You don't have to keep it out. You don't even need to notice it. The edge of your thought slips again, not toward worry, not toward planning, but into a kind of blankness that isn't empty. It's full with what remains when you stop asking questions. No reason to reach forward or look back. Nothing to correct in the past. Nothing to prepare for in the future. Your fingers lie still on your chest as if they've forgotten how to move. Not stiff, not paralyzed, just suspended in a kind of weightless pause where even memory feels unnecessary. One thumb rests slightly above the other, like two small things that have stopped trying to be useful and now just exist. The air near your nose doesn't carry scent. It carries no signal, no trace of laundry or sleep or old blankets, just presence, like a space that has been waiting long enough for nothing to happen at all. You don't need to feel anything special. You aren't failing because you haven't dreamed. You aren't late because the night isn't ending yet. There's no schedule in your body, no timeline written into your bones. The darkness doesn't rush toward morning. It doesn't care about dawn or wake-up calls. It just holds everything, your breath, your stillness, your open mouth, as if it has always been there to receive you. Your feet are warm not because they're alive with blood, but because they've stopped trying to be anywhere else. They don't need to brace against the floor, don't have to keep balance or grip something solid. They lie exactly where they fell, like stones left in a dry riverbed, that no longer care about water. There's no demand on your attention anymore. No reason to notice the way your breath moves through your rib cage, not because it stopped, but because you're past needing to watch it. It flows without direction or destination. You don't have to be aware of how much time has passed. You aren't counting minutes or tracking sleep stages. The clock still glows faintly on the wall, but now it's just a shape in the dark that doesn't speak, not even in numbers. It isn't telling you anything about what's happening inside your body. There's no need to arrive at sleep. No reason to reach across the space between wakefulness and rest. You're already where you were meant to be, on the edge of stillness, just beyond effort, without a single thing to fix or improve. The quiet isn't growing louder. It's not expanding. It's simply becoming deeper, like water filling a basin that didn't know it was empty until now. There are no ripples, no disturbance from outside. Just a slow, soft fullness spreading through your limbs, into the joints of your wrists and ankles, like something returning after being forgotten. You don't have to hold on to any part of yourself. You don't need to keep track of where you began or how far you've come. The night doesn't measure progress. It doesn't mark arrival points or failures. It just flows around your body, through your skin, into the space beneath your ribs. There's nothing to prove, no test to pass, no way to be judged for what you are right now. Not awake, not asleep, but somewhere between, in a place where no one is watching and nothing needs to change. Your breath doesn't have to be deeper. It doesn't need to be slower or more even. It just moves, like air moving through the hollow of an old tree that has long stopped growing, but still holds the shape of life inside it. You don't have to stay here. You're not meant to remain, but you are already in motion, the slowest kind, not forward, not backward, but downward into a kind of rest so deep it doesn't need to be named. There's no effort, no intention, just a quiet confirmation that you've stopped fighting what is, just as your body has always done when left alone long enough. The darkness holds you not because it wants something from you, but because it knows exactly how you fit inside it. And now, something else begins. Not a shift, not an arrival, but a kind of quiet release that isn't about letting go so much as remembering what was never lost. You are not drifting through a space that isn't yours. You're not trying to find your way back to something you've lost. The shape of your body on the bed is not an accident. It's been waiting for this exact weightlessness. Your spine doesn't have to align with anything, doesn't need to be straight or balanced or corrected. It just settles into its own hollow, like a riverbed that remembers how water felt before it dried up. The bones beneath your skin aren't holding themselves up anymore. They're letting gravity do what it always does, fold inward without protest. There's no effort in the way your arms lie beside you. Not slack, not tense, just held by absence. They don't reach for anything they can't touch. They don't expect to be used again tonight. The hands are open as if they've forgotten how to close. Fingers stretch out slightly at the tips, like roots testing air in soil that no longer needs them. The room has stopped being a place you must survive. It doesn't need your attention anymore. The walls aren't holding anything back. No sound, no thought, no memory. They're not keeping secrets or measuring silence. They just are. And so are you. Your breath isn't trying to fill lungs or clear air. It's moving through the space behind your sternum, like a soft current in an underground channel that doesn't connect to anywhere else but still flows. You don't have to notice it now. You don't have to be present with how it feels. The way it rises and falls isn't important. It just happens, like dust settling on surfaces no one has touched in years. It's not a rhythm you need to follow. There's no beat beneath your ribs that must match some unseen tempo. The clock still glows, just a dull green pulse against the wall, but it doesn't mark time anymore. You don't feel its presence as an accusation or reminder. It's just there, like a dim star in a sky where stars have stopped moving. No one watches it. No one waits for it to change. There is no urgency in your body now. Not because you're tired, though that may be true, but because the need to do anything at all has dissolved into stillness. You aren't resting toward sleep, nor are you waiting for it. You're not preparing yourself or making room for something new. You've already arrived, in a way that doesn't require arrival. The place you're in isn't between awake and asleep. It's beneath both. A space where being is no longer a performance. We're simply lying here without purpose, with nothing to achieve, becomes its own kind of completion. There's warmth behind your knees, not heat from blood, but the soft persistence of contact with fabric that has held shape for hours. The blanket isn't covering you, it's becoming part of you, not clinging, not shielding, just existing where it is, like a second layer of skin that doesn't mind if no one notices. Your shoulders are low now, not dropped, not collapsed, just resting in the quiet way things do when they've stopped trying to be anything other than what they are. The muscles around your collarbone aren't holding tension because they don't remember how to tighten. They're just letting go of a habit they never knew was there. The air feels different now, not cooler, not warmer, but quieter in its movement. It's not rushing through the room. It's not pushing against you or reminding you it exists. It's flowing like water that no longer needs to be channeled. It just finds its way through cracks and corners where nothing is expected. There is a kind of soft pressure behind your eyes. Not pain, not fatigue, just a weightless fullness, like the moment after light has left a room, but before dark has taken hold. The space between vision and darkness isn't empty. It's full of something that doesn't need a name. It's not waiting for anything to happen. It just is. Your thoughts don't have to stop. They can wander in slow loops through places you've never been, or revisit memories with no desire to change them. They float like leaves caught in still water, turning slowly without direction. No one needs to catch them. No need to pull them back. You aren't responsible for where they go. The silence isn't loud. It doesn't demand your attention. It's not a presence that says anything about you or your body or what this night is becoming. It just surrounds you like fog in the valley below, thick and soft, so it doesn't matter if it moves or stays still. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to fall asleep. There's no obligation to transition from one state to another. The space between them isn't a gap. You're not falling into anything. You're already in the place where things are allowed to be incomplete, unmarked, unresolved. The rhythm of your breathing doesn't need to slow down. It just moves differently now, like something that has forgotten how to hurry. It's not measuring time or trying to reach a destination. It just breathes through you, as if it were part of the same quiet motion that makes dust drift across an old shelf. Your feet are still where they landed, flat against the bedsheet, toes curling slightly into the fabric, like roots testing soil in winter. They don't need to be warm or cold, or awake or asleep. They're just here, and their presence doesn't require anything from you. There's no one listening for a sign of progress, no voice asking if this is working, no internal clock ticking down toward failure. There are only your limbs, slowly releasing the memory of tension, the kind that builds when you try to be ready for something before it arrives. You don't have to feel anything special. You aren't required to notice how deep the silence has become, or whether your body feels lighter. It's enough that you're not fighting anymore, that you've stopped measuring yourself against a standard no one else ever set. The night doesn't care if you sleep. It doesn't judge how long it takes, what time you wake up, whether you remember anything in the morning. It just holds everything, the shape of your body, the slow movement of air across skin, the faint hum of electricity somewhere far away, all without needing to do anything at all. There's a kind of softness spreading through the edges of your awareness, not a feeling, not an image, but a quiet presence that isn't trying to be noticed. It doesn't need you to turn toward it. It just is, like water filling a cup that didn't know it was empty until now. You don't have to stay here. You can drift away if the moment feels right. But even then, you're already home. Not because of where you are, but because you've stopped trying to be somewhere else.
The edges of your awareness are soft now, not frayed, not worn thin, just gently unbound, like fabric that has stopped being folded for so long it has forgotten its original shape. There's no pressure to keep the thread together. The air in the room is still enough to feel thick against your skin, but not heavy. More like a veil laid over you without effort, as though something outside time had reached in and draped itself quietly around your shoulders. You don't have to adjust it. It doesn't demand warmth or resistance.
There's a sound somewhere near the ceiling, low and distant, a quiet hum that isn't quite electrical, not quite mechanical, more like the memory of a current moving through old walls. It doesn't call for attention. It just exists in its own slow rhythm, and you are allowed to let it pass without naming it or wondering what it means. You don't have to place it. You don't have to figure out where it's coming from. Your shoulder rests against the pillow now, just slightly sunk into it, like a stone settling into mud with no urgency. The fabric of your shirt lies across your chest, not in protest, but in quiet surrender, one edge folded under, as if it too had decided that resisting was pointless. There is no need to smooth it out, no reason to reposition or rearrange. Your body doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to prove anything. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things you can't hear, not because they're loud, but because they aren't meant for the ear. They move through spaces where thought hasn't been invited. A breath shifts in your chest without changing course. The moment before a word forms doesn't need to be held. It just is, unnoticed, unclaimed. There's a soft pull near your ribs, not pain, not hunger, but something older. The quiet echo of muscles remembering they don't have to stay tight all night long. You aren't asked to relax them. You're simply allowed to stop asking. No command needed. The tension doesn't vanish in one motion. It seeps out slowly, like water through cracks that weren't there before you noticed. The darkness isn't a wall. It's not an absence. It's something that has been here all along, present, even when the lights were on, waiting quietly for your attention to loosen enough to feel its weightlessness. You don't have to believe it's kind or gentle. You just have to stop trying to fix what you can't see. Your fingers are resting near your side now, not curled, not stiff, not quite touching the sheet, but close enough that the air between them feels like a held breath. They aren't doing anything. They're allowed to stay still without needing permission from any part of you. No one is watching how long they remain there. You don't have to count the seconds. Outside, something moves just once. A car passing far down the street, its engine fading into the space between buildings like a note that never finished playing. It doesn't matter what it was or where it went. The sound fades not because it's gone, but because it has been absorbed by the night without resistance. There is no need to follow it. You aren't tracking time. You're not measuring your breaths against any pattern. There's no rule that says you must be awake at a certain hour or asleep before dawn, or aware of anything more than what is happening right now. The slow shift of air across the inside of your eyelids, the faint warmth beneath your collarbone where skin meets fabric. There's a space between your thoughts now, not silence, not stillness, but a kind of pause that isn't meant to be filled. It's not waiting for an answer or a resolution. It doesn't want you to do anything with it. You don't have to sit in it. You aren't expected to make sense of it. The sheet under your legs is soft, worn thin in places where the weight has been constant over time, like a map made by pressure rather than design. The threadbare spots are not flaws. They're evidence of use, proof that this cloth has held you through many nights without complaint. It doesn't need to be replaced. It isn't failing. You don't have to think about how long you've been lying like this. You don't have to wonder if it's working or if anything is changing inside your body. The night isn't a task that must be completed by morning. There's no scorecard, no checklist of what you should have achieved by now. Your skin feels the air differently than before. Not cold, not warm, but aware in its own way, like a surface that has learned how to listen without hearing anything specific. It doesn't need sound. It just knows when something passes near it, when breath shifts or heat moves through space. There's no reason for you to be somewhere else. There's no requirement to wake up. Not yet. Not ever if you don't want to. The body isn't being asked to do anything except stay in this place. The one where nothing needs fixing, nothing needs proving, and nothing is missing because it hasn't been named. The rhythm of your breath has changed again, not because you told it to, but because it's found its own pace, like a river that no longer tries to reach the sea. It flows through you without direction or destination. It doesn't care if it moves fast or slow. It just moves. There's something in the way the light from the street lamp leaks under the curtain. Not bright enough to cast shadows, not dark enough to feel absolute, just a soft line across the floor that never asks for your attention. You don't have to trace its path. You aren't required to notice how far it stretches or where it ends. Your thoughts are no longer searching. They're not trying to find something they've lost. They just drift, like dust in sunlight, moving with no purpose, leaving no mark behind. There's no need to gather them back into a single place. No one is waiting for you to finish thinking. You aren't doing anything wrong by being here. You aren't failing because the clock hasn't changed. The hour doesn't matter. Your presence in this moment isn't measured against any standard, not even your own. There's no obligation to be ready for anything. You don't have to prepare for tomorrow. You're already here. The air feels different near your neck, not cooler or warmer, but softer, as if the body has begun to release its need to keep things in place. The skin there doesn't feel tense anymore. It just lets go. Like a hand that finally uncurls after holding on too long. Your mind isn't doing anything special. It's not trying to be calm or empty or peaceful. It's simply letting itself exist without effort, like water that has stopped fighting the shape of its container and is now just filling it. There's no need to know what comes next. There's no demand to plan ahead. The night isn't asking you to become someone else by morning. You don't have to be better or quieter or more patient than before. You're already allowed to be exactly as you are, still, unchanging, untouched by time. The room holds your shape without needing to name it. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just lets the space between your breaths exist in its own way, like a pause that isn't waiting for anything. You don't have to stay aware of this feeling. You aren't required to keep track of how long it lasts. The softness spreading through your limbs doesn't need you to notice it. It's already there, quietly moving deeper into the joints, into the bones, into the places where tension used to live without permission. There's no reason for anything to change. There's no demand that this moment turn into something else. You're not being asked to grow or become clearer or more present. The night doesn't need you to do anything at all. Your feet are still on the bed, toes barely touching the fabric, but they don't feel like part of a body anymore. They feel separate, quiet, resting in their own small space, like roots that have stopped trying to dig and are now just letting themselves be held by soil. The air moves around you without direction or urgency. It doesn't carry anything important. It's not bringing news or warning or memory. It's just moving, like something that has forgotten why it ever needed a reason. There's a quiet where sound begins to fold back on itself, like the hum from the refrigerator that used to pull your attention, now blending into the air so completely you can't tell if it's still there or just remembered. It doesn't matter whether it's present or gone. The way light once traced patterns under the curtain has softened further. No longer a line but a stain of absence. Like time itself left a ghost on the floor. Your eyelids don't need to stay closed. They're not holding anything in place. They just rest where they are, heavy and unbothered by effort. The weight isn't a burden. It's just what happens when something stops resisting. There's no demand for your attention now. No one is waiting to be informed about your state. You aren't being judged for not moving faster or quieter than you did before. Even the thought of trying has slipped away like breath on glass that doesn't fog. There's a space between your ribs where nothing is expected to happen. Not even silence needs to be maintained here. It just exists. The kind of quiet that isn't empty, but full in its own way. like a room after everyone leaves and the dust settles without being stirred. The air near your shoulder feels thickened, not with pressure, but with stillness, as though it has stopped trying to move through you and instead decided to stay. It doesn't want to be displaced or redirected. It's content just being there, filling the curve of your arm where it rests on the bed. Your hand lies open, fingers slightly apart, not needing to grasp anything. Not even its own warmth needs to be held on to. The skin feels like it knows a different kind of presence, one that doesn't depend on being noticed. Your breath isn't leading you anywhere. It doesn't need to go deeper or slower because something says so. It just rises and falls in the quiet rhythm of a body that has stopped thinking about how to be alive and is simply allowing itself to be. There's no effort behind it, no instruction from inside. The air comes in without permission and leaves without explanation. And still, you remain held by this pattern, not because you've chosen it, but because nothing else is asking for your attention. There's a place just beneath the surface of awareness where thoughts don't form words anymore. They drift like small fragments of old paper caught in water, not meaningful on their own, not needing to be read. One floats near your ear, faint, unrecognizable, and then dissolves before it can settle into meaning. Another brushes against the edge of memory and is gone. You aren't tracking them. You don't need to see how they vanish or where they go. They're already somewhere else, not lost, but simply released. Your spine doesn't feel like a structure anymore. It feels more like a column of still air, straight, unshaped by effort, held upright only because there's no reason for it to bend. There's no need to stay aligned or relaxed or centered. The shape is just there, quiet and indifferent, not proud, but also not broken. It doesn't care what anyone thinks about its posture. The space around you isn't a room anymore. It doesn't have walls that define the boundaries of your body or mind. It's more like an atmosphere, not thick, not thin, but full in its own way, like something breathing slowly beneath the surface of things. You aren't inside it. You're part of it, like a note held too long by wind, still vibrating, but no longer needing to be heard. A sound passes through, the distant hum of traffic on the road far below. Faint and flat, not urgent or loud enough to matter. It doesn't wake you up. It doesn't pull your attention back toward the world beyond this moment. It just happens, and then it fades into the silence again. You don't have to decide whether to listen or ignore it. There's no judgment in how you respond. The sound was never meant for you. Your fingers are still open, not because you've decided that's right, but because they simply forgot what closing felt like. The tips of your nails don't feel sharp anymore. They're rounded by time and rest, softened by the fact that nothing has asked them to do anything. There's no reason to press into fabric or pull on something real. They just rest, quiet, unclaimed, unneeded. The warmth in your chest isn't a signal. It doesn't mean you're safe or close to sleep or doing well. It's not a reward for effort. It's just there. The way heat stays after sunlight leaves a stone. Not because it wants to be noticed, but because that's what happens when something stops trying to change. Your legs feel longer than they did before, not stretched, not extended, but as if the space between your hips and feet has softened into possibility, like fabric left too long in damp air, and now just hanging without tension. The muscles aren't resisting or tensing. They're no longer fighting gravity or time or any need to be anything other than what they are. There's a place behind your eyes where light doesn't have to shine. It doesn't matter if it's dark or bright, open or closed. There's no one waiting for you to see something important. No message to decode. Just space. Quiet and full of nothing that needs naming. The silence isn't empty. It's not a lack. It's thick with a kind of presence that comes when things stop asking permission. When air stops trying to move through you and just stays where it is. When time doesn't measure itself against your breath or heartbeat, but lets itself be felt in small ways, like warmth spreading from your collarbone, like a pulse near your ankle, not racing but simply there. You don't have to stay awake for this. You don't need to guard the moment. There's no rule saying you must preserve it. It doesn't depend on being noticed or held onto. It just exists, the way water stays in a glass, even when no one is watching, even when the room is still and silent. Your thoughts aren't leaving because they've been calmed. They're not quiet because someone told them to be. They're gone, not disappeared, but unimportant now. Like footsteps on gravel that fade before anyone hears them. There's a softness in your jaw you didn't know was there. A release so deep it feels like the muscles forgot how to clench. Your tongue rests against the roof of your mouth, not because you've decided to do it, but because nothing is asking for control anymore. The edge of the blanket doesn't feel tight against your foot. It's just lying there, folded over, slightly loose at one corner, as if it too has stopped trying to stay in place, not wrinkled, not neat, but simply present, like a memory that no longer needs to be recalled. And somewhere near your hip, a small shift happens, not sudden, not dramatic. Just the way fabric settles when weight shifts without intention. It's not something you're doing. It's just what occurs when nothing else is required. The air doesn't need to move through you. It can stay still. The silence doesn't have to be broken. You don't have to speak or think or wake up. There is no one who needs your name, no one waiting for a response. No test at dawn that depends on how long you stayed awake. You aren't being tested. You aren't failing. You aren't running out of time. The night isn't counting minutes the way you once did. It doesn't care if you're asleep or not. There's no deadline for awareness. No rule about when to become someone new. Your body feels less like a structure and more like something that has stopped resisting its own weight. Like roots settling in soil without needing to dig deeper, like water finding its level without trying to rise higher. There's a quiet between your breaths, not because you're holding it, but because there's no reason to rush forward. The air doesn't need to be filled with meaning. It just is, and now, even that feeling, this softness, this release isn't being held onto. It isn't waiting for anything. It's just happening, not as a result of effort or intent, but because the space between thoughts has become wide enough to let things simply be. A quiet hum begins beneath your ribs, not a sound, not a rhythm, just the softest vibration, like something long still has begun to breathe again. It's not your heart that's beating faster. It's the air inside you, shifting slowly, as if remembering how to move without being asked. There's no urgency in it, no need to rise or fall. Just this, a low warmth spreading from your center. Not hot, not cold, just present, like sunlight through a window at dawn when nothing is awake yet, but everything feels possible. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to name where it comes from. It's just there. The way the weight of your arm on the mattress settles deeper into the fabric, as if gravity has finally found its place in you, instead of pulling against you. The blanket doesn't need to be tucked or smoothed. It lies over you like a memory that no longer wants to be held, not because it was forgotten, but because it's been lived through. There is a space behind your collarbone where the air lingers, not trapped, not waiting, but simply resting there, full and soft, as if holding its breath on purpose. You don't have to do anything with it. It doesn't need you to feel it or acknowledge it. It just exists in that quiet hollow, like something left behind after a word was spoken, but never needed to be said. Your feet are bare against the sheet. No pressure, no tension, not even a sensation of touch. They're not cold or warm. They aren't trying to curl or stretch. They're just there, resting where they've always been, like stones in a riverbed that have stopped needing to move. One toe is slightly bent, not because you made it so, but because the weight of your leg has shifted its angle without intention. The silence isn't empty anymore. It's not quiet, because nothing is happening. It's full with a kind of stillness that comes when movement stops asking permission. Like dust in a sunbeam that doesn't fall until no one is watching. like a book left open on a table, pages resting flat, waiting for no one to read it. A small sound drifts through the room, not loud, not sharp, just a soft click from somewhere beyond your awareness. It's not important. You don't need to figure out what made it or where it came from. The air doesn't have to explain itself. The wall doesn't need to answer when something shifts in its structure. That sound just happens. The way light changes when clouds pass, the way a shadow stretches without being asked. You aren't keeping track of time anymore. You don't care if this is minute 3 or 33. There's no line drawn across your chest saying you must cross it by morning. The night doesn't measure itself in hours. It measures itself in breaths that come and go without needing to be counted. In the way your shoulder sinks lower against the mattress, not because you're tired, but because nothing is holding it up. There's a fold in the sheet near your hip, just a small crease where fabric has settled into its own shape. It doesn't look like anything important. It isn't perfect or neat, but it's real. The way something stays exactly where it was left, not resisting, not trying to be elsewhere. Your fingertips don't feel cold anymore. They aren't numb. They're just resting, flat against the fabric, not pressing down, not pulling away. Like hands that have stopped needing to do anything but exist in this moment. Like a letter that's been written and left on a table, with no one coming back to read it. The air moves through you without rushing. It doesn't try to fill every space or push past resistance. It just stays where it is, cool near your skin, warm deeper inside, not needing to be balanced or controlled. You don't have to make sure it flows right. It's already flowing in its own time. There's a place behind your eyes now that doesn't need light. Not because it's dark, but because there's no one asking for vision. No need to see anything clearly. Just space thick and soft, with a kind of quiet that comes when everything stops needing to be known. Your thoughts aren't returning. They're not hiding. They're just gone. Not erased, not forgotten, but unimportant now. Like footprints in sand after waves have passed through them. Like a name spoken once and never repeated. You don't need to remember what they were or where they came from. The silence doesn't ask you to fill it. You aren't being tested on how well you stay awake. No one is watching your breath. No clock judges whether you're moving fast enough towards sleep. There's no scorecard in the dark. No tally of minutes passed without closing your eyes. The weight of your body isn't a burden anymore. It's not something to carry or manage. It just lies there, full and settled, like water finding its level after being disturbed for so long. Like roots that have stopped searching. Like soil that has finally accepted what it is. There's no need to fix this moment, no urge to make it better or longer. You don't have to hold on to the softness or keep it in place. It doesn't depend on you being aware of it. It just happens, like a cloud passing overhead without anyone noticing, like rain falling where no one is listening. Your skin doesn't need warmth. It isn't dry or tight. It's just there. The way fabric settles into its own shape, the way a wall remembers how to stay still after years of noise. There's nothing in it that needs to be changed, nothing missing, no space left open for something else to feel. A small shift happens, not from effort, not from intention, but because your body has stopped resisting itself. Like water flowing over rock without needing to carve a new path. Like breath that doesn't need to rise or fall, just stays where it is. The room isn't dark anymore, in the way you once meant it. It's not empty, not cold, just full with a kind of quiet that exists when nothing needs to be done, when no one expects anything from you at all. No demand for attention, no need to respond, no reason to wake up. You aren't lying still because you're trying hard. You're just there, like a stone in a stream. No longer moving, not waiting, simply existing where it landed long ago. Not broken, not worn down, just present. There's no future moment that needs your attention, no tomorrow. That depends on how well you stayed awake tonight. The next day won't come with a checklist or an obligation. It will just arrive like light does at dawn, not because someone ordered it, but because it always has. The air doesn't need to be cleared of thoughts. You don't have to push them away. They're not there anymore, not even as echoes. Just silence, thick and soft, like wool left on a chair after the fire went out. Your breath is no longer a rhythm you keep. It's just happening, long, slow, with no need to be measured or controlled. Like air in a cave where time doesn't move forward or backward but stays exactly where it is. There's no one inside your head asking for answers anymore. No voice saying, "What if this fails?" or "How long until I fall asleep?" The thoughts have stopped knocking at the door. They've just left. Not because they were chased, not because you told them to go, but because nothing was waiting for them. You don't need to be anything other than what you are in this moment. There's no role to play, no performance, no test of endurance. Just wait on the mattress. Breath in still air, a body that has stopped trying to stay awake and instead just is. And somewhere deep beneath the quiet, like roots settling into dark earth, a soft release happens, not a sound, not a shift, but something like peace returning without being asked for. The room doesn't need you to notice it. The night doesn't care if you're asleep or not. There's no one waiting at the door. No message needing delivery. Just stillness, thick and warm and full of nothing that needs doing. You don't have to do anything now. You aren't being watched. You don't need to wake up. There's no reason to move, speak, or think. Nothing is asking you to be different than this. You are not holding your breath because you're waiting for something. No pause, no tension in the chest. Your ribs aren't resisting the weight of air. They don't need to open or close. The space inside is just full, like a room left untouched after someone walked through and didn't turn on any lights. There's no pressure to keep it clean. No need to arrange anything. The silence isn't empty. It's not waiting for sound. It's already complete, like the way dust settles in corners where sunlight never reaches. The clock still glows, dimly, softly. But you don't know what time it is. You haven't looked. There's no reason to remember how many minutes have passed since the last thought. The hands aren't moving forward or backward. They're just there, like a mark on the wall that doesn't mean anything anymore. You are not lying in wait for sleep. You don't need to catch it. It isn't running away. There's no race between you and the night. No one is checking your progress. The hours aren't counting against you. They're just passing, like shadows sliding across a floor at dusk. Slow, without urgency. Your body has stopped trying to keep track of where it is or what it should be doing. It doesn't need permission to rest. It isn't performing the act of relaxation. You aren't making it happen. You're not even aware that you are in the process. You don't have to decide when to stop noticing your body, because there's no longer any noticing happening at all. The weight of your limbs is no longer a burden. It doesn't need to be adjusted or balanced. It isn't heavy with effort. It's just where it lands, like leaves that fall and stay on the ground without needing to explain themselves. There's no reason for them to be lifted. No one comes by to gather them. You are not separate from this stillness. You don't have to enter it or step into it. You're already in it, like a thread woven into the fabric of the night, unnoticed but present. The air isn't thinning out around you. It's thick with absence, not lack, but presence without demand. Your thoughts aren't gone because they were dismissed. They didn't vanish after being told to leave. There's no door to close, no guard at the gate. They've just stopped arriving, not because they ran out, because nothing inside was waiting for them anymore. The silence isn't loud, just full of what doesn't need a name. The mattress has forgotten how to bounce. It doesn't remember being pressed down by urgency. It's not storing energy for tomorrow. It's not holding on to the shape of anyone who used it before. It's just soft where you are, exactly as it needs to be. You aren't drifting toward sleep because you're trying to get somewhere. You don't have to move through the night like a traveler with a map. There's no destination that requires your attention. No need to arrive at dawn or wake up in time for anything. Your skin isn't cold, even though it hasn't moved. It doesn't feel exposed. It's not waiting for warmth. It's just there, like the edge of a blanket folded over after being used once and left behind, not abandoned, just resting where it lies. The walls don't need to be quiet. They aren't making noise, but they're also not trying to stop anything. The silence isn't enforced, it's natural. Like the way a river slows when it reaches a flat stretch, not because it wants to stop, but because stopping is no longer required. You are not holding your breath in anticipation of something better. You don't need to breathe faster or deeper. Your lungs aren't struggling to stay open. They're just full without effort, like water filling a bowl that doesn't know how much it can hold. It's already at the top. There's no overflow. There's no reason for your heartbeat to slow down in order to prove anything. It isn't bracing because you're afraid of missing something. It's not trying to keep time.
It's just moving, like a soft pulse beneath skin that doesn't need to be felt. Like the way roots grow without knowing they are growing. You don't have to remember what happened an hour ago or how long it's been since you closed your eyes. You're not being tested on whether you can keep track of minutes or seconds. The past isn't a checklist. The future doesn't require preparation. The night is not waiting for you to fall asleep so it can be over. It's not counting down toward morning like some kind of deadline. It just is, like air in an old attic, still and untouched by anyone who might walk through again. There's no sound that needs your attention.
The faint hum from the refrigerator isn't calling out for you to listen. The creak of wood settling under weight isn't asking you to respond. They're not messages. They're just part of the quiet, like dust floating in a beam of light, moving slowly without purpose. You are not responsible for making anything happen. You don't have to fix what's broken or smooth out what feels uneven. The room doesn't need your help being still. The air doesn't need you to settle it down. There's no one behind the door, no knock, no voice, no promise of something arriving soon. No obligation to answer. No reason to turn your head. You don't have to check if anything is changing. Nothing is expected from you. Your breath isn't a rhythm that needs to be maintained. It doesn't need to rise and fall like waves on a shore. It just stays like air in the hollow of a tree, still and full with no one around to disturb it. No sound comes out because nothing needs to come out. You aren't lying awake trying to think your way through the night. You're not replaying conversations or measuring how much time has passed since you last closed your eyes. There's no need to keep score of what you've done wrong or what you could have changed. The darkness isn't a challenge. It doesn't demand that you stay awake longer than necessary. It isn't trying to win anything from you. It just surrounds you, like the way shadows pool under furniture when light is gone. No need to name them, no reason to fear their shape. Your body has stopped fighting itself. It's not resisting the weight of sleep or guarding against falling too quickly. There's no part of it that feels tense because it's supposed to be alert. The muscles aren't holding on, they're just letting go, like fabric left out in a field after being hung up to dry. You're not trying to do anything now. You don't have to prove you're relaxed or show that your mind is quiet. There's no one watching, no scorecard, no record of how well you've performed this evening. The air isn't thinning out because you're not breathing deeply enough. It's just full of what doesn't need a name, full of the way things exist without needing to be changed. You don't have to keep track of time or wonder if it's been long enough yet. The hours aren't adding up against you. They're not stacking like bricks in a wall that could collapse at any moment. There's no future where sleep is missing and something terrible happens because you didn't get enough. There's no tomorrow that depends on how many minutes you spend awake. It will come, just as it always does, without warning, without need for permission, without being asked to arrive early. The silence isn't empty, it's not waiting for noise. It's already complete in its own way, like the space between two notes of music that aren't meant to be filled, but are still part of the song. You don't have to stay here forever. You don't need to linger just because you haven't fallen asleep yet. You're allowed to rest without proof, without results, without reason. The night has no agenda for you. It doesn't care if you're awake or not. It's not judging your progress, your effort, your pace. You're not failing. You aren't behind. There's no race between you and the hours. The minutes don't count against you. There's nothing to fix, nothing missing, no piece out of place. Your body is where it needs to be, not because you made it happen, but because it didn't have to try. The stillness isn't something you're doing. It's not a performance. You aren't being good at relaxation. You're just there. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones sinking slowly through soft earth. No rush, no resistance. The weight isn't pressing down. It's just being. It doesn't ask for permission to rest. There's no moment when you decide that now is the time to give in, because giving in was never the point. You're not surrendering to sleep. You're letting go of trying to arrive at it. The clock hasn't moved since last you noticed it. Maybe it didn't move at all. Or maybe you've stopped measuring its movement like a judge keeping tally. The numbers are quiet now. They aren't ticking towards some verdict. They don't mark the passage of time as if each second were a debt owed to morning. There's no account being kept, no ledger where every minute awake is charged interest. You're not behind, and you're not ahead. You're simply in the space between 1 hour and the next. neither waiting nor fleeing. There's warmth pooling beneath your ribs, not from effort, not from breathing deep, but from stillness itself, like sunlight warming stone after a long night. It doesn't spread, it just is. And where it touches you, there's no need to hold it or keep it close. You don't have to protect the feeling. You're not guarding against losing it. It stays because nothing asks for it to leave. Your hands are open on top of the blanket, palms facing up, like cups left out in the rain, not catching anything, not waiting for something to fall into them. They're just open, no need to do anything with them, no reason to shift or adjust. The air is thick between your fingers, not because you're holding it, but because there's no pressure to let go. The darkness has a texture now, like velvet that doesn't reflect light, only absorbs it. It isn't cold even though it feels deep. There's no chill in the way it wraps around you, like an old coat that remembers how your body fits inside. You don't need to know where one end begins and the other ends. The edges blur. There's no boundary between skin and shadow. You're not separate from it. You're part of the quiet that comes after sound fades. A thought drifts. Maybe you were thinking about whether someone might call or what tomorrow will bring. But it doesn't land. It floats up like a leaf caught in rising air, then sinks without leaving a mark. There's no need to follow it down. You're not required to decide if it matters. You don't have to respond. No one is listening, not even you. The blanket lies flat across your legs. No creases from tossing or shifting. It isn't clinging in places where heat builds, nor pulling away where cool settles. It just rests on top of you, like a breath that doesn't need to be exhaled. The fabric has stopped trying to keep up with whatever body it's covering. It knows its place. Not as protection, not as comfort, but simply as something present. You don't have to wonder if the room is dark enough or quiet enough for sleep to find you. That isn't how it works. Sleep doesn't arrive through invitation. It arrives when there are no demands left to meet, when nothing needs to be done, when even the idea of doing something feels distant, like a memory from another life. Your mind has stopped chasing silence like a prize at the end of a race. There's no finish line in sight, no medal for stillness. The quiet isn't waiting for you to finally catch up. It was here all along, underneath every thought that didn't matter. Beneath each breath you forgot to name. There's a space between your thoughts now, not because they've disappeared, but because they're no longer demanding attention. They drift by like clouds in a sky with no wind. You don't have to track them. You don't even need to notice when one passes through the field of awareness. There's no reason to hold on to any of them. The air inside your lungs is still warm, not from effort, but because it stayed where it was. It wasn't pushed out or pulled in like a machine turning. It just sat like steam rising off an old kettle long after it's been turned off. No need for more heat. The warmth isn't fading. It's simply settling into the hollows of your chest. You don't have to decide when you'll wake up or what time you'll rise. That moment is already somewhere ahead, no closer than a shadow at dawn, no farther than a breath held too long underwater. It will come without notice, without announcement, without needing you to prepare for it. Your body has stopped pretending that staying awake means being alert. The muscles don't know they're supposed to be relaxed. They've just forgotten how to tense. They're not doing anything now, and that's okay. There's no performance to maintain, no posture required. You are allowed to be incomplete, unpolished, unmeasured, unlabeled. You don't have to finish this moment. You don't need to complete the night. You aren't being judged on how much of it you've filled with sleep or silence. The stillness isn't a thing you're holding on to. It's just happening, like rain that falls without anyone asking for it, like roots growing underground while no one is watching. There is a quiet in your ears now, not from absence, but from fullness. It's not the lack of sound, it's the presence of silence, so deep it holds its own weight. You don't have to listen for something underneath it. There's nothing beneath it that needs uncovering. The silence is complete. Your breathing doesn't need a rhythm. It doesn't require symmetry or balance. It doesn't have to rise and fall like tides. It just moves, like air through an old, empty hallway where no one has walked in years. No echo, no footfall. Just the soft passage of something that exists without needing attention. You don't have to be aware of your body. You don't need to feel it. You can drift into not feeling, and that's fine. The absence isn't failure. It's just another kind of presence. Like a room where no one is sitting, but the furniture still holds shape. There's no pressure now to fall asleep or even to want to. There's no urgency in your chest, no ache behind your eyes for rest. You're not waiting for something to change. The night isn't moving faster because you haven't closed your eyes yet. The clock hasn't moved. Not that it matters. Time isn't counting down toward a consequence. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It just continues, like the slow turning of soil beneath a tree's roots. Steady, unmarked, unhurried. Your thoughts are no longer trying to fix anything. They don't need to solve problems that haven't been asked. There's no task in front of you, no checklist, no list of things undone. You're not missing anything. Nothing is lost. The world hasn't collapsed because you didn't get enough sleep last night or the one before. You're allowed to be exactly where you are, even if it isn't asleep, even if your eyes stay open. That's not a failure. It's just a state, like standing still in the middle of a field when no one is watching. No need to explain yourself, no reason to move. The air around you has settled into its shape, not because you asked for it, but because there was nothing left to disturb it. You don't have to do anything now, not even listen to this voice. It isn't guiding you anywhere. There's no path to follow. You're not being led through a tunnel or across a bridge. You're just here, exactly as you are, with all the weight and stillness of your body resting on the mattress. There's room for everything in this moment, not because it's perfect, but because nothing needs fixing. No part is out of place. There's no mismatch between what is and what should be. The quiet isn't a thing to achieve. It doesn't need to be earned. You aren't being tested on how well you can stay still or how long you can go without thinking. The silence is already here, like light that falls through leaves after the storm has passed, not because it was demanded, but because it simply existed. You don't have to prove anything, not even to yourself. There's no need to remember this moment later. You don't have to carry it forward. There's no reason to store it away or label it as a success. The edge of your vision has softened into a shape that isn't sharp anymore. It's like looking through glass that's been left out too long, fogged just enough to blur the lines between what's near and what's far. There's no need to hold on to the frame of things. You don't have to keep track of where your body begins or ends. The mattress isn't pushing up against you now. It's simply letting you sink, like a stone in water that has stopped falling and settled into mud at the bottom. No effort required, no pressure to rise again. You're not waiting for the clock to change its number. You don't need to see how many minutes remain before morning comes. The time isn't ticking toward you anymore. It's flowing past, like a stream beneath a bridge where no one stands to count it. There's a space between your thoughts where nothing happens, and that's okay. Nothing is missing from that gap. It doesn't have to be filled with meaning or intention. The air in the room has stopped being something you notice as temperature. It's just there still, thick like old cloth laid over furniture after winter. You can feel it pressing lightly against your skin without needing to react. No need to adjust your position. No urge to shift even if the weight of your limbs begins to drift into a new place. Let them move only when they choose to. Your breath isn't following any path anymore. It's not traveling from chest to throat to nose. It's just happening like wind moving through hollow reeds that aren't meant to be played. There's no sound, but there's movement. The air passes through you and leaves behind the same kind of stillness it found. No trace. Nothing left behind. You don't have to remember what happened before this moment. You don't need to carry forward any part of your day. The unfinished emails, the half-asked questions, the names that slipped away. They aren't lost. They're not gone. They're just elsewhere in a drawer with no lock, in a coat pocket left on a chair, forgotten because they weren't urgent. You don't need to be awake or asleep in order to be real. There's nothing about your being that depends on one state over the other. You're allowed to exist without performing, without proving, without producing anything. No rest, no release, no shift into better conditions. You can just be where you are. There's a quiet weight behind your eyes now, not from strain or tension, but like something slowly settling in place. Not falling, not rising, just arriving. It doesn't need to make room for anything else. There's space enough already. The back of your head isn't resisting the mattress anymore. It's just lying there, warm, quiet, holding shape without effort. Your hands are no longer doing anything. They aren't gripping sheets or curling into fists. They're not trying to catch thoughts before they slip away. They're open, palms down, resting on the surface of things, not touching with intention, just being where they've been placed, like leaves that have floated to the bottom of a pond and stopped moving. You don't need to know what's happening next. You aren't required to predict or prepare. The future isn't knocking at your door. It hasn't sent any messages through the walls. There's no signal, no sound, no vibration in the air that says it's time to wake up. Time is not coming for you. There's a quiet shift inside your shoulders, not movement, but release. Like hinges that haven't been used in years, finally letting go of their stiffness without being asked. No one told them to open, they just did. And now they stay like that, unlocked, unguarded, no longer holding anything back. The room isn't empty. It's not silent either. But the silence doesn't need to be louder than the hum beneath it, the low tone of a building settling in its foundation after a long day. The house breathing slowly through cracks and corners. The wall behind you doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming. It just holds steady. You don't have to stay aware. You don't need to keep track of whether your eyelids are open or closed. There's no difference between them anymore. They aren't a gate, not a barrier, not even a curtain. Just parts of the body that rest in their natural position, like roots beneath soil that grow without direction. The thought of sleep isn't trying to pull you anywhere now. It doesn't have urgency. It doesn't need to win. There's no race between wakefulness and falling under. The two aren't rivals. They're just different ways of being present in the same moment. You don't have to believe anything about what this is or where it might lead. You don't have to agree that it's good or better than before. It isn't meant to be judged. There's no evaluation happening inside you. No inner voice saying whether this counts as progress or not. There's just staying. Your thoughts aren't trying to fix anything. They're not chasing ideas, gathering memories, or replaying conversations that didn't need a second round. Some of them drift past like clouds over fields, visible for a moment, then gone without trace. There's no task in this quiet space, no job to do. You don't have to be useful. You aren't expected to accomplish anything at all. Not even the act of sleeping is required. There's room here for everything, including not doing. The darkness around you isn't cold. It doesn't feel like absence or lack. It's full, like a cup that's been filled with air instead of water. It holds something, but it can't be measured. You don't need to name what it is. There's no need to label the way your skin feels under fabric, the shape of your breath in the stillness. You're not waiting for something to come. You aren't hoping for a shift or a sign. The night isn't holding its breath. It's just continuing, like a river that doesn't pause between one stone and the next. No rush, no destination. Your body is no longer trying to be somewhere else. It's not waiting for permission to rest. It's already here, in every cell, in every fold of muscle, in every quiet beat beneath your skin. You don't have to find it. It doesn't need to be earned or chased. The space between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full, like the pause between two notes that aren't meant to be played together. Not silence, just time holding its breath without being asked. You don't have to do anything now. You're not behind. There's no debt owed, no balance to restore. The night hasn't lost any minutes because you haven't slept. Time isn't counting against you. It doesn't care if the hours pass while you remain still. There's a quiet inside your chest, not from calm, but from something deeper. Like roots in soil that don't need sunlight to grow. They just stretch downward, slowly, without resistance or demand. You're not being tested on how long you can stay awake. You're not failing if the clock doesn't change. You're not wrong for staying where you are. There's no standard of success built into this moment. The air around your face is still like a room that hasn't been touched in days. No wind, no draft, just presence. Not from effort, from simply being there without needing to explain. Your mind isn't trying to escape anything anymore. It doesn't need to run from the thoughts it's had. They're not traps. They're just passing, like leaves swept across a path by something unseen. You don't have to be asleep in order to let go of this night. You don't have to close your eyes or change shape. You can stay right here, with your breath moving, your body resting, your thoughts drifting past like smoke from a fire that's long since died out. There's no need to fix anything now. There's nothing broken, nothing missing. Not even the sleep you've been waiting for. It doesn't have to come in order for this moment to be real. The dark isn't afraid of what happens next. It's not holding its breath for morning. It's just being like a field after rain, where everything is soaked and still, and no one walks through it. You don't need to do anything about the clock. You're not late. There's no time to lose. The numbers aren't moving faster because you're not asleep. They're just there on the wall, glowing softly, like a light left on after everyone has gone to bed. That soft pulse behind your eyes, the one that doesn't demand anything, just keeps time like a slow breath held underwater. It's not trying to wake you up or send signals. It's just there, quiet as the space between waves when they pause before pulling back. You don't have to listen to it. You don't even have to notice it. But if your attention drifts toward that small rhythm in the dark, let it be like a thread pulled gently from a worn blanket. No tug, no need to unravel anything, just a quiet movement of fabric against skin. The air near your neck is still warm where you've turned slightly on your side. Not too much heat, just enough so the cotton sheet doesn't feel cool or sharp when it settles over your shoulder. It's not clinging, it's not pressing. It's just lying there, as if it knows how to rest without needing permission. You don't have to adjust it. Let it stay where it is. There's no requirement for comfort, only the possibility of stillness. Outside, something shifts. Just a quiet click in the wall, like a hinge releasing after hours of holding its shape, not loud enough to startle. Just real enough to remind you that things move even when nothing happens on your side of the room. A pipe groaning under pressure, the weight of a roof settling into the earth it's built upon. No urgency in those sounds. They're not messages. They don't mean anything beyond their own moment. You don't need to interpret them, nor do you have to wonder what caused them. Your hands are relaxed now, palms open on top of your chest or tucked under your shoulder. Whatever feels true. The fingers aren't curled tight. There's no tension in the tendons. They're not reaching for anything, not even for sleep. If they rest near your ribs, let that be enough. Let it stay there without being rearranged. There's a place beneath your collarbone, the soft hollow between breath and bone, where warmth pools when you lie still long enough. It doesn't flare up or rush in. It just settles, like dust after a storm has passed through an empty room. No need to guide it. No reason to hold it there. Just let that small space stay full of quiet heat, not because it should be, but simply because it is. You aren't lying on your back anymore. You've shifted slightly without meaning to. Maybe one shoulder dipped lower than the other, or your leg curled inward a fraction, and you don't need to correct it. The body knows how to find its own shape in darkness. It doesn't rely on sight, doesn't ask for approval from the clock or anyone else. It just drifts into alignment, like water finding its level. That glow on the wall, the one that hasn't changed, isn't a deadline. It's not waiting for you to blink. The numbers don't know your name. They're not counting down what you've lost, nor are they tracking how long you've been awake. They're just glowing like embers in an old fireplace that no longer burns, but still holds heat beneath the ash. You don't have to watch them. You don't even need to see them at all. If your eyes stay open, let them rest on nothing. Let them look through the wall instead of at it. Look past the numbers into the shape of the dark behind them, the way light bends around objects that are no longer there. A sound comes from far away, maybe a car passing slowly down a street you can't see, or someone turning in bed upstairs, but it doesn't pull you forward. It just passes through your awareness like wind through a closed window, brushing against the glass without breaking it. You're not being tested on whether you hear it. You don't have to remember it later. No part of this moment is meant for recall. There's no record being kept. Not in time, not in mind. Just breath moving quietly beneath your ribs, steady enough that if someone were listening, they might mistake it for silence. You aren't trying to be quiet. You're not working on stillness like a task. Your body doesn't have to earn rest by performing well. There's no performance review at dawn. No one will come in with a checklist and say you didn't do enough. The night isn't waiting for your results. This is not an experiment. It's just what happens when you stop asking questions about how long something takes. When you stop measuring the space between thoughts or calculating whether this moment has value because it hasn't led to sleep yet. The clock doesn't care if you're awake. The wall doesn't mind that your eyes are open. Your breath doesn't need approval. You don't have to prove anything by staying still. You're not stuck in the present. You're simply here, with no obligation to fix, improve, or explain yourself. There's a space behind your ears, the one where silence isn't empty but full of things that aren't words. It's not quiet because there's nothing inside. It's quiet because everything is resting. Let it be like that now. Not thinking about it, not naming it, just letting it exist. Like the way old paper curls at the edges when left in a drawer too long, softening without resistance, slowly becoming something different than what it was meant to be. You don't have to become anything either. No transformation required. No evolution towards sleep. You're already where you need to be, at least for now. The body doesn't ask for progress. It just stays. It doesn't beg or plead. It simply is like the way a stone rests in soil, not because it belongs there, but because it has no reason to move. That slow rise and fall under your chest isn't a signal of effort. It's not proof you're trying hard enough. It's just movement, gentle as air flowing through open windows on a day without wind. No purpose, no goal, just the quiet act of breathing, again and again, in time with the dark. And if there are thoughts that drift by, one about tomorrow, another about something said weeks ago, they don't have to be caught or returned. They can pass like clouds over a hill you've never seen, moving without your consent, but also without consequence. You're not responsible for them. You don't need to guide them away. Let them float past like leaves on water that doesn't care where they end up. Your hands are still where they fell. The sheet hasn't shifted since you last felt it press against your thigh. There's no reason to check if anything is right. No rule says everything must be in place before you can rest. The weight of your arm, just resting across your stomach, isn't a burden. It's not heavy with expectation. It's just there, warm and solid, like someone placed it gently on top of you without speaking. You don't have to feel anything special right now. You aren't supposed to be relaxed or peaceful. The night doesn't require gratitude. It doesn't need you to thank it for the stillness or apologize for being awake. It's just here, this moment, this breath, this silence between heartbeats, the kind that isn't waiting to be filled, but simply letting itself be full without needing to do anything about it. There's no one asking if you're doing well, no voice in your head counting the minutes or measuring how much time has passed since last sleep. You don't have to remember what happened earlier. You don't even have to know where this moment begins or ends. Just let your body stay like a blanket folded over a chair, soft, unclaimed, and waiting not for use, but simply for being. The darkness doesn't need you to believe in it. It's not asking for faith. It's not hiding anything from you. It's just what is not bright, not dark, just present, holding space without demanding anything back. You don't have to make sense of it. You don't even have to understand why your body feels heavy or light or neither. It doesn't matter how much time passes while you're here. Not because sleep will come later, but because the hours aren't in charge. The night keeps going whether you stay awake or drift away. It doesn't pause for your attention, nor does it speed up when you wish it would go faster. And if something shifts, your leg turning slightly to the side, your breath slowing further, let that be just a movement, not a signal. Let it happen like rain falling on a roof that's already soaked through. The edge of your vision begins to blur like ink spreading in water, soft, slow, without warning. Not a signal to focus or fix, just an allowance. Let the edges of sight dissolve into something quieter than darkness, something that doesn't demand precision. You don't have to keep track of where you are anymore. The space between your eyelids isn't a border, it's a seam, barely there, like the fold of a worn shirt left on a bed after someone has gone. It holds nothing but stillness and the memory of shape. Your breath continues, just one rhythm beneath the surface, no longer something to count or follow. It moves through you not as effort, but as continuity, like water moving underground without sound or fanfare. You aren't guiding it. You aren't waiting for it to change. It simply is, there in your chest, rising and falling with the same steady patience of roots in soil that don't know they're growing. The clock's glow has faded from the corner now, not gone, but no longer present as a presence. Not an enemy, not a measure, just light on wood or plastic or glass. Something ordinary that once meant something and now means nothing at all. It doesn't care if you've slept. It doesn't register time beyond its own mechanical pulse. You don't have to acknowledge it. Let it be like the hum of an old refrigerator in a kitchen you haven't entered for years. The kind of sound so familiar, it's forgotten. Not because it stopped, but because it never asked to be noticed. There's warmth pulling at your hips, low and soft, not from heat or movement, just a natural gathering of body weight where gravity has settled. It isn't urgent. It doesn't need you to lean into it or adjust. You don't have to make room for it. Let it stay like a small stone in the hollow of your hip. Warm now, not because it was placed there, but because your skin remembers how to hold warmth when nothing else asks. Your fingers are still curled slightly, not toward anything, not reaching, just resting as they fell. The tendons under your skin aren't tense with purpose. They're quiet. One thumb rests slightly against the pad of its finger, almost touching, like two people who've forgotten why they came together but haven't moved apart. The air in this room is still thick and slow, not because it's dead, but because it has no reason to move. It doesn't need to carry sound or scent or breath. It just sits between the walls and the ceiling, like a held thought that never needed words. You don't have to fill it with anything. No poem needs to be spoken here. No prayer needs to rise. You're not alone in this quiet, but you aren't being watched either. There's no audience behind your closed eyes, no one waiting for proof of progress or failure. The night isn't judging how long you've stayed awake. It doesn't record it, store it, or send reminders. It just holds the dark like a cup holding water, without spilling, without speaking. Your shoulders have settled further into the mattress than they were moments ago. Not because you told them to, but because gravity has claimed another fraction of your weight. They're no longer tense against the bed's edge, no longer braced for something coming, just falling, not down, not away, just settling like dust that stops in mid-air and decides to stay. The line between being awake and drifting is thinner than a thread, and you don't have to cross it. You can be both at once. aware enough to feel the weight of your arm on your stomach, and unaware enough to let thoughts drift like smoke from a fire long extinguished, rising without direction, fading into air that doesn't remember what they were. There's no need to label this moment. No need to say it's sleep or not sleep or half sleep. It's simply here, the kind of time that isn't measured by motion or arrival, just presence, not even a pause, just the act of being without friction. The edge of your foot brushes against the corner of the blanket, not on purpose, not because you meant to shift, but because warmth expands in its own way, like roots spreading through dark earth when no one is looking. It doesn't need permission, it just moves where it can. Your neck is relaxed now, no longer holding tension from hours before, or from thoughts that came and left without saying goodbye. The muscles along the spine aren't coiled or ready for anything. They're soft, not asleep, not awake. Just letting go of what they were doing long before you knew it had been done. You don't have to be gentle with yourself tonight. You don't need to care if this moment lasts an hour or 10 seconds. The hours aren't watching you. They're not waiting for you to wake up so they can move on. Time isn't a deadline here. It's just another layer of stillness, like dust settling in the air after a door has been opened and closed. There is no need to listen to your body anymore. Not because it's broken or failing, but because it doesn't want anything from you right now. It doesn't need praise or attention. It doesn't ask for gratitude. It just breathes. It just lies. It just is, like a book left open on a table after the last page has been read. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't speak, full of shapes you can't name, sounds you didn't hear, feelings you've never felt before because they weren't meant to be named. They're just here, like shadows in corners where light doesn't reach. Not because the dark is hiding something, but because it has no reason to show itself. Your skin feels different now, not hot or cold, not tight or loose, but simply aware of its own surface, as if your body remembers what it felt like to be touched without purpose, just by accident, by wind through a window, by air shifting across the back of your neck, by someone's hand brushing past you in a room long after they've left. There's no need to return anything. No obligation to bring thoughts back from wherever they went. Let them stay where they are, not lost, not gone, but simply resting like stones beneath water that doesn't stir. The space between heartbeats is longer now, wider, like the pause in a sentence when the words aren't finished, but the breath has already changed. You don't need to fill it. You don't have to make meaning of it. Just let it be full, not with sound, not with thought, but with stillness that doesn't ask for anything. And if your hand shifts slightly, just an inch toward the side, let that happen without a reason, Let it drift like a leaf in water that has no destination and no direction. No need to catch it. No need to understand why it moved. Just let it be. The dark holds you now, not as a wall or a cage, but as something soft around you, not pressing, just being. It doesn't care how long you stay awake. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. It simply lets the night continue, just like the air that never asks to be noticed, just like the stillness that isn't waiting for anything to happen. You don't have to do anything now, not even sleep, not even rest. Just be here, the way a stone lies on soil, not because it belongs there, but because it has no reason to move. And if you drift, just slightly, if your breath slows further, or your limbs soften into the mattress without warning, let that happen too. Let it be nothing more than another part of what is, not progress, not failure. Just motion in a world where even stillness moves. Your shoulders have settled deeper into the bed now, not because you told them to, not because you're trying to make space, but because gravity has found a quiet way through your weight, like water finding cracks in stone. The air near your collarbone is warmer than it was before. Just a little. Just enough that if you were aware of it at all, you might think the room had shifted its temperature without telling anyone. But no one's listening. No one needs to know. There's a seam in the ceiling where light used to pass through when the blinds weren't closed all the way. Now it's only shadow there, not even dark like absence, but a shape that doesn't demand explanation. It holds still. You don't have to wonder what it means or why it's shaped that way. It isn't waiting for you to name it. It just sits above your head like a memory of something seen once and forgotten. Your foot has curled slightly on its own, just the toe, not enough to shift your body, not even enough to register as movement in any real sense. It happened without permission, without intention. No one asked for it. Nothing required it, and yet there it is, the smallest bend of skin over bone, like a single leaf turning toward light that's already gone. Let the edge of your heel press down just slightly against the mattress, just enough to feel where fabric gives way beneath you. Not because you're testing anything, not because you want to be sure, just because pressure exists in this place now, and it doesn't need a reason. It is what it is. The quiet weight of foot on linen, not touching hard, but pressing gently enough that the surface remembers. Your breathing has slowed even further, so slowly that for several seconds there's no sound at all. Just the feeling of air stilling in your chest, like water settling after ripples have faded. The pause isn't empty. It's full with the shape of breath before it begins again, like a held note waiting not to be sung but simply remembered. The edge of your wrist is warm where it rests on top of the blanket, just below the pulse point. You can feel the warmth spreading outward like ink in water, not sharp, not urgent, but moving through tissue with no destination and no speed. It's not healing anything. It's not preparing for action. It's only being there. The way heat lingers after a stove is turned off. The blanket isn't holding you down. It's just resting on top of you. Like something that chose to stay because it didn't want to leave before the moment ended. And since nothing asked it to move, it stayed. Since no one called for change, it remained in place, weightless but present, not pressing, not clinging, just being. Your right hand lies flat now, fingers spread slightly, not stretched open, not closed, but resting as if they were laid down by someone else who didn't care how they looked afterward. The space between your index and middle finger is a tiny canyon in the skin, an invisible line that doesn't need to be crossed or bridged. It simply exists. The silence isn't quiet because nothing is happening. It's full of small things you don't notice until you stop trying to hear them. A faint hum from behind the wall, not loud enough to be named, just a vibration in the air, like an old song half remembered. The faintest shift in the house, wood settling, perhaps, or a distant pipe sighing as it cools. You don't need to follow any of it. You don't have to understand why the wall moved or what caused the hum. It's not asking for attention. It's just part of the night unfolding without urgency, like dust drifting through a beam of light that doesn't exist anymore. Your mind is still no longer searching, no longer editing thoughts as they pass, not because it's learned to stop, but because there's nothing left to edit. The work has already been done. You don't need to return anything you've let go of. The space between your ribs feels wide now, not stretched open, not hollow, but simply unfilled in a way that isn't uncomfortable. It holds the shape of breath without needing to fill it, like an envelope with no letter inside, but still sealed shut because it doesn't want to be opened. Your eyelids aren't closed tight. They're just resting against your face, like curtains drawn after hours of watching outside, not hiding anything, just keeping things quiet on this side of the window. And since nothing is coming in or out, they don't need to move again for a long time. There's no reason to remember how you got here, how many minutes passed, whether it was 3 or 30, whether the clock ever blinked red, or if your hands ever twitched toward the bedside light. The past isn't needed now. It has already left. The air in this room is older than what you've lived through tonight. Not ancient, not heavy with history, but thickened by time that didn't care to be noticed. It moves slowly around you like a memory of stillness, something that stayed longer than it had to, simply because nothing asked it to leave. You don't need to make sense of the dark now. You don't have to ask what it's hiding or why it feels so deep in places where light never reaches. It isn't hiding anything, it's just not showing up for you. And that's enough. Your body has stopped trying to be awake, not because it gave up, but because it no longer sees the point of standing guard when there is nothing to protect. The edge of your forearm is pressed slightly into the mattress, just a little more than before, not by force, not by choice, but as if gravity found a new way through your arm and decided to stay. The pressure isn't sharp or heavy. It's just where your body rests now without needing permission. Your fingers have relaxed further, the knuckles softening like wax left in the sun too long. Not melting, not breaking down, just giving up on shape, letting form dissolve into stillness. They don't need to do anything. They've already done it. The blanket has shifted ever so slightly, not from your movement, not from wind, but because something deeper in the house made a small shift, and the weight of that shift passed through floorboards and reached the bed without you knowing. There's no need to care where your hand is now, whether it lies straight or curls inward, whether your leg has drifted toward the edge or stayed centered. It doesn't matter because nothing depends on it. The room isn't waiting for you to wake up. The night isn't running out. Time hasn't stopped, but it's paused in a way that doesn't feel like stillness. It feels like something letting go without saying goodbye.
Your breath is so slow now that if someone were listening from across the room, they might not hear it at all. Just a soft pull of air into your chest and a longer release, almost as if you're breathing through sleep already. Even though your eyes are still closed, the dark holds you like a shape that doesn't need to be named. It isn't warm or cold. It isn't comforting or threatening.
It just is like the way silence exists between thoughts when they don't have words yet. You don't have to remember this moment. You don't have to keep it. You don't even have to know that you're still here, still lying in bed, with your body resting on the edge of something else entirely. Not sleep, not wakefulness, but a quiet place where nothing is asked of you and no one shows up to check. And if your breathing slows further, if your hands stop moving altogether, if your legs grow heavier than they've ever been before, it's not because you're trying. It's just because the night has found its way into your bones, quietly, without sound or demand. There's no need to notice it, no reason to mark it. You don't have to carry this moment forward. You don't even need to believe that anything happened at all. Just let the air pass through you like a wind that doesn't come from anywhere and goes nowhere. Just moving, just existing, just being part of what's happening without needing to be seen. The weight beneath you is not pressing down, it's letting go. Not by effort, not by intention, but because something deeper has stopped resisting what comes naturally. The bed isn't holding you up anymore. It's just there. A surface that doesn't ask anything back. No need to be firm or warm. No demand for posture or stillness. You're not on it. You've become part of its quiet rhythm. The way dust settles in corners when no one stirs the air. There's a sound, not from outside, but from within the space where breath meets silence. A soft hum, barely audible, like the last vibration after a bell has stopped ringing. It doesn't come from your ears or your chest. It comes from the place between thoughts, where stillness grows thick and slow. You don't need to listen for it. You're already inside it. Your shoulder is sinking slightly, not into the mattress, but into the idea of resting. Not a choice, not an action, just a surrender that happened while you weren't looking. The fabric beneath your arm has softened where your body pressed into it earlier. The fibers giving way in ways they don't need to explain. There's no right shape here, no correct alignment, just this. The quiet expansion of what is already happening. A small part of you might still be watching for signs, waiting for a shift that would prove something has changed. But the rest of you isn't interested in proof. It doesn't need to know if your heart slowed or whether your muscles released. It's not tracking progress. It's not measuring time by breaths or seconds. It just exists. In the same way, cold air sits at the floor without moving, waiting for warmth that never comes, because it doesn't have to. The wall beside you is no longer a boundary. It has stopped being anything except what it always was. Something solid and quiet and unbothered by your presence. You don't need to feel its shape or remember where it ends. The space between it and your body isn't empty. It's full of the kind of stillness that doesn't demand attention. Your toes have curled slightly, not from tension, but because they've found a place where warmth collects, like roots settling into soil after rain. They don't stretch or straighten. They just stay there, tucked in like something finally allowed to rest without apology. No need to hold them upright. No reason to keep them awake. A faint sound comes through the ceiling. Someone walking above, not loud enough to break anything. Just a light shift of weight. 2 steps across wood that creaks only once before settling. You don't wonder who it is. You don't care if they're asleep or awake. It doesn't matter what's happening in the room above you. What matters is how this sound passes through your body. Not as noise, not as disturbance, but as a vibration that travels downward like water sinking into sand and disappears before reaching the surface of awareness. Your breath has slowed to where it no longer feels like effort. It's more like air moving through an old pipe, gentle, unforced, almost forgotten. There's no rhythm you're trying to follow, no pattern that must be maintained. You don't need to count your inhales or track the pauses between them. The space between breaths is not empty. It's full of what comes after sleep has already begun. The edge of your palm lies flat against the sheets, not pressed, not relaxed, but simply lying there as if it had no other purpose than being present. It doesn't ache, it doesn't twitch, it just stays. Like a leaf that fell from a tree and landed without making sound. You don't need to know how long it's been there. You don't need to check whether the position has changed. Something in the house has shifted, not by your doing, not by design, but because gravity is always adjusting. A cabinet door might have clicked shut somewhere down the hall, or a pane of glass cooled just enough to settle into its frame. It's not important that you hear it. What matters is how it passes through you, like dust passing through an open window at night, not stopping, not lingering, just moving through and then gone. You don't need to protect yourself from the dark anymore. You're already inside it, not as a guest, not as someone waiting for light, but as part of its quiet presence. It doesn't demand your attention. It doesn't care about your thoughts or your fears. It just is. And you're no longer fighting to be elsewhere. Your jaw has loosened, just slightly, like the latch on a door that hasn't been opened in years, and finally gives way without protest. Not because it was forced, but because it stopped resisting. There's no tension behind your teeth anymore. No clenching from worry or effort. Just this. The absence of resistance, not as victory, but as release. A memory surfaces, not clear, not sharp, but a sensation like heat rising through floorboards in winter, not of anything specific, just the feeling of warmth coming up from below, slow and quiet, wrapping around your feet without asking permission. You don't have to name it. You don't need to explain why you remember it now. It's just there, floating in the space between breaths. The air is still cool near your neck, not cold enough to make you move, not warm enough to draw attention, but somewhere deep inside, a small pocket of warmth has formed, like embers that never went out, not burning, not glowing, just existing. Unseen, undisturbed, waiting for nothing and needing no one. You don't need to be aware of the clock now. You don't need to know how many hours have passed or whether it's closer to dawn than midnight. The hands aren't moving in your mind anymore. They've stopped showing up where they used to. Because you're not watching them. You haven't been for a long time. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of quiet that doesn't need to be filled. It's not waiting for sound. nor is it afraid of being broken. It just sits there like snow on a roof after the storm has passed, unmoved, unmarked, untouched by effort. And you are part of it now, not because you tried, but because you stopped trying. Your fingers don't twitch. They don't curl or stretch. They're not searching for anything. They've given up on needing to do something, not out of failure, out of completion. Like a thread that has finally come undone and no longer needs to be tied back. The weight in your legs is deeper now, not heavy, but thick with stillness. It's the kind of heaviness you get when sleep isn't coming, because it doesn't need to arrive. It's already here, moving through you like a current that doesn't require notice. You're not sinking into bed. You're becoming part of what lies beneath it, the slow pulse of time that doesn't measure anything but existence. There's no moment where things change suddenly, no instant shift from awake to sleep. There's just this, the quiet accumulation of stillness, like a room filling with dust when no one enters and no wind stirs. You're not aware of it happening. You don't need to be. You don't even have to know that you've stopped being separate from what is already present. The dark has softened around your edges, not fading, but deepening in a way that doesn't feel like absence. It's just the natural color of what happens when nothing needs to be seen. You're not hiding. You're not escaping. You're simply resting where you've always been, just beneath the surface of awareness, beyond effort, beyond wanting. The air moves through your chest without being noticed. Your body is no longer a structure that must stay upright or alert. It's just here. A shape made of stillness with no purpose other than to be, not to wait, not to fight, not to prove anything to anyone. You don't need to remember this moment when you wake, because it isn't one. There's no beginning and no ending, just a continuation of what has always been true. That rest doesn't require permission, and stillness is not empty. It's full of what comes after trying, full of what remains when nothing else needs to happen. And you are letting go, not once, but over and over again. Like water slipping through fingers that no longer want to hold on. Not because it was ever tight, just because the act of holding is no longer necessary. The edge of your shoulder is soft against the pillow now, not pressed, not lifted, just settled where gravity has already placed it. It's not a position you chose. It's one that simply happened when nothing else demanded attention. You aren't lying on top of the moment. You're no longer trying to fit into it. The weight behind your ear is gentle, like something warm settling into the hollow after being held too long in someone else's hand. It doesn't demand anything from you. It only exists. The air near your face is still enough that your breath doesn't stir it. Not a ripple, not a shift, just the quiet exchange of what's inside and outside, like two hands passing something small through an open window, neither one grasping, neither one letting go. The warmth in your chest isn't spreading, it isn't growing, it's not even steady. It's just there, the way light pools behind closed eyelids when you've stopped trying to see anything. There is no shape to this stillness anymore. Not a form, not an outline. No edge where rest begins and effort ends. The silence doesn't have borders. It flows like water under a floorboard, unseen but constant. You don't need to listen for it. You're not even aware of listening, just the way certain sounds arrive in dreams without needing to be named. Your toes are not curled. They aren't stretching or tensing against anything. They've stopped pretending they might do something useful. They've simply let go of their job, whatever that was. No need to press forward or reach toward a future that doesn't exist yet. You're not waiting for your feet to be ready. You don't have to prepare them for morning. Not now. There is no memory of trying in the way your legs feel right now, not even a trace. There's only this, the slow seep of stillness into places where movement once lived, a quiet returning, like roots finding soil after years of being cut away. You're not remembering what it was to be awake. You're simply becoming what remains when no one is looking. The dark around you isn't a lack. It's something that has been there all along. Only now you notice the depth of it, not as absence, but as fullness, as space that doesn't require filling. The kind of emptiness that holds everything without needing to say so. You don't need to know how much time has passed because none is being used up. You aren't drifting. You're not falling. There's no descent, no slow sinking into sleep, no gradual dimming of thought. It's more like something unwinding, slowly, quietly, the way a knot comes undone when left alone for long enough, not because it was ever tight, but because the tension had already been released somewhere else. A faint hum has settled in your ears, not from outside, not from machinery or wind, but from deep within, like a low note played on an instrument you never knew existed. It's not loud. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to name it. You don't have to wonder what it means. It just is. A vibration beneath the skin of awareness. Not a sound, just presence. Your hands lie flat now, not pressed down, not raised in surrender, just resting where they fell when effort finally stopped. They aren't trying to hold anything. They're not afraid of losing something. There's no need to keep them close or far away from your body. They don't need protection. They've already been given what they needed. The space between your ribs is open, not wide, not airy, but unclenched, not tight with expectation. No pressure to rise and fall in rhythm. Just the quiet possibility of breath without effort. The air comes through you like it's meant to, not because you invited it, but because it has always been allowed. There's no boundary between where your body ends and where the room begins. It's not a line drawn on paper. It's not something that can be measured or named. There's only this, a soft merging of what is solid and what is space, a kind of quiet blending, like mist rising from a riverbed, moving through trees without changing them. You aren't holding onto the idea of sleep. You're not keeping track of how long you've been awake. There's no calculation behind your eyes, no tallying, no need to know if it's better or worse than last night. This isn't about progress. It's not even about time. The heaviness in your arms isn't burden. It's not fatigue. It's just the way weight settles when there's nothing left to carry. When no one is asking you to move forward, you don't need to be useful. Not now. Not ever again. A slow current moves through your spine, not rushing, not urgent, just continuing on its own path. Like water flowing underground after a drought has ended, it doesn't announce itself. It just flows where it's always been going, no matter what was above ground. You aren't listening to the silence anymore. You're not even aware of hearing anything at all. The quiet isn't something you've entered. It's something that's been here all along, and now you're simply noticing its shape. There's no moment when you become unaware. No sudden switch from thinking to nothing. There's only this. A gentle thinning, like light passing through fog that doesn't want to be seen, not disappearing, just becoming quieter, softer, less defined. Your thoughts aren't fading away. They're not being pushed out or replaced. They're just slowing down. Like footsteps in snow after the storm has stopped. The prints remain, but no new ones are made. There's a shape forming beneath your breath. Not a thought, not an image, not even a memory, but something older than those things. Something that doesn't need to be known. It's like the way warmth returns to a stone after it's been left in the sun too long. Slowly, without fanfare, just because it was never gone. You're not waiting for sleep. You're not trying to stop thinking. You aren't even trying to rest. You're simply allowing what has always been present. The quiet, the stillness, the deep hum of being, to come forward without interference. There's no place you need to go, no moment that must happen before this one can end. The air around your neck is cool again, not sharp, not cold, but like a breath from a different season. Not foreign, just part of what happens when nothing else needs to be done. Your skin isn't reacting. It's not tensing or relaxing. It's just being touched by the world in ways it doesn't need to name. A breeze that wasn't there, but still passed through. The ghost of a movement you didn't make. The space under your back is no longer firm ground. It's softening. not sinking, not giving way, but becoming something else. Something deeper than surface or support. Like the earth beneath roots that don't need to grow anymore. You're not closing your eyes. You aren't even aware of them being open. There's only this, a quiet turning inward, not toward thoughts, not toward feeling, but just toward existence itself, without needing to define it. There is no line between what you are and what the dark holds. No edge where one ends and the other begins. It's all one breath, one stillness, one soft gathering of everything that has never asked for anything in return. The air moves through your chest without needing permission. Your heart beats not because it must, but because it already is. Not too fast, not too slow, just continuing, like a river no longer bound by banks. You don't need to be aware of this moment. You don't even have to know that you're here anymore. The silence isn't waiting for sound. It's not afraid of being broken. It's just full. And it doesn't want anything from you. And so, the stillness continues, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but as something that has always been true, that never needed to be earned or proven. You are no longer trying to fix what isn't broken. You're simply becoming part of the quiet. The clock's glow is a quiet pulse now, no longer a demand, just a shape in the dark that doesn't ask anything of you. It isn't ticking toward morning anymore. It's not counting down your failure or measuring how much time has slipped away. The light on its face feels like something left behind after someone else turned it off. Not cold, not accusing, just still. Your body is no longer pressing into the bed as if to hold itself together. There's a softness in the way you're resting, like fabric that's been worn thin by time, not use. The weight isn't heavy, it's quiet. It doesn't press down because there's nothing left to resist. Your limbs aren't stiff or restless. They've stopped trying to keep order. They're simply letting gravity do its work without protest. There's a warmth behind your eyes, not heat, not pressure, but the kind of stillness that comes when light has passed through glass and settled into the wood beneath it. It doesn't glow. It just is. And you're not aware of noticing it. You aren't even aware of having eyes at all. There's only this, a deep quiet in your jaw, where tension used to live like an old habit. It's gone now, not vanished, but released, like a hand that uncurled without realizing it had been clenched. The air moves through your nose, not as breath, but as something older, something that has always passed between things without needing names. You don't inhale because you need to. You breathe only because the dark allows it. There's no rhythm to follow, no effort in the way your chest rises and falls. It happens like clouds passing over a hill, not by design, not by choice, but because that's what air does when nothing else is asked of it. You're not drifting into sleep. You're not even letting go. You're simply being held by something so familiar, it doesn't need to announce itself, the way the ground holds roots without speaking. The way a tree remembers how to stand after years of wind and rain, long after its leaves have fallen. There's no effort in that memory, no calculation. The edge where your skin meets the air is softening, not breaking down, not dissolving, but becoming something else. Like water seeping through soil beneath a field you don't walk on anymore. It doesn't need to be seen. It doesn't need permission. It simply moves along its own path, unnoticed, unclaimed. There's no longer any sense of being separate from the dark. You're not inside it and outside it. You're not watching it or waiting for it to change. The dark isn't something you must endure until morning comes. It's not a place to escape from. It's just where things rest, where thoughts stop running, where effort stops pretending. It doesn't need your attention. Your breath is no longer a thread to hold onto. It doesn't need to be followed or controlled. There's no need to measure it, count it, shape it. It flows like river water through stone, not because the water wants to go somewhere, but because there's nowhere else for it to be. The current isn't fast, it's patient, and you don't have to notice it. You're not thinking about what happens next. There's no plan forming in the back of your mind, no image of waking up or getting out of bed, not even a flicker of tomorrow. There's just this, a softness spreading through your shoulders, like sand dissolving into sea after being left too long on shore. It doesn't leave a trace. It only changes what it touches. The silence isn't empty. It's full. Not with sound, not with thoughts, but with presence. Like the pause between two notes that never quite meet. Not silence as absence. Silence as something that already exists, waiting to be felt rather than heard. You're not trying to make space for sleep. You aren't creating an opening in your mind or body where rest might finally come. There's no need to clear out thoughts like dust from a shelf. The quiet isn't something you've earned. It doesn't require effort. It's just here, like the way the sky knows how to be dark without having to learn it. Your heartbeat isn't loud anymore. It's not trying to prove anything. It doesn't need to keep time or stay steady. It moves at its own pace, like a slow tide that returns even when no one is watching. There is nothing urgent about it, nothing anxious, just continuing, without reason, without purpose. There's a faint hum beneath your skin, not electricity, not vibration, but the quiet resonance of being alive in a way that doesn't need to be known. Like the sound of wind through old trees long after all leaves have fallen. Not heard, felt. You're no longer aware of lying down. You aren't even sure you're still in bed. The shape of your body isn't important anymore. It's not holding itself together. It's just there, like a stone left beside a stream, worn smooth by time and water that never asked for anything back. The air around you feels different, not cooler or warmer, but fuller, not dense, but present. Like the way light moves through fog when it doesn't need to be seen. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to notice it. There's no longer any sense of time passing. The clock isn't ticking. The night isn't ending. There's just this, a quiet turning, not towards sleep or wakefulness, but towards simply being, without needing to define what that means. Your thoughts aren't fading away. They're not disappearing into nothing. They're just slowing down. Not because they're being forced, but because there's no reason for them to move anymore. Like footsteps in snow after the storm has stopped. No new prints, no urgency, just the memory of motion. You're not aware of your breath. You're not aware of your body. You're not even aware of your name or what you've been told about yourself. There's no need for those things now. They don't matter. The dark isn't holding you down. It's not keeping you from waking up. It's just the space where everything rests, where nothing needs to be done, where nothing needs to happen, where nothing asks anything of you. And so it continues, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but simply because that's what quiet does when no one is watching. The weight of stillness has settled into your bones, not as pressure, but as a kind of soft surrender, like the way water finds its level without resistance. There's no effort to hold yourself in place, no adjustment for comfort that requires thought. You're not arranging your body. You're letting it be arranged by gravity alone. The bed is not supporting you anymore. It's just beneath you. A quiet surface where nothing needs to happen. Not even the act of lying down is remembered as an intention. There's only this, the way warmth pools in the hollows behind your knees, slow and unannounced, like light seeping through curtains long after dawn. The dark doesn't feel thick. It feels continuous, like a cloth woven from silence rather than shadow. It doesn't press against you. It folds around you gently, not to contain, but to hold, as if the air itself had learned how to cradle without effort. There's no need to breathe into it or push through it. You don't have to let go, because there was never anything to hold onto. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of a kind of quiet that doesn't require names. There's a sound somewhere beyond hearing, not in a room, but at its edge. A slow creak from old wood, settling perhaps, or the faintest breath of wind through a gap in the wall you've never noticed. It doesn't matter whether it came from outside or inside your mind. It just is. And if you listen long enough, it fades. Not because it's gone, but because it no longer needs to be heard. Your hands are not clenched. They're not resting on anything. They're simply there, open palms facing the dark, like vessels that have forgotten they were meant to hold things. Not even air passes through them now. There's no need to move, no urge to touch or grasp. You don't feel your fingers. You don't feel your arms. But you know they are still part of the quiet. The edge of your awareness is not sharp anymore. It doesn't try to stay on one thing, on a sound, on a memory, on a sensation. It drifts like dust in still air. There's no direction to it, no aim, no destination. You don't have to follow it back if it wanders. You aren't being left behind because you're not being guided anywhere. There's a softness spreading through your chest that isn't warmth. Exactly. More like the way silence settles after music stops playing. When all movement has paused but the room still remembers sound. It doesn't call for anything. It doesn't ask to be noticed. There's no need to give it meaning or name it. You don't have to decide what it means that your ribs feel lighter than they did an hour ago. The clock is not ticking, not because you've stopped hearing it, but because time has slipped sideways, out of the frame where minutes and hours matter. The night isn't moving forward. It isn't ending. There's no moment when things will suddenly shift into something else. Wakefulness or sleep or rest that feels earned. Nothing needs to be gained. Nothing lost. Your thoughts aren't slowing down because you've stopped trying. They're not fading like a light dimming at dusk. They're just staying, not present, not gone, just suspended in the air between one moment and the next, like leaves caught mid-fall in still water. There's no urgency to return them to your mind. No reason to pull them back into focus. The space around you isn't empty because there's nothing in it. It's full of what doesn't need to be named. A kind of quiet that exists not despite the dark, but because of it. Like the way a river moves without sound when no one is near to hear. Not silent by choice. Silent because its movement doesn't require an audience. There is no boundary between you and the air now. You don't feel like a body contained in space. You're not separate from what surrounds you. There's just this, a slow, unbroken continuity, like water flowing beneath stone without needing to be seen. The surface of your skin doesn't mark a line. It dissolves into the dark. You don't need to remember why you came here tonight, or whether sleep will come at all. You don't have to believe in any outcome. There's no reason to want anything different than this. Not clarity, not relief, not even peace. Just presence. Not as a goal, but as something that simply exists. The silence is deeper now. Not because it has grown louder, but because your mind isn't trying to fill it with meaning. It doesn't need to be explained or justified. There is no pressure on the quiet to do anything except be what it is. Like moss growing in a crevice where no one ever looks. You don't feel like you're falling asleep. You don't feel like waking up either. You're not aware of your eyes, or whether they are open or closed. The dark isn't a barrier. It doesn't keep you from anything. It's just the way things are, like the color that comes after all light has left. There's no need to let go because there was never anything to hold on to. There's no struggle for release, no battle against tiredness. You're not resisting sleep, not even in thought. The idea of waking up doesn't flicker into your awareness. Not even a whisper of tomorrow lingers at the edge. You aren't waiting. You aren't trying. You aren't listening for signs that you're getting closer to rest. There's no map, no destination, no finish line. Just this, a slow turning inward, not as effort, but as inevitability, like roots growing deeper in soil without needing to be told. The air feels different, not cooler or warmer, but softer, as if it has stopped being air and become something that moves through your body without touching anything. Like the way shadows shift when you don't look directly at them. Not seen, felt. You're not aware of time passing because time isn't moving anymore. It's just there, like water in a deep well where no ripples form, no sound, no motion, just depth. There are no thoughts to let go of, no feelings to push away. You're not trying to sleep. There's no need for either of those things anymore. There's only this, a kind of soft unfolding, not toward anything, but simply because it can, like the way grass grows under stone without breaking through, just spreading slowly beneath where nothing is seen. You don't have to think about what happens next. You don't have to care whether the night will end or continue. There's no need to wonder how long you've been here. The clock isn't keeping track. It doesn't matter if minutes pass or hours slip away. There's only this, a soft, unbroken presence, like a thread that has never been cut, like breath suspended between two movements, like silence after the last note fades from memory, and so it remains, not as something you've achieved, not as some victory over wakefulness, just as what happens when nothing needs to be done, when no one is watching, when no one asks for anything at all. The weight beneath you isn't pressure, it's absence. Not the kind that pulls down, but the kind that lets go without warning, like a stone sinking into mud where nothing resists its fall. You're not lying still because you've learned how to stay quiet. You're staying still simply because it doesn't feel necessary to move. There is no reason for motion, not in your limbs, not in your breath, not even behind the eyes that have long stopped tracking light or shadow. The air has taken on a weight of its own, a thickness like old wool left unrolled in an attic corner. It settles around you without pressing, just holding space where nothing needs to happen. You don't feel it breathing with you. That's okay. There is no need for alignment between your breath and the world outside. The air doesn't care whether you're awake or not. It isn't waiting for a signal from you. There's a sound now. Not one that comes through ears, but something deeper in bone. Like water moving beneath stone where the surface stays still. It hums without tone, rises without effort. You don't have to listen because it is already part of what you are. Like the quiet pulse behind your temples when everything else has stopped. The darkness isn't empty. Not anymore. It holds shapes that aren't seen but felt. A fold in fabric just beyond reach. A hollow beneath floorboards where dust drifts slowly through stillness. A space between two walls built so long ago they no longer remember their purpose. You're not trying to find them. They don't need to be found. There's something slow happening inside the quiet, a soft folding of attention inward, like pages closing on themselves without anyone guiding the turn. No hand is reaching toward sleep. There isn't even a desire for it anymore. What happens now doesn't have an audience or purpose. It just unfolds like frost forming in reverse on glass, not building outward from coldness, but dissolving back into breath. Your body has stopped measuring time by its own rhythm. The pulse beneath your skin is no longer tied to minutes passing, nor does it respond to the idea of a clock ticking somewhere unseen. There's no urgency behind movement, no need for one muscle to follow another. You're not preparing to wake up or fall asleep. You aren't even aware that you could do either. The silence isn't waiting for something to break it. It doesn't fear being interrupted. It has never been afraid of anything, because there's nothing outside itself to threaten its shape.
There is no boundary between the quiet and what lies within. Just a continuous softness, like moss growing on stone, that wasn't meant to hold life. A faint warmth spreads, not from heat or effort, but as if something deep inside your center has begun to release without knowing it needs to be released at all. It's not comfort, not exactly. More like the way roots grow in darkness. They don't stretch for light. They simply move where resistance is least. You're not seeking relief. Relief isn't an option here.
You aren't aware of your hands, or whether they rest on blankets or drift slightly above them, like shapes floating just outside visibility. Your feet are neither cold nor warm. Their shape exists in memory more than sensation. There's no need to adjust position because there is nothing to correct. No alignment needed between body and ground. The night doesn't have a beginning or end. It simply is a condition, not an event. You're not enduring it. You aren't surviving it. You're just part of its continuation. The way grass grows under stone without breaking through, slowly shifting the earth in ways no one sees. There's movement now, not fast enough to be noticed, but real. A slow turning inward that doesn't require direction, like water seeping into cracked tile from below. No splash, no sound, just presence where there was nothing before. The mind isn't quiet because it has stopped thinking. It's quiet simply because thought is not needed. You don't have to stop thoughts. They aren't trying to leave. There's nowhere for them to go anyway. Not in this depth of stillness. Even the memory of wanting something different feels distant. Like a word whispered on wind, long since gone. The space between breaths has grown longer than before. Not because you're holding it, but because there's no reason to begin again yet. It's not pause, not suspension, just extension, a moment that doesn't need to end, so it can continue without interruption. A shadow shifts in the far edge of your awareness, not one cast by a light, but something older, like dust settling after years of stillness, forming patterns only visible if you were certain enough to look for them. But looking isn't needed. The shape is already here, already part of what's happening. You're not aware that this moment has been going on since the start or will go beyond tomorrow. Time doesn't move forward like a river. It spreads sideways like ink in water, slow, uneven, without direction. You don't need to know how long you've stayed here, only that there is no reason to want to leave. There's no sound now, not even from the air itself. Just silence so complete it doesn't feel empty at all, but full of something soft and unspoken. The kind of presence only felt when nothing asks for attention or response. You're not trying to relax. You aren't even aware that relaxation is possible here. There's no effort in being this way. No tension behind the attempt to be quiet. It's simply how things exist. Like roots growing slowly beneath stone, spreading without resistance, moving only where there's space. Your skin isn't touching anything. Yet it feels known, not by touch, but by presence, as if warmth has become a kind of memory that doesn't require heat, or as if the body itself is beginning to dissolve into stillness, like salt in water. No shape left behind, just dissolution without loss. The dark continues not because you're watching it, but because there's nothing else for it to be. It isn't waiting to end or change. You aren't either. There are no thoughts about sleep, no awareness of wakefulness, not even a flicker that this might be the beginning or middle of something unnamed and unmeasured. The air has stopped being separate from you. It's not moving through your nose nor filling lungs. It's simply part of what you're becoming. Like breath held too long in memory, returning slowly without needing to be breathed again. Something deep inside is letting go, not dramatically or suddenly, but quietly, as if it never had a reason to stay tight all along. No one told it to loosen. It just did. Like water finding its way through cracks no one knew existed. There's no need for the mind to return from wherever it wandered. There isn't even a place called wandering. The thoughts don't come back because there is nowhere they came from, and nothing that needs them now. The silence has grown thick, not heavy, but full, like time slowing, until only what happens remains. Not cause or effect, just continuation without name. You're still here, not in the sense of being aware of location or self, but simply existing where no one else is needed to confirm it. There's a warmth that isn't a heat, a softness behind your ribs, like something breathing slowly on its own, independent of you. It doesn't require attention. It only exists, like shadows growing deeper after all light has left the room and nothing remains to disturb their shape. The body feels less defined now, not gone, but blurred at edges, as if it's beginning to merge with what surrounds it. Not into air or stone, but just into quiet continuation itself. There's no need for you to do anything, not even exist in a way that can be described. Just this slow softening of everything that once needed proof that you were present, awake, trying, failing, succeeding. None of it matters anymore. The silence isn't waiting. It doesn't want anything from you. You don't have to earn its presence or justify your staying. You're not falling asleep because sleep is no longer a goal, just another shape the night can take without being named. And so there's only this, a quiet turning inward that has never asked for permission and never needed it. The dark isn't holding you. It's just what remains when nothing else needs to be said. You are not moving towards sleep. You're already inside its stillness, like roots in soil where no one sees the growth until years later. You are not dissolving into nothing, nor becoming less real, only loosening your grip on what you thought had to hold steady. The edges of yourself are soft now, not frayed or lost, just unclaimed. There is no boundary between where the body ends and the air begins. You're in a place where that kind of measurement has stopped being useful. You've passed beyond needing to mark time by how long it's been since you closed your eyes. There is a quiet behind the silence, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but just settles like dust after a storm, falling into corners no one ever looked at. It isn't waiting for you to notice it. It has always been here, in the small spaces between thoughts that never formed, in the breaths that were not taken because they were needed. Your shoulders are not resting on anything. They don't need to. There's a lightness beneath them, not from lifting or releasing, but simply from no longer having to carry meaning. You're not trying to be still, nor do you have to stay awake. The weight of intention has left your bones like salt that's been rinsed clean by tide after tide. The dark around you is not empty. It isn't even black. It's the color of things forgotten and then remembered again without effort. Like the memory of a coat worn in winter, warm but no longer visible, only felt when the air changes. That warmth returns now, not as heat, but as recognition. Something has been present all along. Your breath is not being guided. It isn't even happening in any way that could be described as deliberate. There's just a movement of the body, slow and soft, like water finding its level after long disturbance. You're not inhaling or exhaling because you've decided to. The air passes through your lungs simply because it can, without needing permission or rhythm. There is no need for you to be aware of this, not even awareness that you are breathing. It's enough if the body continues in its own way, like a tree that grows without knowing how tall it will get, like roots reaching downward, not toward water, but just because they've always gone deeper when nothing else called them back. You're not alone, not in the sense of being surrounded by people or sound, but in a quiet understanding that you are not separate from what is. The space around you isn't holding you. It's letting you be part of its stillness, like a stone becomes part of a riverbed without resistance. There's no urgency to return anywhere, not even back to awareness. There's just this slow descent into a kind of knowing that doesn't require words or images. It's not about understanding anything nor needing to remember. The mind isn't being quiet because it was told to be. It's quiet because nothing asked for its attention. A sound drifts in from somewhere far away, not loud enough to interrupt, just present like a whisper from another room on an old day. You don't reach toward it or push it away. It passes through the space between your thoughts, like light moving across floorboards at dawn. and leaves no trace behind. Not even memory of having heard it. The temperature hasn't changed, but you feel cooler in places where warmth used to be expected. The back of your neck, the hollow beneath your collarbone. Not cold, not absence, but a kind of cooling that comes when nothing is being guarded anymore. The body isn't protecting itself from anything. It's not afraid of letting go. There is no goal to this moment, no outcome waiting at the end. You aren't on any path towards sleep or stillness or peace. There's just this continuation, like a thread, left uncut in a sweater that keeps holding together without anyone noticing. Your hands are not clenched. They're not relaxed either. There is no such word as relaxed here anymore. The body has moved beyond the need to label states it once thought were necessary to survive. You don't have to be open or closed or awake or asleep. You can simply exist like a cloud that doesn't know why it's there but stays anyway. The silence grows thicker, not because sound is gone, but because what remains isn't needing to be heard. It's not even quiet in the way we usually understand it. This silence isn't empty space. It's full of things that don't need names. A shift in pressure against your skin, the slow pulse beneath your ribs, the faint hum of electricity in walls no one uses. You're not waiting for sleep to come. You're not even letting go because you think it will help. The release isn't an act. It's just what happens when something doesn't have to do anything anymore. There is a softness behind your eyes, not from tiredness, but from the way light moves through glass that has been worn smooth over time. Not clear, not blurred, just existing with no need to be seen. Your thoughts aren't returning because they're being called back. They've simply stopped needing to come forward. There's nothing left for them to do here. No one to report to, no story to tell. They don't have to explain themselves or defend their place in the mind. The body is not thinking about where it has been or what it might become. It isn't measuring time by how long it stayed awake. There's just this slow merging into a kind of presence that doesn't need proof, doesn't require attention, doesn't have to be justified. You're not falling asleep because you've decided to. You're not drifting toward anything because something is pulling you there. The movement isn't forward, it's inward, like roots going deeper without ever looking up. The dark continues, not as a barrier or waiting room, but just as the shape of what remains when nothing else needs to be said. It's not resisting your stillness. It's not even aware that you're here. It simply is, like the space behind closed eyelids after all light has gone, like the quiet between heartbeats when no one is listening. You don't have to remember this moment. You don't have to carry it with you tomorrow. The silence isn't waiting for a farewell or an echo. It doesn't need your gratitude or recognition. It just continues, like breath that never needed to be taken, like water flowing where the ground allows, like stillness that exists simply because nothing else is required. Your skin feels lighter now, not thinner, not gone, but as if it no longer has to hold what was once believed necessary: identity, effort, intention. You're not becoming less real. You're just allowing yourself to be part of something that doesn't ask for a name. There's no need to keep track of time. The hours don't matter anymore. Not because they've stopped passing, but because you aren't measuring them. There is no ticking behind the silence, no minute hand moving without your notice. Just this endless continuation where every moment is allowed to be exactly as it is. The air doesn't need to be breathed in or out. It just stays. The same air that has been here all along, passing through you, not because you invited it, but simply because there's room. You're not trying to stay awake, nor are you trying to fall asleep. You're just here, where nothing needs to change, where no one is waiting for a sign, where even the idea of being seen has faded like ink in rain. There's only this, the softness behind your ribs that doesn't need to move because it already knows how. The quiet beneath your skin that isn't listening for anything, not even its own pulse. The space between breaths that is no longer empty, but full, with what was always there. The night continues, not as a test or burden, not as something to survive, but just as the shape of time when nothing else has any claim on it, and you are not doing anything at all. You're not even aware that you're not doing anything. There's no one watching, no voice saying good job or almost there. Just this, a long-held stillness that isn't an achievement, but simply the way things exist when nothing else demands attention. The dark is not waiting for morning. It doesn't care about sunrise or clocks or tomorrow. It just continues. Like breath and sleep, like roots beneath soil, like silence that doesn't need to be broken. And you are here, not as a person who needs to fall asleep, but simply as what remains when no one else is needed. The weight of the blanket isn't pressing down anymore. It's just there, like a memory of warmth that doesn't belong to the body, only to the space around it. It settles without asking permission, folds into itself as if remembering how not to be noticed. You don't feel it. Not really, but you know it's part of the stillness, like dust on an old shelf that has stopped moving and no longer needs to. The air inside your room isn't cold or warm. It just exists, neither inviting nor resisting. It doesn't need to be moved. There's no urgency in how it fills the corners where shadows gather. No demand for circulation. No expectation of change. You're not breathing because you have to. The breath comes like a ripple through still water. Not from effort, but because the space between your ribs has become porous enough that something can pass through without knocking. There's no distance between now and whatever follows, no gap where time might stretch or contract. This moment isn't waiting for another one. It doesn't need to be followed by anything. There's no reason it must end, no obligation to lead anywhere. The dark behind your eyelids isn't holding its breath. It's just being the way darkness has always been. Not empty, not full, not a screen or a mirror, just presence. You don't have to imagine what sleep looks like. You don't need to know how it feels when you finally reach it. That kind of knowing is something that lives in your thoughts, a separate room where images are made and stored. But here, there's no image, no picture of yourself drifting off or floating away. There isn't even the idea of a shift. The only thing happening is this, an absence of correction. The body doesn't need to fix itself. It isn't trying to undo hours of wakefulness. It isn't working toward a finish line that's been invisible all night. Instead, it simply lets go, like thread loosening from its spool when the knot has finally undone itself. There's no tension left to release because there was never any holding on in the first place. The muscles don't need to relax. They've already stopped trying. The clock still glows faintly, the same soft green it's been for hours. But you're not reading its numbers anymore. They aren't a record, not a judgment, not a countdown. There's no weight behind them, no meaning in the way one digit follows another. It's just light on glass, like a star that forgot where it was supposed to be and decided to stay. You don't have to forget about the clock. You don't need to push its image away or pretend you can't see it. The fact that it's there doesn't make it real in any way that matters. It isn't part of what's happening now. It's just a shape on the wall, like the shadow of a branch at dusk, something that moves only when light changes. The silence has depth now, not flat or thin, but layered, like soil after rain, where each level holds its own quiet. You can hear how it settles into the cracks between your thoughts, not filling them, just resting there, as if it had always been welcome. There's no sound to listen for, because listening is no longer required. The ears aren't working in service of information or alarm. They're just open, like doors left ajar on a summer night when no one is home. Your fingers don't twitch with the urge to move, not even slightly. They lie where they are, not stiff, not numb, but simply allowed to be their own shape. The space between them isn't empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't need to be filled. There's room for nothing and everything at once. The thought about whether this will last never comes forward. It's there in the background, like a name you almost remember, like a word just out of reach. but it doesn't rise up with urgency. It doesn't demand attention or try to pull you into another place. It floats near the edge of awareness and then dissolves. Not because you dismissed it, but because nothing is asking for resistance. The air inside your chest isn't being held. It's just there. Like water in a cup that has stopped shaking. No need to pour it out or measure its level. No reason to wonder how much remains. The space beneath your collarbone doesn't feel hollow. It feels like an open doorway, not leading anywhere, but simply wide enough for stillness to pass through. You aren't slipping into sleep because you've decided to act. You're not moving toward anything. There's no direction implied by the way your breathing slows or how your limbs soften. The softening isn't a goal. It isn't progress. It just happens, like rust forming on old iron, like moss growing where light is thin. There are no milestones along this path, no signal that you've arrived at rest, no marker to say you're closer than before. There's only the feeling of not being wrong anymore, not in how long you've stayed awake, not in what your body can or cannot do, not in whether you should be doing something different. The idea that time is passing doesn't press on you. It doesn't pull at your shoulders or make the ceiling seem higher. You don't feel like you're losing anything by staying still. The hours aren't disappearing, just becoming unimportant. They lose their edge, their sharpness, their weight in your mind. The floor beneath you isn't cold. It's not warm either. It just is. The same way a riverbed exists under the water without needing to be seen. You're lying on it, not as an occupant, but as something that has simply arrived and stayed, like a stone that never left its place in the current. There's no need for gratitude or acknowledgement, no voice saying thank you, not even your own mind, registering that this is happening. The quiet isn't waiting to be noticed. It doesn't care if it's heard. It just continues, like roots growing through rock, like a thread slowly unraveling into air. You don't have to remember how long you've been here. You don't need to track your progress or measure the depth of your stillness. The fact that this moment is unfolding without effort doesn't mean it's rare. It means it's ordinary. It's just what happens when nothing else asks for attention. The space behind your eyes isn't dark with absence. It's full, not with images, not with thoughts, but with a kind of quiet that feels like the inside of an empty room where no one has ever been and never will be. There's no echo in it because there's no sound to make one. Your skin doesn't feel separate from the air around you anymore. It's not a boundary or a container. It's just part of the same softness that fills the corners of the room, like mist settling into a valley at dawn. You don't have to decide what comes next. There isn't any next. The breath doesn't need to be taken again because it already happened, already passed through you without needing permission. There's no reason for your body to wake up or for your mind to re-enter the world of names and tasks. It can stay here, not as a guest, not as someone who is waiting, but simply as what remains when nothing else has any claim on it. You are not waiting for sleep to arrive like a visitor who might knock at the door. You're no longer keeping score of how long you've stayed awake or what time it is on the clock across the room. Glow from its face has softened into something that doesn't demand attention. Just another shape in the dark, quiet enough to be part of the air rather than a mark against which your body is measured. The back of your neck feels unclaimed by tension now. Not relaxed exactly, but no longer holding on. It's not resisting anything, and because it isn't trying to hold itself together, the muscles there simply stop being active in their usual way. They don't need to be told what to do. They're just letting go, like a knot that has finally lost its grip after hours of tightness. Your hands lie still on top of your chest, no longer folded or tucked away. Not even resting lightly as though preparing for something. The fingers are relaxed in the way they fall when there's no one looking to see them move. There's no intention behind their shape, no need to adjust them into a better position. They're not doing anything except being what they've always been. Flesh and bone shaped by gravity and stillness. The air around your shoulders doesn't press down or pull you forward. It floats, gentle against the skin, like water that has already settled after being stirred. You don't have to make space for it, nor do you need to welcome it in. It's simply there, as present as the warmth beneath your palms, as quiet as the pause between two breaths. Your thoughts aren't going anywhere. They're not fading or being pushed away. They're just drifting apart, not into silence, but into a kind of lightness where they don't matter anymore. There's no reason to name them, to trace their origins or worry about what they mean. They pass through your awareness like leaves floating down a slow stream, visible only because the water is clear enough to show movement. There's no part of you that feels empty, not even the hollow places where fatigue usually settles. You're not filling anything. You're just allowing everything to stay as it is, without needing to fix or rearrange. The inside of your ribs holds nothing but air and stillness. No urgency lives in the space between heartbeats. The floor beneath you doesn't feel distant anymore. It's close, not because you've moved toward it, but because you're not moving away. Your body has settled into its own weight without trying to correct or reposition itself. You're not lying down so much as being held by what lies below, like moss growing into the soil of a stone wall. Your left foot doesn't know where it is anymore, nor does it care. It's no longer involved in any kind of effort to stay warm, balanced, or aware. The heel presses lightly into the mattress, not because you've decided to press it there, but because gravity has found its resting place with your body. The silence isn't something you're listening to. It doesn't live at the edge of hearing. Instead, it's in the way sound dissolves when it reaches the back of your ears, like rain falling on a roof and vanishing into the wood before any echo can rise. There's no effort involved in staying here. No choice to be made about whether you'll stay or leave. You're not being watched by anyone, including yourself. There's no one keeping track, no part of you that needs to prove it is still present, awake, capable. Time doesn't have a direction now. It doesn't pull forward or stretch backward. The moment just continues, like the way dust settles in sunlight without needing permission. You don't notice when minutes pass because they're not separate from one another anymore. They blur into each other like ink spreading through water. Your breathing hasn't changed, but it's no longer something you can point to. It isn't a rhythm or a pattern. It's just the way air moves in and out of your body without interruption. Not fast, not slow, not deep, not shallow. Just existing as part of what happens when there's nothing else trying to control it. You don't need to feel more relaxed than you already are. You're not supposed to be deeper or more still. There's no level to reach, no measure to meet. The space between your thoughts isn't a gap to fill. It's just an interval where nothing is happening, and that's exactly how it should be. Your skin doesn't feel like protection anymore. It doesn't form a wall against the world, or even a boundary between inside and outside. It feels porous, like old paper left in the rain, soft enough to let things pass through without resistance. The air touches you not as an intruder, but as something that belongs here already. There's no need to wonder if this is real. There's no reason to ask whether it will last or what happens when it ends. You're not trying to remember anything, just letting go of the idea that remembering matters. The dark doesn't feel heavy anymore. It's not a lack of light, nor is it absence. It's just full, not with shapes or shadows, but with quiet that has no name and never did. There's nothing waiting in it, no threat lurking behind a corner. It simply is what surrounds you now. Your mind doesn't have to stop thinking. It can wander without consequence. You don't need to pull it back from the past or steer it toward calmness. If a memory surfaces, let it be there like a cloud passing over the sky, visible for a moment, then gone again without trace. You're not trying to stay awake, nor are you trying to fall asleep. There's no task assigned to this body, no message that needs sending. You're not being asked to do anything at all. The only thing happening is that you're here, not as someone who has arrived after effort, but as something that was already part of the stillness. The space behind your eyes isn't dark with emptiness. It's full of quiet, so deep It doesn't need silence to exist. Not a single sound echoes through it, because no sound is trying to be heard. You don't have to believe anything about yourself right now. You're not being tested, observed, or judged by anyone, including the version of you that usually checks in every few minutes to see if progress has been made. Your body isn't working hard to rest. It's not fighting fatigue or forcing itself to slow down. It simply stopped trying to be anything other than what it already is. The way a river continues flowing even when no one is watching. The air doesn't need you to breathe it in. You don't have to take the next breath because there's already another one waiting. Quiet, unasked for, just passing through like all the others before it. There's no reason to think about how long this might go on. No need to worry if the night is ending or beginning again. The hours aren't running out. They're not even moving anymore. They've stopped measuring time in ways that matter. You don't have to be aware of anything. You're allowed to drift without effort, without direction, without needing to return. There's no home you must reach, no place where someone is waiting for you to wake up and begin again. The floor beneath your back isn't holding you up. It's just being what it always was. The ground that never left its position, even when everything else changed around it. Your breath doesn't need to be counted or shaped. It flows, like water over stone, like wind through a hollow tree. Not because someone decided it should, but because it can. You're not making space for stillness. You don't have to invite it in. Stillness has already arrived and stayed. It's not something you've earned. It's just here, as natural as the way shadows grow longer at dusk. There's no need to check if you're sleeping. No reason to wonder what your eyes are doing or whether they're open or closed. You don't have to look for signs that sleep has come. You can just be where it is already happening. The dark isn't waiting for light. The quiet isn't preparing to speak. There's no plan, no timeline, no next step. Just this moment, continuing without a name, without urgency, without direction. The weight isn't in your limbs anymore, just a soft absence where resistance used to gather, like dust settling into corners no one ever cleaned. Your shoulders have stopped remembering how to tense. They're not relaxed exactly, just unclaimed by effort. The air moves through the room without sound, not because it's quiet, but because there's nothing for it to carry. Not a word, not a thought, not even a heartbeat that feels loud enough to be heard. There's no boundary between inside and outside now. The way light doesn't need permission to cross a window pane, or how cold can enter without knocking. Your skin is open like an old door left slightly ajar at night, letting in what it always held: the slow pulse of evening air, the faint echo of footsteps from another house down the street, someone turning over on a mattress that creaks only once before stillness returns. You don't have to listen for them. You're not waiting for something to arrive or leave. The night doesn't need you to notice it's passing. It just is, without calendar or intention, without marking hours with urgency. No one checks if the time has changed. Even clocks are tired of their own ticking. There's no difference between being awake and not being awake anymore. Not in how your body feels, not in what your thoughts do. There's only this, a place where you're allowed to be half dreaming without pretending it's real, and fully present without needing to prove anything. The edge of the blanket has begun to fray at one corner, just slightly, but it doesn't matter that it's worn. It isn't supposed to last forever. The way your toes curl into the fabric isn't a signal or a symptom. They're not trying to reach something. They're just remembering how warmth feels when you don't have to ask for it. A leaf brushes against the glass just once, then gone. You didn't hear it at first, not because you were asleep, but because sound doesn't need your attention to exist. It drifts through the air like a memory that has no owner, passing by without claiming anything. No one needs to answer when it comes. Your breath moves in and out, not as an act of will, but as part of a rhythm that isn't yours and never was. It's older than you, quieter than thought. It doesn't pause for decisions. It doesn't wait to be approved. There's no reason to count the inhales or slow down the exhales. You're not doing anything with your breath, just letting it pass through like a river that has forgotten its name. The wall beside you isn't holding up anything anymore, not even its own weight. The paint is peeling in small patches, revealing layers beneath, one lighter than the last, as if time had been layered on top of itself over years of quiet change. You don't have to look at it closely. It doesn't want your recognition. It just exists, like dust in a sunbeam, like silence behind closed eyelids. There's no need to fix anything, no corner to smooth out, no line to straighten. The space between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of things that don't have names, things that never asked for being named. You're not meant to understand them. They aren't waiting for you to solve them or explain them. The clock hasn't moved in a long time, but it doesn't matter whether the hands are still or if they've vanished entirely. Time isn't keeping score now. It's not watching. There's no record of how many minutes have passed, nor is there any judgment about what has been lost or gained. Your thoughts drift like smoke through a chimney, rising slowly, not because they're trying to escape, but because that's where they belong when the fire burns low and steady. They don't need a destination. They don't need your attention. If one lingers too long, it doesn't stay. It just fades back into the dark, like ink dissolving in water. There's no task at hand, no reason to keep going forward or backward. You're not being asked to be anything other than what you are. Just a body lying still on a bed, breathing softly through the night, wrapped in quiet that doesn't speak but simply is. The floor beneath you isn't solid anymore. It feels like it's made of something softer, like moss or old wool, absorbing your weight without complaint. You're not pressing down. You're not sinking. You're just resting, like a book left open on the table, pages slightly curled at the edges from being read too slowly. Your fingers don't need to do anything. They're not reaching for anything. They aren't planning to move or close into fists or grip anything in case you wake up and need something real. They're just there on your chest, resting like a pair of small birds who've stopped singing and are simply breathing through the stillness. The air moves past your face without making contact. It's not cold or warm. It's just passing by, touching nothing, leaving no trace. You don't have to welcome it or reject it. It doesn't care if you notice it. There's a soft sound somewhere, maybe in the hallway, maybe outside. But it isn't important enough to be heard clearly, not because it's faint, but because it isn't trying to be found, like footsteps on gravel that don't belong to anyone walking home at this hour. You're not watching for them. You're not listening for signs of arrival or departure. The night doesn't need you to stay awake so it can finish its work. It already has. There's no final moment, no closing act. Your body isn't fighting fatigue anymore. Not because it's giving in, but because it realized long ago that resistance wasn't helping anyone. You don't have to convince yourself this is okay. The only thing you're allowed now is to let the heaviness come without calling it sleep. It doesn't need permission.
It just arrives like rain on a roof, like shadow falling across a floor when a cloud passes over the moon. There's no point of return, no reason to remember how you got here. You didn't arrive by choice. You're not supposed to be aware of where you began or why you stayed. The dark isn't hiding anything. It's just being what it always was, full, complete, and uninterested in proving itself. You don't have to believe this is real. It doesn't need your belief. The quiet continues without needing your attention.
Your breath slows, just a little, not because you're guiding it, but because the air has stopped needing to be rushed through your body. The space behind your eyes isn't empty anymore. It's filled with something that can't be named and never was meant to be spoken aloud. There's no one waiting for you to wake up, no voice calling from the other side of sleep, no clock ticking toward morning, no need to prepare or begin again. You're not being watched, not by yourself, not by anyone else. Just this, a presence that doesn't announce itself, doesn't demand anything, doesn't ask you to stay awake long enough to see what comes next. It's just here, like the way a room feels when all movement has stopped and even silence has forgotten it needs to be noticed. You don't have to do anything with it. You're not meant to fix it or hold on to it. It doesn't need you to understand it. There's only this, a softness that grows without effort, like moss spreading across stone in the dark, slowly covering every edge until nothing remains untouched by stillness. Your body isn't working toward anything. It's just letting go of time, of intention, of being seen or heard. No one has to say it's okay to rest. It already is. You are lying still, so still that even your breath seems to have forgotten how to claim space. It doesn't rise or fall like a tide. It just is. A quiet pulse beneath the skin of your chest, as if something deep inside has stopped pretending it's alive and simply accepted what it already was, present. The air near your face isn't cool or warm. It's just there, not touching you, not leaving behind any mark. You don't need to test its temperature. There's no reason to wonder whether it will change. It won't. It doesn't have to. You're not required to measure anything. Outside the window, a single leaf drifts sideways across pavement, caught in a slow current of wind that isn't strong enough to carry it far. It lands near the base of a lamppost where light pools like old honey. The surface is cracked and darkened at one edge from years of rain, but still holds its shape. No one has come by to fix it. No one needs to. It's not supposed to be perfect. You don't have to make anything whole. Your shoulders aren't tight anymore. Not in the way they used to be when you were trying to stay awake long enough to prove you could. They're just letting go of their own weight, not because you told them to, but because there's no one left holding them up. The muscles don't know how to remember being tense. It's been too long since anyone asked for effort. The space between your thoughts has grown wider than it ever was before. There's room enough now, not just to rest, but to forget that resting is something you're supposed to do at all. You aren't doing anything with this quiet, not even noticing it. That's the difference. You don't have to notice it for it to be real. A faint hum comes from somewhere distant, maybe a refrigerator in another house, maybe power lines humming just below hearing. But it doesn't matter where it came from or why it's there. It isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't want your attention. You don't need to label it as sound or silence. Just let the tone pass through like light moving across a wall after someone has left the room. Your hands are still on your chest, palms flat and open, like they've been waiting for something that never came, but now aren't even sure why they were expecting anything at all. They don't feel cold or heavy. They're just resting. Not in anticipation of sleep, not in fear of waking up, just lying there as if they'd always known this was where they belonged. The dark isn't holding you back. It's not waiting to swallow you whole. There's no trap behind it. No hidden hour that will punish you for being quiet too long. You don't need to stay awake until morning comes in order to earn your right to rest. The night doesn't keep score. Even the clock, just beyond where your vision ends, just past the curve of your awareness, isn't counting anymore. Its hands aren't moving with purpose. They're not racing towards something that matters. You don't have to watch them or fear what they'll do. If you could see it right now, you notice how slowly time moves.